Last night I ordered food online. The moment I opened the app, it already knew the restaurants I usually prefer. It offered me a discount on my favorite dish and even gave me an accurate delivery time. Now think about it, how did the app know exactly what I might want? How did it decide the perfect offer to make me click that order now button? And that, my friends, is business analytics. Behind every smart business decisions you see, whether it is Netflix recommending shows you love, Amazon suggesting product before you even search for them, or airlines adjusting ticket prices every hour, there are system analyzing data, finding patterns and predicting what customers will do next. And here's the key, none of this would be possible without people who understand how to translate this data into strategy. That's exactly what a business analyst does. A business analyst is not just someone who works with number. They look at customer behavior, market trend, business challenges, and then use analytics to help companies make smarter choices, save millions, and create better customer experiences. In this course, we will start with the basics of business analysis, explore real-world example, and move into advanced topic like predictive analytics with hands-on tools such as Tableau and Power BI. So if you are ready to see how data drive decisions and create opportunities, let's dive in. To understand what exactly business analytics is, let's follow Sarah, a business analyst at a fast-growing quick commerce company, and see how she tackles a real-world challenge from scratch. It all starts with an observation. Sarah notices something odd in the weekly sales dashboard. Despite high website traffic, there's been a drop in overall order volume over the past month. Now here's where the business analyst role truly begins. Nobody hands Sarah a perfectly framed problem. Instead, she identifies a potential issue and sets out to explore it further. She digs deeper into customer feedback, user journey data, cart addition rate, and checkout percentage. She notices a trend. The business problem is that customers are adding items to the cart but not completing the purchase. But what's causing it? To find out, Sarah starts asking the right questions. Is the payment gateway too slow? Are there unexpected delivery charges at checkout? Is the user interface confusing on mobile? Is the cost breakdown such as platform fee, convenience fee, and hidden taxes driving customers away from purchase? This is where her analytical mindset comes into play. She conducts stakeholder interviews with the product, marketing, and customer support teams to gather more insights. And yes, she even tries placing a dummy order herself to experience the issue firsthand. This stage is called problem identification and scoping. Sarah defines a clear objective to reduce the cart drop rate and improve overall order conversion. Once the problem is clearly framed, Sarah moves into the requirements gathering phase. This means she has to bridge the gap between what the business needs and what the technical team can build. She creates a business requirements document, BRD, which outlines what the current pain points are, what success would look like, what constraints or dependencies might affect the solution. The BRD also highlights possible solutions to address the problem, whether it's improving the checkout process, sending cart reminders, or offering better payment options. She doesn't stop there. Sarah also prepares user stories and process flow diagrams and conducts impact analysis to understand how proposed changes might affect different teams. This is a critical step because unclear requirements lead to misaligned solutions, wasted time, and extra costs. Next comes data analysis. While she is not a data scientist, Sarah is still comfortable with tools like Excel, SQL, and Tableau. She analyzes drop-off rates at different checkout stages, customer behavior across devices, correlation between cart value and drop-off rate. This analysis helps her identify the root cause. Most customers drop off when they reach the shipping charges section. Turns out the company recently changed its free delivery threshold but didn't communicate it clearly on the product pages. Now that Sarah knows what's wrong, it's time to move into the solution design phase. She works with the UI/UX team to redesign the product page with upfront information about shipping costs. She suggests adding a smaller progress bar in the cart showing how close a user is to qualifying for free delivery. And she also coordinates with the marketing team to run a short campaign promoting free shipping above 500 across the website. With the solution finalized, Sarah now works on validation and testing. She helps the QA team define test scenarios like, does the banner show up correctly on all product pages? Is the progress bar accurate across cart values? Are customers seeing updated shipping information on all devices? She also plans a limited A/B test to compare the new checkout flow with the old one. After 2 weeks, the results are in and they're promising.
cart abandonment drops by 18%, and order conversions improve across all categories. The final stage is stakeholder reporting and continuous improvement. Sarah documents everything from the problem statement, the analysis, the implemented changes, and the results. She presents this in a clear dashboard with actionable insights for leadership. But she doesn't stop there. Sarah also sets up a recurring report to track cart behavior and proactively monitor future issues. And that's how a business analyst like Sarah drives real impact. And this is how a life of business analyst looks like. Let's do a quick recap. The business analysis process includes identifying and defining the business problem, gathering and documenting requirements, analyzing data to find the root cause, designing and validating a solution, coordinating with cross-functional teams, tracking outcomes, and driving continuous improvement. So, where can a career in business analysis take you? Business analysts are in demand across industries like e-commerce, finance, healthcare, and tech. You can branch into roles like product manager, process analyst, business consultant, or even move toward data science or project management. In 2025, a business analyst earns between 6 lakh to 16 lakh in India depending on experience and domain. So, are you ready to solve real business problems like Sarah? If yes, start today. Learn the skills, practice case studies, and build your portfolio. So, now that you understood what a business analyst does, you might be thinking, wait, isn't this what a data analyst does too? Well, not really. A lot of people get confused between a data analyst and a business analyst. And honestly, it makes sense. Both roles work with data and help businesses make better decisions. But the way they approach problems and the kind of work they do day to day is actually quite different. When it comes to salary, both roles are well paid and in high demand, but the numbers vary based on skills, experience, and industry. On average, entry-level data analysts earn around 4 to 6 LPA in India, while mid-level professionals can make 8 to 12 LPA. With advanced skills in SQL, Python, machine learning, or cloud, senior data analysts can earn up to 15 to 18 LPA. Business analysts, on the other hand, generally start slightly higher with entry-level salaries around 5 to 7 LPA. Mid-level professionals can earn 10 to 14 LPA, and senior business analysts, especially those working in finance, consulting, or IT, can make anywhere between 18 to 25 LPA or more. So while both careers are lucrative, business analysts usually have a slight edge because of their role in decision making and strategy. Let's look at the job role and tech stack used. Both roles use tools, but the focus is very different. Data analyst tech stack consists of SQL for querying databases, Python or R for data analysis and visualization, Excel for quick analysis and reports, Tableau or Power BI for dashboards, sometimes basic machine learning models for predictions. Business analysts, on the other hand, use Excel for business reporting, PowerPoint for presentations and communicating solutions, tools like Jira or Trello for requirement gathering and project management, visualization tools like Tableau or Power BI, not for deep analysis but to explain the insights, UML diagrams, flowcharts, and BPM tools for mapping business processes. These two roles have a varying job description as well. Here's how a typical job description for a data analyst looks like. A data analyst should collect and clean data from multiple sources, analyze the data to find patterns, correlations, and insights, build dashboards and reports for stakeholders, use SQL, Python, or R and BI tools for analysis, present the findings in a clear and visual way. Whereas for a business analyst, the job description looks like working with stakeholders to understand business needs, define and document requirements for new processes or systems, collaborate with data analysts to use data-driven insights, propose solutions that improve efficiency and solve business problems, act as a bridge between business teams and technical teams. Now that you guys have a basic idea, let's understand the difference between the two in detail. Data analytics is a part of business analytics, not the other way around. A data analyst focuses purely on the numbers. They collect, clean, and analyze data using tools like SQL, Python, or R. Their goal is to uncover trends, patterns, and insights, but their job usually ends there. They're not expected to define business problems or decide what actions the company should take next. On the other hand, a business analyst looks at the bigger picture. Their role starts even before any data is analyzed. They figure out what the actual business problem is by talking to stakeholders, understanding goals, and mapping out current processes. Then they might use the insights from a data analyst, but they go further by connecting the dots and proposing strategic solutions. So while a data analyst might tell you customer engagement has dropped by 20%, a business analyst asks why is this happening and what changes can we make to fix it. Both roles use tools like Excel, dashboards, and data visualization, but their responsibilities are different. Data analysts inform, business analysts act. In real life, they often work side by side, but it's the business analyst who owns the problem and delivers the plan. So, if I were to put it simply, data analysts analyze, business analysts strategize. That's the difference. So, I hope the difference between a data analyst and a business analyst was clear. Now, to make your learning journey easier and more structured, I've put together a detailed roadmap that will guide you step by step as you begin your path towards becoming a skilled business analyst. When most people hear business analyst, they either confuse it with someone who analyzes stock charts or think it's just a fancy name for a data entry role. But let me tell you, that couldn't be further from the truth. A business analyst is like the bridge between the business world and the tech world. You work with teams across departments marketing, finance, tech, sales and make sense of business problems using tools, logic, and data. You define what needs to be built, how it should function, and whether it's even worth building in the first place. You are not coding, but your work decides what the coders will build. You are not designing the campaign, but your research tells the marketing team where to spend money. In this No BS Business Analyst Roadmap for 2025, I'll walk you through everything you need to know to become a business analyst. As you can see on the screen, we will first start with the foundations of business analysis, then move on to learning about business analysis planning and monitoring. Next, we'll explore requirement elicitation skills and then understand how to analyze and document requirements. After that, we will cover topics like assessing and validating the solution, data analysis, Excel, SQL, and then visualization tools like Tableau or Power BI. Finally, we will understand the importance of good communication and interaction with the stakeholders. So, let's get started with the very first step. Step 1, start with the foundations of business analysis. Before diving into tools or techniques, it's important to understand what a business analyst actually does. At its core, a business analyst acts as a bridge between business stakeholders and the technical team. They ensure that the solutions developed truly align with the goals of the business. This means translating business needs into clear, actionable requirements that developers and product managers actually work with. To build this foundation, begin by exploring how businesses function. Every organization, whether it's in finance, healthcare, retail, or IT, has its own unique structure and objectives. Understanding how departments like sales, marketing, operations, and finance interconnect is essential because business analysis doesn't happen in isolation. You'll then move on to learning the BACCM framework, which stands for the Business Analysis Core Concept Model. This model introduces 6 powerful concepts: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Together, these form the basis for understanding how a business problem turns into a real world solution. Along the way, you'll also need to get familiar with project methodologies like waterfall and agile. Waterfall follows a sequential flow. Each step must be completed before moving on to the next. Agile, on the other hand, is more flexible and encourages iterative work and continuous feedback. Knowing how each model works will help you adjust to different work environments later in your career. Step 2, learn business analysis planning and monitoring. Once you're clear about what a business analyst does, the next step is understanding how to plan and monitor your work effectively. This part of your journey will teach you how to identify a business need and define it in a way that aligns with the company's long-term strategic goals. Sometimes the business problem may not be presented to you directly. You may have to observe patterns, ask the right questions, and discover the problem on your own. You'll also learn how to identify stakeholders, people who are affected by or have influence over the project. Engaging stakeholders the right way is key. You need to understand their interests, concerns, and level of involvement, and also ensure they're informed and on board at every step. To support this process, you'll explore planning tools such as RACI matrices, risk management techniques, and agile boards like Kanban or Scrum. Here you can also start using Jira, which is a popular tool for managing agile projects. Jira allows you to create user stories, manage sprints, track tasks, and visualize project progress in real time. Step 3, develop strong requirements elicitation skills. Eliciting requirements is where you need to ask insightful questions, gather clues, and piece together information from various stakeholders to uncover what the business truly needs. You'll learn different elicitation techniques such as one-on-one interviews, collaborative workshops, and structured surveys or questionnaires. These methods are tailored to different contexts. Some work better for in-depth conversations, while others are more effective for gathering quick feedback from a larger group. You'll also use observation techniques to understand existing workflows and document analysis to review current systems. Just collecting information is not enough. You must analyze stakeholder behavior, define the scope of the problem, and make sure each requirement is validated and confirmed. This helps avoiding misunderstandings and ensures everyone is on the same page. Step 4. Understand how to analyze and document requirements. Now that you've gathered the requirements, it's time to make sense of them. Analyzing requirements means breaking them down to identify what the business really wants, what the system needs to deliver, and how success will be measured. You'll explore different categories of requirements: business requirements that define high level goals, stakeholder requirements that reflect individual or group needs, solution requirements which specify the functionality and performance the product must have. Then we have transition requirements that ensure a smooth switch from the old system to the new one. To document and communicate these requirements, you'll work with tools like use case diagrams that show how users interact with the system, user stories that capture needs in a simple narrative format, and the requirement traceability matrix or RTM, which maps every requirement back to its business objective. This ensures nothing is missed and everyone, from developers to stakeholders, is on the same page. At this point, it's also helpful to refer to BABOK, or the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge by IIBA. BABOK acts as the industry standard for how requirements should be analyzed, categorized, and documented. Following BABOK ensures your work is globally aligned and technically accurate. You'll also be introduced to Unified Modeling Language, or UML, which helps you create visual models like activity diagrams, class diagrams, and sequence diagrams. UML adds clarity to system workflows and makes it easier for technical teams to understand business logic. Once you've gained confidence in requirement elicitation and documentation, you can begin preparing for the CBAP, or Certified Business Analyst Professional exam. This is a globally recognized certification offered by IIBA and considered the gold standard in the business analysis world. Holding a CBAP sets you apart, especially in mid to senior roles. At the end of this roadmap, I'll also tell you about a course where you can start preparing for your CBAP certification with full support and guidance. Step 5. Learn to assess and validate the solution. Once the solution is developed or proposed, the business analyst plays a key role in assessing whether it's actually feasible, valuable, and aligned with business goals. This step is not just about testing the technical parts, it's about making sure the solution works for the business and its users. You start by looking at the feasibility of the solution. Can the company afford to implement it? Will employees be able to use it easily? Will it integrate with existing systems? These questions help you figure out if the solution is practical in the real world. At this point, you'll also conduct feasibility studies, which involve detailed research and comparison between available options. This helps decision makers understand what's possible, what's risky, and what's worth pursuing. Next, you'll explore solution evaluation techniques, methods used to judge whether a solution is effective. This includes gap analysis. This helps identify what features or capabilities are missing in the current solution compared to the ideal one. Then we have SWOT analysis. This is used to evaluate the solution's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then we have cost-benefit analysis. This is for checking if the benefits of the solution are worth the time, effort, and cost of implementation. After this, the focus shifts to validating the solution. You'll work closely with the quality assurance team to ensure the product behaves as expected. You'll also perform solution validation and verification, which is all about confirming whether the solution solves the actual business problem and meets the specified requirements. One key part of validation is user acceptance testing, or UAT. This is where real users test the system in real scenarios to confirm it works smoothly. The feedback collected during UAT will help you and the development team to make any last-minute adjustments or improvements. Step 6. Build a foundation in data analysis. In today's data-driven world, having basic data skills is a huge plus for any business analyst. Your goal here is to understand the types of data you'll encounter: structured data like spreadsheets and databases, and unstructured data like emails or social media posts. You'll learn how to clean and pre-process raw data, perform exploratory data analysis, and identify trends and patterns that support business decision-making. This is also a great point to explore IIBA certification in Business Data Analytics, or CBDA. If you're interested in specializing in data, CBDA helps you understand how to apply business analysis skills in a data-heavy environment, perfect for roles in analytics, product, or data strategy. Step 7. Strengthen your Excel skills for business analysis. Even though there are many advanced tools available, Excel remains a go-to tool for business analysts because of its flexibility and simplicity. You need to learn how to clean and organize raw data, use formulas like VLOOKUP and index match to find insights quickly, and build pivot tables to summarize large datasets. Excel also lets you create clear and visual dashboards, which makes your analysis easy to understand for non-technical stakeholders. Step 8. Learn SQL for data analysis. SQL or structured query language is a core skill that allows you to interact directly with databases. Whether you want to fetch customer data or generate custom reports, SQL gives you the power to do so efficiently. Start with the basics like select, where, group by, and then move on to more advanced concepts such as joins, subqueries, and aggregations like sum, count, average. Step 9. Learn data visualization with Power BI or Tableau. Once you've gathered and analyzed your data, the next step is to visualize it in a way that makes sense to others. Power BI is a powerful tool that helps you turn raw data into compelling dashboards and reports. You'll learn how to import data from different sources, clean and transform data using Power Query, and create interactive visuals such as bar charts, pie charts, maps, and slices. These visuals help you tell a clear, data-driven story that's easy for stakeholders to understand and act upon. Moving on to our last step, master communication and stakeholder interaction. At the heart of every successful project is strong communication. As a business analyst, you'll often find yourself acting as a translator, turning technical jargon into business language and vice versa. To begin with, you'll learn to identify stakeholders, anyone who is directly or indirectly affected by the project. Next, you'll use stakeholder analysis techniques like the power interest grid, where you categorize each stakeholder based on how much power they have over the project and how interested they are in its outcomes. This helps you decide how frequently to engage with them and at what level of detail. Once your stakeholders are identified and analyzed, you'll maintain a stakeholder register, a simple document that tracks their roles, contact details, interests, and communication preferences. This register ensures no one important gets overlooked during the project. Another important tool is the stakeholder communication plan. This outlines how you'll keep different stakeholders informed, how often they'll receive updates, in what format, and through which channels like email, meetings, reports, dashboards, etc. But it's not just about sending updates, it's about managing stakeholder expectations. You need to align what they want with what is actually possible. Sometimes that involves tough conversations. That's why you also learn conflict resolution techniques, how to stay calm, listen actively, and guide everyone toward a solution that works. Strong communication also means building relationships with stakeholders. By showing empathy, being honest, and staying transparent, you build long-term trust. And this trust can help resolve disagreements, prevent misunderstandings, and keep the project moving smoothly. Now, if you're feeling confused about where to start your business analyst journey or tired of hopping between random tutorials and courses, don't worry, I've already found the perfect program for you. iHub IIT Roorkee is offering a 6-month executive postgraduate certification in business analyst, a course that brings everything you need in one place. And when we say IIT Roorkee, we're talking about one of India's most prestigious institutes known for its academic excellence, research, and industry-aligned programs. This course is designed to help you become a skilled business analyst with practical knowledge and tools that are actually used in the real world. Here's what makes this program stand out. You'll be learning directly from IIT Roorkee's faculty and top industry experts. You'll get hands-on training on tools and techniques like UML, BABOK, planning stakeholder engagement, and even machine learning for business. And the course includes modules on cutting-edge generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Dolly 2, and Gemini, showing you exactly how to use them to solve real business problems. You won't just be learning theory, you'll gain practical experience through real-world case studies from leading global business publications, giving you the confidence to tackle real industry challenges. You'll also earn 35 IIBA PDs or CDUs from the CBAP training, which is a big boost if you're aiming for international business analysis certifications. And yes, you'll get one-on-one mentorship, 24/7 support, career guidance, resume building, and mock interviews, everything you need to move confidently toward your dream job. Upon completion, you'll receive an official business analyst certification from iHub IT Roorkee and gain exclusive alumni status that opens the door to valuable networking opportunities. I've dropped the link in the description. Go check it out and start your business analyst journey with one of the most trusted names in the country. Alright, so till now we have covered the skills required for a business analyst, and we also saw a clear roadmap on how to become a business analyst step by step. Okay, so now moving on to the next module, that is the requirement gathering and analysis stage. So in order to understand that, let me first give you guys a quick recap. Okay, so all right. So over here, you are a business analyst and the organization or the corporation you work for wants to launch an app. So let's say it's a customer support app. Now, in order to launch this app, in order to develop this app, the developers are facing some of the questions like what and how. Now, let's quickly see what are these questions exactly. So the developers want to know what features your app should have, what problems it needs to solve, how do you research the market, and how to begin developing the application. Now, these are some of the questions that you as a business analyst will be helping them solve. Now, how exactly you will be doing them? So this is one of the most important step of problem solving in any organization, which is requirement gathering and analysis. The documentation and validation come later on. So these are basically the four steps or the four stages that help you reach to a conclusion and help these developers answer questions like this. Okay. So whatever insights or whatever gatherings that you are going to get, you are going to document them. So I'm going to make things a little easier for you. First, I'm going to help you understand this with the help of an analogy, that is cooking a meal. Okay. So moving on to the first stage, that is requirement gathering. Okay. So whenever you're cooking a meal, you won't just go ahead and cook whatever you like, right? You're going to go and ask everybody who is going to eat that meal what they want to eat and how they want their meal to be. So say if you're living in a family and your mom says that I want to have something light. Okay. So maybe she's on a diet and she wants to have just salads or greens. Okay. Then you have your dad saying he wants something spicy. Okay. Then you have your grandmother saying that she wants to eat something that contains a lot of veggies. Again, she's health conscious. And then you have your younger brother who's saying he wants to have anything other than veggies. Okay. So again, these are a lot of contradicting statements that the family members are giving, and it can be annoying at times. But again, this is how it happens. So anyway, so you're supposed to fulfill their demands somehow. Now, the first stage is requirement gathering. Basically, you gather whatever the different people or the different parties involved in a particular project want. Okay. So over here, your stakeholders or your people of interest are your family members. Okay. Your mom, dad, grandparents, your brother, sister, whoever is eating a meal in your family. Okay, so just like you wouldn't start cooking a meal without asking everybody what they want, similarly, in a project, you don't just start building something without asking everybody involved what exactly they are expecting. Okay, so when you are going for a requirement gathering, the first step is to identify your stakeholders. Okay, so stakeholders are basically anybody who is involved and will be affected by the project. Okay, then you need to ask the right questions. Okay, so over here, when we were cooking the meal, we asked what they want to eat and how they want their meal to be. Okay, so say if somebody says, I want a paneer sandwich, they could either say they want it to be spicy, somebody would say they want it to be crunchy. Again, there are different needs, right? So you need to ask the right questions so that they can exactly tell you what exactly they want in that application. So you need to have open-ended questions to get detailed insights, okay, just like we discussed. Now, when you are in a family of 5, 6, it's very easy to just go and ask everybody what you want and how you want it to be. But when you are in an organization, there are going to be more than 5 people or 6 people. They're going to be like 20, or if it's a bigger organization, it could even be more than 20 people, right? So how do you do a proper requirement gathering? So this is where techniques like interviews, workshops, surveys or questionnaires or observation or document analysis comes into the picture. Okay, so what are interviews? So you basically go ahead and conduct one-on-one sessions with the stakeholders. Okay, so once you identify the stakeholders, you say, okay, these are the people that are really involved and will be affected by the project, and these are also the people that can be approachable. Okay, so if there are some higher authorities, obviously you cannot go and conduct one-on-one sessions with them. But if there are people who are approachable, you can go ahead and conduct one-on-one sessions with them and ask direct questions. You can also conduct group discussions with various teams. So if there will obviously be different teams involved, like the development team, the operations team, the sales team. Okay, it could be n number of teams involved. So you go ahead and conduct group discussions with all the teams. You could also forward surveys or questionnaires, Google Forms. It could be any sort of form for a wider feedback. You could do an observation, like watching the users interact with the current system. Okay, so if you already have an application or you already have some sort of system incorporated, you can watch how the users are interacting with it. Okay, so earlier we had taken the example of users adding the items to the cart but not going ahead with the purchase. So this is where you can have an observation implemented in the system, where you observe where exactly things are going wrong in your current system. Okay, then you have document analysis, which is basically reviewing the existing reports, manuals, or systems. Again, it is similar to observation, but over here you have it written down. Okay. Okay, so moving on to the second step, which is requirement analysis. So let's understand what this basically means. Now, in the example we just discussed, we had some of these gatherings. Okay, so these are our requirement gatherings. Now, the issue over here is there's a problem with our gathering. So this is where you are analyzing your gatherings and you found a problem. So in this stage, this is where you analyze whatever gatherings you have at hand. Okay, so you realize that your dad wants spicy and your grandma wants mild, basically the veggies that she suggested. Your brother doesn't want veggies, but your mom insists on something light, something healthy. Okay, so what do you do in such a case? Because you know that mild and spicy don't go together. You cannot have something healthy without veggies. Somebody wants veggies, somebody doesn't want veggies. So what exactly do you do in such a situation? So in this particular stage, you also come up with a solution. Basically, you take some time with your gatherings, your insights, and you try to come up with a solution. Okay. So this is where you come up with a solution, like maybe we can go for a spicy paneer wrap. Okay, so this can be fulfilled for both the brother and the dad, because dad wanted something spicy and your brother did not want some veggies in it. So we can do a no veggie paneer wrap for your brother, and for the dad we can add veggies also. And then for the mom and the grandma, we can go for a mild veggie soup. Okay, so over here there's something light for your mom and veggies for your grandma. Okay, so just like that, in an organization as well, you understand the business requirements, the stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, and the transition requirements. Now, what are these exactly? So first you understand the business requirements, that is, these are the high level goals of the organization. That means these are given the highest priority. Okay. So basically, whenever you have contradictory requirements or statements, this is how you can decide which statement or which requirement is to be given higher priority. So the business requirement, that is the major goal of the organization, has to be given the utmost or the highest priority. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example after we understand what stakeholder requirements are. So stakeholder requirements are basically the needs of specific users or departments. Okay, so business requirements are basically the goal of the entire organization or business as a whole, whereas stakeholder requirements are basically the individuals involved. Okay, so it could be like a VP. Stakeholder requirement could be a requirement by a VP, or maybe the sales department or the marketing department as a whole. Okay, so basically they come one step lower than the business requirement. Now, why they want to remove a video from the homepage of their website? Mainly to increase the speed and the SEO. Now, if the speed and the SEO of a website increases, automatically more click-through rate and more conversions, right? So basically, this is the major goal of a business. Now over here, the marketing team now at the same time, the marketing team does not want to remove this particular video from the homepage. Why? Mainly because of branding. Okay. So the marketing team insists that if we keep the video on the homepage, we are going to have better branding and better marketing. So this is basically how two requirements can clash. Now, what you as a business analyst needs to consider or give more priority is to the business. Okay, you will always give more priority to the business requirement. Their goal is clearly more important to the organization as a whole, right? Now, you as a business analyst will have to give more priority or give more importance to the requirement of the business. Okay, since their goal is also very important to the organization. So this was a very simple example of a clash between two requirements and how you're supposed to prioritize or give more importance to one. Okay. Then you have solution requirements. So these are basically the functional features and non-functional, like performance, security, etc. Okay. All those needs you need to take care of. Then you have transition requirements. So whatever current system you have integrated in your business, what all changes you will have to make in order to integrate the new one. Okay, so in order to move from A to B, okay, so A is your current system, and when you move to B, which is your new system, what all changes you will have to make, that is how much distance you will have to travel, what are the costs going to be in order to move from A to B. You need to consider all those requirements, all those factors into consideration, and then you need to come up with a solution. So this particular clash that we talked about and how we resolve it, that is how we give priority to one particular requirement, is also known as conflict resolution. Okay. Okay, now in order to perform requirement analysis, there are some tools that you can use. Okay, so there are use case diagrams which help you visualize how the users interact with the system. There are process flow diagrams which help you understand the existing system and the process to move to the new system. Then you have user stories, which are like the short narratives, like as a user, I want to. So basically, these are again similar to use case diagrams. Okay, then you have requirement traceability matrix. So this is the important one for scenarios like we discussed just now. Okay, so this is where you map each requirement back to the original business objective. Okay, so we'll understand all of these in detail. So first, let's go to the use case diagrams. Okay, so this is what a use case diagram looks like. Okay, so you have two figures over here. This is a visitor, basically your customer. So this is your customer, and this over here is your admin, basically the person who is handling the backend of your application. Okay, now over here in these ovals, what you can see are your use cases, hence the name use case diagram. Okay, so these ovals represent your use cases. Now, what all can a customer or a user do on a web page or an online store? Okay, so the user can place an order, he can cancel an order, and he can manage his order. That is, he can maybe change the delivery date. If he's not available, he can postpone the delivery, or he can change the delivery address for a particular duration of the order placement. Right? So these are the only things that a user can do. Whereas an admin, he cannot place an order, but he can cancel an order. So in case the product is unavailable or logistics are not available, he can cancel the order. He can also manage the order, that is, he can tell the user that your order is going to be delayed or it is going to arrive early, and things like that. He can also change the order status. So say if your order was on shipped previously and now it is on out for delivery, so your admin is going to change that. And the admin can also update the products on a website. Okay. So these are the use cases. Now let us understand all the components involved in a use case diagram. So let me just write. So first let's understand that this is a part of UML, which is nothing but Unified Modeling Language. Okay, so and we represent the different functionality or the functional requirements of a system for a user and the backend team. Okay, so what the system should do basically and who all it can interact with. So the first component that we have is actors. Okay, so our actors are basically the figures that we have in the diagram over here. Okay, so these are our actors. So basically the stick figures. So they can represent the users or the external systems that interact with the system. So always remember that you're going to have your user or your customer on the left hand side of your use cases and the admin on the right hand side. It can never be interchanged or done any other way. Okay, it's always going to be left the users and right the admins. Then you have your oval shapes. These represent a use case. Okay, so basically these are the main functions the system provides. So each oval is going to tell you what the user can do within the system or what an admin can do. So we already discussed place order, cancel order, manage order, and things like that, right? Then the next thing that you have is your system. So basically your application over here, it was an online store or an e-commerce website. So this particular rectangle represents your system. Okay, let me just write it down over here. Then you have your system, which is your rectangle. And it is always going to be a vertical one, depending on your use cases again. So if you have a lesser number of use cases, you can have a horizontal one like that, but usually this one is preferred. Okay. Then we have our relationships. So I have already written down the relationships. I will just tell you how they are associated with the different types of lines. So there is a simple association between an actor and a use case. So over here, as we saw, these lines are representing the relationships. So a simple association could be just a line or a line with an arrow. Okay. Then we have something known as extended use case, where we are going to have a dotted line, okay, with an arrow, and we are going to have extends written in brackets like this. Okay, so the extended use case basically adds an optional behavior to the base use case only under certain conditions. Okay, so we need not go into detail right now, but I want you guys to just understand the basic components of a use case. So for example, we could have another use case in this system itself. I'm just going to extend the system to show you guys. Okay, so we have another repeat. So we have another use case called apply offer. Okay, and place order is going to extend to this particular use case. Okay, I'm finding it very difficult to write, but I hope you guys understood what I'm trying to tell you guys. That in some cases, maybe you can apply some offer on your order before you click that place order button, right? So this is not going to be every time, but it is going to be under some particular conditions. Okay, so maybe if your cart value reaches that particular limit where you can apply the offer, then you are going to be able to use this particular use case. Okay, so this is what extend relationship basically means. Okay, and then you have include. which is written similarly. Okay. So include is basically the behavior of the included use case, which is always executed as part of the base use case. Okay, so without exceptions, whenever we want something to happen by default, we use this particular relationship. Okay, so say for example, whenever we place an order, we should get an option of validating the payment. Validate payment. Okay, and this is going to be an included case. So I hope the different relationships are clear. The different components are clear in a use case. Okay, so in order to make things more clear for you, I'm going to go ahead and quickly show you guys another use case diagram for an e-commerce website. Okay, I'm going to do some part of it and I want you guys to take some time, pause this video and complete the rest of the use cases, maybe even add more actors as part of the system. Okay, so this is your system and this is going to be an e-commerce site. Okay, so over here you have your user. Okay, and in the back end, I'm going to have a service representative. And I'm going to have a manager. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to make the user do is I am going to make him create a profile. Okay. And the next use case that I'm going to have is I am going to let him view the menu or view products. Okay. Then I'm going to let him place an order. And I'm also going to let him change order. Okay, so I think this is all for a user. For a basic e-commerce site, you can create your profile. Okay, you can also edit your profile. Okay, so maybe you can create another use case over here which says edit profile. So if you are getting me, basically all you have to do is think from the very beginning from a user perspective, see what all functionalities a user can access in a website or an application, and then go ahead and create a use case diagram. Okay, and similarly you can also think from perspective of backend people like service representative, a manager. So say a manager can update prices. Okay, change the prices of the products, update prices. Okay, I'm going to give this functionality to a manager. A service representative is not going to have this functionality. Maybe a service representative can track the order placement, the products that are displayed on the website. He can also track the change of order, but he won't have access to the functionality of updating prices. That will be only managed by the manager. Okay, so similarly, whatever different functionalities or use cases you are looking forward in a website, this is how you can go about creating a use case diagram. Okay, I hope this was simple and easy to understand. Now let us go ahead to the next tool, that is process flow diagram. Okay, so as we already discussed, a process flow diagram will help you understand the existing and the proposed process. Okay, so the new process that you want to get integrated into the system. So basically when you do all these things with the help of the tools that we're talking about, basically you get a more better idea of what is happening and what is going to happen, right? You can also look at the pros and cons while you are completing these processes, right? So over here you can see this is a process flow diagram. So this diagram is divided into 3 stages. Basically, it's telling the 3 stages of a process. So over here, your stage 1 is going to be your starting or your entry point. It goes through process 1, process 2, process 3, and then you move on to the second stage. You go on to process 1 again. Maybe this is a sub process of process 1. Then you enter the reprocess stage. And over here, as you can see, there are 2 particular arrows over here. So what this basically means is there can be an option of loop. So when you enter the stage 3, you have your first step as alternative 1. You can go back to process 1 and go to alternative 2, or you have the option of going to alternative 2 itself. Okay, and then you can see over here, this is your end process. So basically, it's going to start with alternative 1, proceed to alternative 2, and end that process. Basically, this is how a process flow looks like. Okay, you can go ahead and give names to your processes, define your stages to make the diagram even more clear. Then we have user stories. So user stories, as we already discussed, are like the narratives of user perspectives. Okay, so over here you could give a title. So say I want the title to be login functionality. Okay, then I can indicate the priority, whether it is high, medium, or low. Okay, so this is where I indicate how high priority the work is. Then I also give an estimate, that is basically the time required. The time required to complete the user story. Okay, so how long it took me to complete this particular user story. So I could say it took me 1 day. Okay, so over here you have your description of user. So you can say, so what kind of user you are. So you can say as a customer. So as a customer, the customer wanted functionality, say reset password. Okay, so that what is the benefit of the customer? So that the customer can maybe access account if password forgotten. So this is how you can describe a user story. And then you have your acceptance criteria. So this is going to define the conditions under which the story is considered complete. Okay, so you can give the given, when, and then. So you can say given I am on login page. When I click on forgot password, then what is the outcome of taking that action? The action is forgot password. Then I should be able to reset password through email. Okay, so basically I'm going to receive a link of reset password on my email. Okay, so this is what a user story looks like. So as a user, you are trying to give feedback on the application that is currently in the system or maybe still in the development phase. And as a customer, you are giving feedback on that particular application. Okay, so maybe this forgot password functionality is currently missing. And through the feedback of a customer, that particular functionality can be integrated. Okay. Then you have your requirement traceability matrix. Okay, the project name over here is Online Flight Booking Application. The name of this document is termed as BRD, that is Business Requirement Document. Then you have your functional requirement document, and then you have your test case document. Okay, so this requirement traceability matrix basically consists of these 3 particular functions. Then you have your business requirement ID, which is BR1 and BR2. Then you have your business use case. So the first one is reservation module and the second one is payment module. Then you have your functional requirement ID, and then you have your functional use case. Okay. So one-way ticket booking, round-way ticket, and multi-city ticket booking. Okay, so one-way ticket booking, which are mostly prioritized, that is, most of the people go for one-way ticket booking. That is why it is given on high priority. And multi-city ticket booking is also given on high priority. Then you have your test case IDs. So whether these functionalities are working correctly or not. Okay, so how many times these were tested, and the results, I think, are not included over here. Okay, so similarly, it's done for the payment module as well, as you can see. So this is the basic format of a requirement traceability matrix. So as you can see in this requirement traceability matrix, you can clearly see all the business requirements mapped to their functionalities, and those functionalities are correctly mapped to the test cases. Okay, so this is basically the function of a requirement traceability matrix. So till now you have done requirement gathering. Then you did requirement analysis. And this is where you broke down what everybody wanted. You also resolved conflicts. And then you went ahead and created a balanced plan. Okay. So these are all the things that you achieved in a requirement analysis process. Okay. So moving on to the next stage, which is requirement documentation. Okay. So you already made a decision that you want to cook a paneer wrap and a my veggie soup. Okay. Now, how do you remember the different demands at each step of the process? Right now, you just have two demands, but that is not how it works in a corporate. Right? You are going to have multiple demands from multiple people. So that is when you need to write all those demands down or basically document them. Okay, so this is where our third step comes in the picture, that is requirement documentation. Okay, so basically this vector is also telling us the same. So basically we are going to go through multiple steps throughout the process, and at each step we need to remember what exactly a requirement was, and also remember that at each step there could be a change in the requirement. Okay, so you need to be flexible enough to make room for changes, and with that flexibility you also need to make sure that you are proceeding with the correct requirements. So this is why it's important to document them. Now, in this case, you would just maybe grab a piece of paper and write down whatever grocery you need, the recipe steps. Then, what else could you note down? Maybe you could also note down till when, or basically the time of completing the meal. Okay, and you could also note down what exactly needs to be cooked. Okay, so we will note down paneer wrap and soup. Okay, and whatever description that you need to remember. Okay, so paneer wrap, one needs to be spicy, then second one needs to be without veggies. Okay, then maybe the soup, one needs to be again containing a lot of veggies and so on. Okay, so basically you write all that down on a piece of paper. Now over here it's just two dishes and one piece of paper is enough. Now let's come back to our corporate world. So as a business analyst, in order to document your findings, you will be using these particular terminologies. Okay. So the first one is business requirement document. Then we have functional requirement document. Then we have software requirement specification, SRS. This is only for software related functionalities. So whenever you're dealing with a software application or any kind of software related work project, you will be using an SRS. Then you have user stories, use cases, which we already discussed, process flow diagrams, and requirement traceability matrix. Okay, so let us quickly look at BRD, FRD, and SRS. Okay, so the first one is business requirements document. So as the name suggests, this particular document is going to outline the high level business requirements, that is the needs, goals, and objectives from the business point of view, and these requirements are going to be given by the clients or the stakeholders themselves. Okay, then we have the functional requirement document. Again, as the name suggests, this particular document is going to highlight all the functions or features of the system or the project that are required in order to fulfill the business goals. Okay, so according to these needs, goals, and objectives, we are going to define a parameter of functions and features that are to be integrated in the particular system. Then we have the software requirement specification document, or the SRS. So this particular document basically acts as a blueprint, and it basically includes all the functional as well as non-functional requirements that are to be integrated in the system. Okay, and this document is basically used by the developers. Okay, so these are the different documents that we have, and this is what they look like. Okay, so we have this business requirement document or the template by San Francisco State University. So over here on the top, you have your project name, the sponsor, service owner, project manager, and the document date. Okay, then you have your proposed business state. So over here, you provide a high level description of the business state. Okay, and then you have your business requirements, that is, you need to basically list all the requirements that the business has issued. Okay, so BRD. And then you have your functional and non-functional requirements. In the functional requirements document, you write all the functional requirements, like the application should be able to transfer money from one account to another. Okay, then in non-functional requirements, you can have an example like the website should load completely within 30 seconds. Okay, so this is an example of a non-functional requirement. Then you also have something known as a user requirement. So this is when you basically give out your application to the users, that is certain users, and they give you feedback. So for example, if the user needs to be able to log in online to use the application, so that option should be available. Okay. So that was your BRD and FRD. Then you have your SRS document. So your SRS, as we already discussed, is a very detailed document and acts as a complete blueprint for the developers. Okay, so whenever the developers begin developing that application, this is the document they refer to. So these are what the table of contents for a SRS document looks like. Okay, so you have your purpose, document convention. Okay, so overall description, that is, you define the product completely, how it is supposed to look, what are the user classes, the characteristics, what are the features, what is the operating environment, and everything. Okay, then you have your system features, that is the functional requirements. Then you have your internal requirements, your user interface, hardware interfaces, and so on. And lastly, we have the non-functional requirements. Okay, so this is what a detailed SRS document looks like. These three we have already covered, so I'm not going to repeat. You can just go back and revise these particular documents. And I have also put down the screenshots for the same, so you can go back and look at their formats. Okay. So now moving on to the requirement validation stage. So as we had discussed in the analysis stage, we decided two dishes. Okay, let me take you guys back there. So these were the two dishes that we agreed upon. That was only with ourselves, right? That is what we analyzed, and this was the solution to our analysis. Then we found the problem that there was a lot of mix and match and there was a lot of conflict of opinion. This was the solution we came up with. Now, in the validation stage, we need to make sure that whatever solution we came up with is something that the stakeholders also want. So in our case, it was mom and grandma. So we go and ask them if they're comfortable with soup, or soup sounds like a good option to them. And it is up to them. If they say yes, that is a completely good option, you will go ahead with your document that you have prepared. But if they decide that no, that is not something that they will want to go ahead with, you will have to go back to your step one, that is the requirement gathering stage. And then you need to reconsider that step and then come up with a better solution. Okay, so in our case, that is not the scenario. Over here, the mom has agreed that yes, I would like that. So this is why it is absolutely essential to double check with the parties involved, the stakeholders involved. Okay. So now in corporate world, before moving forward with the documentation you have prepared, you get all the stakeholders together and you review the documents, clarify the doubts, fix any gaps or conflicts, and get formal approval. Okay, so this is often through a sign off. So you basically ask the stakeholders, is this what you were expecting? Did you miss anything or did we miss anything? Are the features aligned with the goals? So as we already discussed, you can get the documents reviewed by the stakeholders. Okay, so that is basically whatever documents you have prepared in the previous stage, you will hand them over to the stakeholders. And once they review the documents, they will give you the verdict. You can clarify doubts. So in case you have any doubts while preparing the documents, you can also conduct a meeting with your stakeholders at that time. If there are any existing gaps or conflicts, you can also ask stakeholders to help you with those conflicts and then get them resolved. And then you can lastly get a formal approval. Okay, so basically you ask them to sign. So in order to achieve all this, you can either conduct a walkthrough, a peer review, or a prototyping. So a walkthrough is basically where you have the stakeholders go through the document with you, okay, line by line. A peer review is before you go to the stakeholder, you ask your peers, okay? So your peers could be maybe another analyst, or it could be a SME, okay? So you could first have your peers review your documents and then go to the stakeholders. And then lastly, we have prototyping. So prototyping is basically instead of handing over a document that is just written lines and written ideas, you create a demo or create a mock or a wireframe to give a more visual idea to the stakeholders that this is what I'm trying to implement. Okay, so that is what a prototype means. Okay, so this was all about requirement validation step. And with this, we conclude the 4 stages of our requirement gathering and analysis step. And if you guys have any sort of doubt or query, feel free to write it down in the comment section. I will get back to you as soon as possible. So now that we have understood how to analyze and document and validate the requirements after gathering them, it's time we move on to Excel and analyze the data that we have collected. So in order to do that, I am going to be using my Google spreadsheets. You can use your Excel on your desktop, but make sure it's of the latest version because some of the features in the older version may not function properly. So in order to import my dataset, I'm going to click on File, Import, and let me just select my dataset. So alright, so as you can see, this is our data set over here. Let me just expand all the columns. Okay. So by default, all the columns are going to be collapsed. So in order to see the complete title, you will always have to do it manually by double clicking on each of the columns. So this is my data set.
Okay, so this is a very basic or standard way of representing data in Excel. Now I want to make a few changes so that it is easier for me to visualize my data at the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to freeze the header over here. So I'm going to go and click on freeze up to row 1. So now whenever I am scrolling down through my data set, I can see that this particular column is my invoice ID, this particular column is my branch, and so on. Okay, so basically I do not have to go back, scroll up, look at what that column is representing, and this is going to save me a lot of time, right? Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to have an option of filtering my data through my columns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on data and I'm going to say create a filter. So now as you can see over here, I have this particular icon for all my columns where I have the option of filtering my column values by condition, by values, and I can also see the different values that are stored in my particular column. Okay, so this is going to be helpful if I want to check for any blank or missing values. I can just search for BLA and I'm going to be shown if there are any sort of blank values in my particular column. Okay. Now, another thing that I can do to make my data look more representative and more attractive, I can simply say format my data and convert it to a table. Okay, so now this looks a little more nicer to look at, you can say. Okay. So now we can go ahead and manually check for missing values over here one by one. So as you can see, I just have three different values in this particular column branch. So A, B, and C. There are only 3 branches for this particular superstore data that I have imported over here. I'm going to tell you more about this data set as we go ahead. But the major thing that you need to know about this data set is that it's of a superstore, supermarket sales data. Okay, so there are invoice IDs, branch, city, customer type, the gender of the customer, the product line, that is what exactly the product belongs to. So if it is something like a shampoo bottle, it's going to belong to health and beauty product line, and so on. Then we have electronics, home and lifestyle. So it could be a bed sheet or a pillowcase, anything like that. Then it could be a cricket bat from sports and travel, and so on. Okay. Then we have the unit price, that is how much that one particular product costs. And then we have the quantity column, which is telling us how many products the customer bought. Then we have tax 5%. So we're directly calculating 5% on the amount of the bill. And then we have the total. So after the tax being added, we have the total. Then we have this date column. Okay. So 5/1/2019. So mostly I'm assuming that it is month, day, and so it is month, day, and year. Okay. Then we have a time column. Then we have payment, something known as COGS. I'm not really sure what it is. Then we have gross margin percentage, gross income, and finally the rating. So this is something like a customer feedback. Okay. So we can either go ahead and manually check for all the columns if they have any blanks. Now, if you guys are wondering how exactly the blanks are going to appear, let me just show you guys. So I'm going to insert one empty row over here throughout my data set. Now if I click on the filter icon for my city column, as you can see over here, I have an option of blanks. So basically this option is telling me that this particular column contains a blank value, okay, or a missing value. So this is how your missing values are going to be triggered in Excel whenever you click on the filter button. So I'm going to delete this row because it's of no use to me. So instead of doing it manually, what I can do is I can click on format and I can select conditional formatting. And over here, as you can see, my range is A6 to Z6. No, I want it to be my entire table. So it is going to be A1 to Q789. Okay. So I'm going to click on OK. So basically I'm going to apply this conditional formatting on my entire table. And you just saw how I selected the range. And I'm going to format my cells if they are empty. So if my cells are empty, I'm going to fill them with the red color. Okay, so when I just scroll through my table, that particular row or that particular cell just gets highlighted very nicely. And I'm going to click on done. So I have applied a condition on my entire table that whenever I have a blank cell, it needs to be highlighted with the color red. Okay, so if I go through my entire table, okay, let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so as you can see, there's no cell that is being highlighted by red. So just to make sure that our condition is working correctly, let me just add another row again. Okay, so let me just go to my conditional formatting again. And how did our color change to green? I wanted it to be red. Done. Okay. So as you can see over here, this is how a missing cell value is going to look like after our conditional formatting. Okay, as you can see, there's no other red color highlighted anywhere in the table. That means we are good to go. So I'm going to delete it again. Okay. So basically you have two options. You can either check for missing values column by column, or you can do it for the entire table at once. Okay. So this is it. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to check for columns like unit price, quantity, tax 5%, total, date, time, COGS, COGS, gross margin percentage, gross income, and rating, which are supposed to be our numerical columns. We are going to check whether they are actually numerical or not. So a simple way to check if a column is numeric or not, simply all you have to do is write the formula equal to is number, and I'm going to select the column unit price, and I'm going to, okay, let's not select the entire column per se. So if I want to check whether this value is an integer or is just written in a string format, all I'm going to do is I'm going to write a very simple formula over here saying equal to is number, and I'm going to pass this particular cell because this is what I want to check, and I will click enter. Where did my, yeah, there. So it's true. Okay, similarly you can check for more random values in this particular column, and similarly you can do it for quantity, total, and for date. Okay, so let us just see whether all our dates are in the correct format. Okay, I'm not sure if, okay, so say I want to extract, I'm going to delete this. Okay, so say I want to extract the month from this particular date, so I'm going to create another column month. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say equal to text, and then I'm going to pass this particular cell, and then I'm going to specify my format that I want the first 4 letters of my month. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to write another formula equal to, and I'm going to say text because I want my month to be visible in text, and I'm going to select this particular cell, and then I'm going to specify that I want only the month. That's why I'm going to write M 4 times, and then I'm going to click on enter. Okay, so as you can see, Excel has successfully extracted all the months from this particular date column. Okay. So if I want it for the entire column, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say copy, and I am going to select the entire column, and I'm going to say paste. Okay, so as you can see, I have successfully got all the months from this particular date column. So that means that Excel recognizes the format of this date column. As you can see, the months have been successfully extracted from this particular date column. That means Excel can understand what this is being represented as, right? So similarly, we can also extract the days from our date column. So this time I'm going to simply say equal to text, and I'm going to again select this particular cell, and this time I'm going to pass D 4 times because I want the date, and I'm going to click on enter, and there. So now we have the days from all our dates. Okay, so we have the months and the dates. Okay, so then we have our time column, then we have our payment method, that is credit card or e-wallet, that is basically UPI. Okay, then we have our COGS column. Okay, so you understood how to deal with numerical columns like unit price and quantity to check whether or not they're really in integer format or not. So you can use the is number formula for that. And in order to extract the months or the dates from the date column, you can use formulas like this. Okay. Now moving on, let us also go ahead and check for duplicate values. So in order to check for duplicate values, all we have to do is go to the data tab and click on remove duplicates. So I'm going to click on data has a header row because the first row in our data represents all the headers. So over here Excel has understood that column A is invoice ID, column B is branch, and so on. Now I'm going to click on remove duplicates, and as you can see over here, no duplicate rows were found. So there are 788 rows in total and they are all unique. Okay, so I'm simply going to click on OK, and now I'm going to check for any outliers. Okay, so what are outliers? Outliers are basically values that are either extremely low or extremely high. Okay, so how I'm going to check for outliers? In order to check for outliers, I'm simply going to sort all my numerical column values from lower to higher to see the lowest value, that is 10. And then you can see it is gradually increasing to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so it is a continuous value. Now I'm going to go ahead and check for the largest value. So it is around 99, and then there is 95, 93, 85, 86, 83. Okay. So again, these are somewhat continuous values, although there is a little jump, but I cannot say that 99 is an outlier because there are a lot of values that have 99. And again, I have values with 98, 97, and they're basically continuous, right? Similarly for quantity, let me sort it from lower to higher. So the lowest quantity is 1, and there are a lot of people buying just 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. Again, these are continuous values, so there are no outliers over here. Then let's see tax percentage. Then we have around 1%, and the highest is going up to 49. Okay, so that is quite a jump. Let me see the smaller values once again. So there's 0%, 1%, 2, 3, 4, 11, 14, 16, 20. Okay, again, they're pretty much continuous, so there is no outlier as such. Okay, let me see the total column. So the smallest total is around 10. So the highest is going up to 1000. Okay. Similarly, we'll see for gross margin percentage. The smallest value is around 4.7 and the largest value is also 4.7. So again, there's not much difference. The gross margin percentage is basically lying in the same scale or the same area. So we need not really worry about this particular column. Let's look at the gross income. So the smallest income is around 0. And you can see over here there's a sudden jump to 5. Like the previous columns, there are no continuous values. Like after 0, there's no 1, 2, 3 and so on. It's directly going to 5. So there is a possibility that these particular values are outliers. Okay, let me also go and look at the highest value over here. Okay, so the highest value is around 49, that is 50. Okay, so can I say that these particular values are our outliers, and I can simply remove them from our data set so that they do not really hinder any of our calculations and insights later on. Am I right to say that? So these are only around 14 values, and our entire data set consists of around 750 plus rows, right? So it is safe to remove these 14 values because these are extremely small. Okay, so 0 and then straight jump to 5, and then we have the highest value is 50. So we can call them outliers, and I'm going to go ahead and delete them from my table. Okay. So now you can see my smallest gross income is starting from 5. Then we have our rating column. Okay, now I need to make sure that my rating is not in negatives and it is not crossing the number 10. Okay, so let me see what's the smallest rating over here. So it is 4. That is not an issue, completely fine. And then the highest rating over here is 10, which is also completely fine. Okay. Now let me look at the different values in my month column. So I have April, August, December, February, January, March. Okay, so basically all the months. This is also completely accurate and fine. And this column is also fine. Okay. So I can say that my data set is pretty much cleaned up now and it is ready to go for the next steps. So another important thing that I wanted to tell you guys was, this time around when I loaded my data set, my date column was by default recognized by my Excel. But there could be cases where this is not the scenario, right? My date column or my time column could not be by default recognized by Excel. So what do you do in cases like that? So in order to format your column to a particular data type or a particular number, all you have to do is select your column that you want to format, click on format. Now, since this is our date column, I'm going to go in the numbers tab. And from here, I'm going to select this particular option, which is date. Similarly, if our unit price column was, say, suppose in the string format, I would just select this particular column, go to the format option, select number, and maybe convert it into a number, or yeah, I would convert it into a number because there's no float option as such. There's also text where you can make your text bold, italic, underline it, or strike through. Then there's your alignment. Okay, so there's different things that you can do with your data set. But majorly when you want to convert your data from one value to another, which is mostly where you want to convert a string into a number, or your date column to the date format and your time column to your time format, right? So this is where you format your data. Okay, so moving on to the next topic, that is pivoting our table. So I'm going to click on insert and I'm going to select pivot table. I'm going to select the entire data range, that is table 1, and I'm going to select the option of new sheet because I want it to be on a separate sheet and not on this sheet because it is going to be too clustered. And I'm simply going to say create and then. Okay. So now the first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to add my city and the branch. I can't find the branch here. So I'm going to add the city and the branch in my rows column, and I'm going to add the total, that is the total purchase, in my values column. So as you can see, it gets so easy to visualize that my city Mandele has my branch B and the total sale has been this. Okay. Then I have my other city and this is the particular branch and this was the sale over there. Then I have my third city, which is Yangon, and this is the branch that is established over there, and this is the total sales. Now the grand total of all these 3 branches or all these 3 cities is this particular value. So this is how you can visualize different parameters and understand the different aspects of your data set through pivoting tables. Okay, now I'm also going to tell you how you can create another table over here. So going back to our main sheet, I'm going to again click on insert, again select pivot table. This is going to be my range again. I'm going to select an existing sheet, and wherever I want my next table to be, I'm just going to select the location. So I want my next table to be over here, side by side with this particular existing table. So if I click on this cell, the location has been selected over here, and I'm simply going to click on create. And as you can see, I have my second pivot table side by side my previous one. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all my product line and put them in the rows, and I'm going to select the total in the values column there. So it is by default sum. You can also make it average. So this is the average of all these product lines. Okay. So the average sale was around 300 rupees. Fashion is around 297. So you can see which particular product line is making the most sales through the average. Okay. And this is the total sum of all the sales. Okay. So similarly, you can go ahead and create more pivot tables. Let me give you an idea of how you can do that. So let me just write it down for you over here. Okay. So some of the pivot tables that you can create could be with the payment in the rows. Okay. And in the values column, and then in the values column, you could have your total sales with the sum, or you could have your invoice IDs and give a count to your invoice IDs. Okay. What else you can do in your rows? Let me just create another one for you. So I'm going to click on insert pivot table, and I want it to be the entire table. Okay. So existing sheet, and to select the location, I'm going to go back to my table and I want the location to be this. Okay. So I'm going to click on create, and there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my date in the rows, and I'm going to put the total in my values. So as you can see over here, I have all the dates of my data set, and I have the sum of total, that is the total purchase that was made on that particular date. Okay, but now as you can see, this is very difficult to visualize or analyze. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on any cell from the date column. I'm going to select create pivot date group, and I'm going to go ahead and select the option of month. So now over here you can see the monthly sale, the total sale month wise, and this is much easier to analyze. So you can also see that February and September did really good, right? And you can also figure out the least amount of sale done for a particular month. Okay, so it was either December or, yeah, I think it was December. No, it was October. Okay, so October did the least amount of sales. So basically you can visualize different things through pivot tables itself, right? Alright, so now that you guys are clear with the pivot tables concept, let us move to the last topic for this particular section, that is visualizing our data through charts. So in order to do that, all you have to do is click on insert and select chart. So I want my chart type to be a bar chart. So I'm simply going to click on bar. I'm going to go ahead and select my range, that is my entire table. So I want to create my charts for the entire table. Let me just bring it down over here. Okay. So my y-axis is going to be my product line. Okay, and my label is going to be the total sales. I'm going to do an aggregate on this. Okay. Okay, so this is how you can create a bar chart in Excel. Similarly, if you want to create something like a bar chart, all you have to do is click on insert, click on chart. Okay, so let me just okay. So when I go on setup, my chart is going to be a pie chart. Okay, so I can also select whether I want it to be a hollow chart like this or I want it to be a 3D chart. Let's go for a 3D chart. Okay, so my data range is going to be my entire table like previously we decided. Okay, so over here my label is going to be my payment methods. So where can I find it? Okay, my payment. And my value is going to be again, say the quantity. Okay, and it's going to be an aggregate. Okay. So as you can see over here, 35% of the total payments were done by cash, 31% by credit card, and 33% by e-wallet. Okay, so you can see the ratios are pretty much the same. Okay, so this is how you can create a pie chart, and you can go ahead and explore the different charts available as you can see over here. Okay, let me just show it to you. So there are n number of charts available. You have your line charts, your area charts. Basically, your area chart is something that when you have your line charts, whatever area the line is covering is going to be colored with the similar color of your line. Then you have your column charts like this. You have your bar charts, your pie charts, scatter plots, your map plots, where this is used for geolocation purposes. So if you have latitude and longitudes, you can put them in your map charts. Then you have other miscellaneous charts like your time, then your scorecard and other things, right? This is a candlestick chart. This is something that helps you find the outliers. Okay, they're similar to box plots. Okay, then you have your calendar as well. Okay, so all these charts you can go ahead and explore. I have already told you guys how to visualize the basic charts over here. Okay. Now the final step of this process is where you generate some insights. Okay, so you basically ask some basic questions from your data set, like which city or branch performs best in terms of revenue, like we saw over here. Okay, so we saw in which month the store performed well and in which month it did not. Similarly, you can answer question for the different branches in different months. Okay, you can add another column over here. Okay, so let us go and let us see if we can customize this. Is there any option? Okay, I can edit it. Okay, so instead of just date, I also want the different branches. Okay, so there, now you can see that in the month of January, these are the different branches and this is how they performed. And with this kind of data set, you can go ahead and plot more charts and finally visualize what are the different branches in different months and so on. Okay. Then you can also give an insight on which product line is more profitable or which one is less profitable. Then you can also give an insight on the preferred payment method. Over here we can see that all three are almost likely preferred, so there is no one payment method that is more preferred. Then right now we have not done any sort of visualization or any sort of insights on customers, but you can also go ahead and do that. You can answer questions like member customers spend more or normal customers spend more. Then you can also answer questions like what's the average basket size, that is the total plus the quantity, right? And you can also figure out if there are any seasonal or daily trends in the purchase of the groceries, right? So finally, when you have the answers of all these insights, you can go ahead and create a summary dashboard sheet where you create a separate sheet which summarizes the top product line, the top city, the highest grossing branch, most used payment mode, and so on. Right? So, this is the basic task of a business analyst when it comes to dealing with Excel. But also remember that these are the things that you can perform using pandas, Python, right? So you can use the different libraries like matplotlib, seaborn, and do the different visualizations, and then finally come up with an insight. But if you do not want to go into the coding part, then Excel is a really good way to go method, right? So this is all for this section. I hope you guys found it interesting, and I hope you guys will go ahead and perform more operations on this particular data set. I will provide the link of the dataset and this particular sheet in the description. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analytics, data visualization, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of business analytics.
Now that you have built a strong foundation in Excel for business analytics, let's move one step ahead. Excel helps you organize, clean, and analyze data. But as a business analyst, your role is not just about handling numbers, it's also about following structured approach to requirements, stakeholders, and processes. That's where industry standards like BABOK, Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, and certifications such as CBAP, Certified Business Analysis Professionals, come in. While Excel is your day-to-day tool for solving business problems, BABOK provides the framework and best practices that guide how you should approach those problems. So, in the next module, we will shift our focus from Excel techniques to understanding BABOK and CBAP resources. This will give you a complete picture, practical tools on one side and professional framework on the other. So, let's dive in.
So this is basically the planning and monitoring part, the first stage of business analysis. So what does this whole planning and monitoring entail? What are the various aspects of planning that you have to do? What planning do you do basically? So you basically plan for 5 things. First is business analysis approach. Stakeholder engagement. How do you engage your stakeholders? We'll talk about business analysis approach in detail, so I'll just skip that for a second. Yeah. So the first step is plan the business analysis approach, which is all about the agile waterfall. How do you do your work on a day-to-day basis? So we'll delve deep into it in a short while. So I'll just hold describing that for the moment. The next aspect is stakeholder engagement. Now, remember, we talked about stakeholders, who stakeholders are. You need to have a plan of how you intend to engage with them when you meet them. You cannot directly blindly go set up a meeting, say hi, hello, and start a conversation. You need to have a thorough planning done in order to engage with your stakeholders. What are the various things you do as part of that planning? We will discuss as part of this segment. Business analysis governance. Again, extremely important, especially in the early days of a project or a product development. What is governance? Who are the decision makers? Who are the ones who will decide what is to be done, not done? Who will approve things? Who will reject things? Who will sponsor things? You need to have a who's. If I have a question about a particular thing, who do I go to? All this information has to be assembled, accumulated, and presented in one place, so that in the middle of the project, if something goes wrong or someone needs some help, people don't have to run around trying to figure out who to contact. That's governance. We'll talk more about it under this section. Planning of information management. Now remember, every meeting you have, every discussion you do, every decision you take generates new information. How do you manage that information? It's all about documentation. So this whole segment is how do you plan your documentation? And finally, you need to have some parameters set for measuring performance improvements. What does that mean? So let's say I'm doing some business analysis, and my business analysis is working fine as per my understanding, but Is it really working fine? I need to have some metrics which will tell me that yes, if you have achieved this much deadlines, this part is a check. If your quality is good, this is okay. If people are giving positive feedback, this is okay. So you need some numbers, you need some statistics and values and metrics to decide whether your business analysis is working as expected. Again, it's not a measurement of the business analyst, it's a measurement of the business analysis tasks. There's a significant difference. So we are not measuring a person's performance here. We are focusing on the activities itself, whether they are being taken care of the way they should be. So if you remember, I told you the core concepts we'll keep seeing every now and then. So what this slide, we will have encounter a slide like this every now and then. What this is doing is basically breaking down this particular topic. So let's say our goal is to understand planning and monitoring. That itself is being broken down into the 6 core concepts. So what is the change? So you, during business analysis, planning and monitoring, BAs are responsible for determining how changes to BA results will be requested and authorized. So what this slide is doing is trying to reinforce the 6 core concepts by breaking down every topic of the training session in the 6 core concept format, nothing else. So I don't want to read through all of them. You guys can read through it. It's basically just to reinforce the 6 core concepts and you remember them by the end of these sessions. Okay, let's come to this diagram. Diagrams are extremely important for business analysts. And the reason for that is diagrams make communication easy. If I had written a long paragraph of 300 words describing exactly what is there in this image, it would probably take you at least 10 minutes to read through it and understand it. But if you look at this diagram, what does it show? It shows 3 segments. What is the input? Meaning, what do you already have before you start your business analysis planning and monitoring? So you already at this stage know what your needs are. Sorry about that. So the first step is basically what you already know or have before starting planning and monitoring. What are those 2 things? Needs. Without knowing what needs you have to address, you can't even do any business analysis. So you always start your journey with trying to figuring out what the needs are. Second is performance objectives. Now you as a business analyst might be assigned certain objectives or performance metrics which are external to your business analysis process. Maybe your organization says that you are hired in this job, you have to basically do so and so and so things. These are your objectives. If you do them right, you will get confirmed as a permanent employee. Your probation will be over. Now those objectives are set for you to measure your performance, but they're not part of your project. They're not part of your team's uh, initiative to develop something. It is your organizational policy. It's external to it. Hence, these 2 things will be guiding you throughout this because they will already have some expectations as part of the job descriptions or hiring practices or whatever. I mean, there'll be some KRA set, key responsibility areas. And then you know what your customers' needs are. Based on that, you perform these 5 tasks: planning of BA approach, stakeholder engagement approach, governance, information management, and performance improvement metrics. And what do you get out of it? What's the output? The output is you end up with a detailed business analysis approach, a finalized stakeholder engagement plan or approach, governance approach, information management approach, and business analysis performance assessment. These are the deliverables or outputs of these 5 tasks. Now let's start with the first aspect, that's planned business analysis approach. So what is this approach all about? It's basically the overall method of work that you will follow when you are doing your business analysis for any initiative. How will you perform your tasks? What meetings will you have? What schedules will you maintain? How often will you gather requirements? How often will you talk to your stakeholder? Well, that comes under stakeholder engagement. But how often will you document stuff? How often will you attend meetings with certain specific high-level stakeholders? It's basically your day-to-day work as a business analyst. Now, how do you decide that? You decide that based on these 4 specific conditions. Whichever approach you choose has to be in alignment with the overall goals of the change. You can't choose an approach which doesn't fit the goals of whatever you're trying to implement. Let me give an example to that. Let's say my overall objective is to deliver an application to a particular team in the next 3 months. It's a very specific goal. Now you choose an approach which will take 3 months just for analysis. You can't choose it. It won't work. So make sure you choose an approach which will fit the overall goals of the change. We will come to the approaches in a couple of minutes, so you'll get a better understanding what I mean by the approach itself. You have to ensure all your BA tasks and activities are coordinated. You cannot follow one approach for a certain set of activities and another approach for another set of activities. Although I am saying this, there are real world companies which do this. We'll talk about it in a short while. Include tasks to manage any risks that could reduce the quality of business analysis deliverables. If there is a risk which will lead to you not delivering something at a particular stage, focus on that first and use the best approaches and techniques and tools that have worked really well in the past. I go to a session, I listen to some guy speaking about a new technique. I want to implement that in my team. I should not randomly pick a technique or just introduce a new technique just like that. Never do that. If you are really impressed by a new technique, new tool, new approach, first educate your people. Move into that process in a smooth way. Do not push them. Well, it depends on if it is about becoming agile, there are 2 opinions. If you want to implement agile for the first time in a company, let's say you have a team of 50 people and you want them all to start working in agile. Today they have no idea what agile is. So there are 2 approaches people feel are suitable for making them agile. One is make them agile, take away all the other options. Don't leave any other old options. Just make sure that they follow agile and only agile. That's the only way they'll learn. There is a second school of thought which says ease them in. Let us give them concepts of agile in a bit by bit fashion. And over time, there will come a time where everything is done according to agile. There is no waterfall or traditional approaches left. I don't know which is better, which is not better, because I have never tried both approaches. I have been in an environment where I evolved with my organization. When I was learning agile, my company was learning agile as well. So for me, it happened simultaneously. So my company, there was nobody trying to force agile on all of us because they were also learning agile at the same time. So the evolution happened together. So I could never see the difference. But I've heard from agile coaches and people who specialize in agile trainings that so I've heard certain people, agile coaches especially, and trainers who train people on agile, speak of these 2 approaches. Few people prefer the hard stop, like you have to use this tool, you have to use this system, you have to use this approach, no alternatives. And the other school is let's do it smoothly, slowly, and bit by bit, whichever works. But bottom line, make sure that you check that whatever you are choosing, it's not completely new. Do a background study, do some homework, ensure that these things have previously worked well. Don't bring in some untested technique, untested tool or approach into a project, because that would put the project at risk. So You start with needs. So this is your input. You already know what your needs are, or at least we know the definition of needs. So we'll not go into that again. You plan your business analysis approach. You end up with your business analysis approach. So what is this planning of approach mean? So technically speaking, there are only two approaches: predictive approach and adaptive approach. The predictive approach is what you can say or call as the traditional approach. What do I mean by that? Let me show you an example. Now, we are going to understand two concepts here simultaneously. One is we are definitely going to understand what is predictive approach, what is adaptive approach, and we will also simultaneously understand the software development life cycle. I'll explain all three concepts in detail, so don't worry about it. Those of you who know what these are, you already know. So just consider this as a refresher. Any development of software, or forget software, any kind of development of new things, any new product, any new service, if you are building something new, you will always follow these 5 steps. I mean, of course, there are some other structures where you will they break down some of these models. So let me just show you that as well. Let me start with SDLC and then I'll go to the approach part. And then we'll go back to the second image. So let's look at this image first. You start your work with planning. Anything that you want to do in software development, any software you want to build, it always starts with a planning phase. You have a plan, you think, okay, we'll do this, we'll meet the business analysis planning. All of that is part of the planning stage. The developers will do their planning. How many systems do we need? What licenses do we need? Do we need to buy more licenses, set up some new code, things like that? All of that part of planning. Once your planning is done, you start analyzing. This is where most of your business analysis happens. You start talking to people, you start going through documents, start exploring existing systems, see how things are today. Current state of things you need to analyze extremely in depth. That is your analysis phase. The design phase is where you are coming up with the future state solution. You're trying to come up with a solution that will solve the current state problems or current state opportunities that are not yet being leveraged. Once your design is complete, remember we spoke about high level design and low level design, all of that happens as part of design. Once design is complete, that goes to implementation, where the programmers simply just make a code. They just do the coding, get it done. Once coding is done, it goes into testing and integration. Someone has to test what has been developed. Is it working as expected or not? And sometimes you have to do integration. Well, most times, almost always, you have to do integration, because when coding happens, it happens on local developers local system. So there are, let's say, 5 developers in the team. Each developer is working on one requirement, so total 5 requirements are getting worked, and they are working on their personal laptops, and they are building code specifically for each requirement. You will have to make sure that those small bits of code that each five of these people are creating, it all goes into one main code, which is your main product or project software. So you have to integrate these new bits of code with the main code. That's what integration is. And of course, testing, you all know, you have to test it. Once testing is done, you deliver it to whoever is going to use it. You have to maintain the product, you have to monitor it, you have to see if everything is working perfectly. If there are problems, you have to provide support, all of that. And during maintenance, if you find more problems or you find that there are still certain things which are not yet solved, you again start the cycle again with planning, analysis, design, implementation, testing, and integration. The cycle keeps continuing on and on and on until you reach a point where there are no problems to be fixed or no opportunities to be leveraged. It's an important concept if you are trying to apply for a BA role in any software company, which is where you'll find most of the openings are. You will probably be asked about whether you know SDLC. Predictive, again, same set of things: analyze, design, build, test, deliver. The only difference is in SDLC, you have testing and integration and maintenance as two separate fields. Here it is part of delivery. If you break delivery into two parts, it's the same thing, one and the same thing. So if you are in any industry which is not software, which is not developing a software, you will still be doing these. Doesn't matter which industry, it's pharma, manufacturing, automobile, anything. You have to analyze stuff, you have to design stuff, you have to build stuff, you have to test stuff, and then you deliver the stuff. That's how it works everywhere. The only thing is, if you are specifically working in software development field or IT industry, we like to have our own jargon. So we call the same predictive approach as SDLC, and we have made it a cycle. So here also it's basically a cycle. So analyze, design, build, test, deliver. Something else comes up, again you start analysis. So it's a cycle here as well. That's the traditional approach of predictive methodology. If you are in the software industry, you call it software development lifecycle. Starts with planning, analysis, design, implementation, testing, and maintenance. If you are not in the software industry, you still do the same things: analyze, design, build, test, deliver. Deliver is equal to testing, integration, and maintenance. And you go back to analyze. I hope up to this point it is clear. If you are in the software industry, you call it software development lifecycle. If you are in any another industry, you call it the predictive approach. Straightforward. Okay. Now let's take a look at something very specific. If you look at the predictive approach, what is the biggest challenge or shortcoming? I don't want to use the word I don't want to use a negative word for it, but it's not about negative or positive. It's all about what matters in that particular situation. But there is one thing that predictive approach takes a lot of time and takes a lot of costs. How? Let me explain. This bucket that you see, analyze. So this predictive approach is also, it also has another name. It's also known as phase wise. So if you are using predictive approach in software development, you will call it phase wise development or waterfall development. We will talk about waterfall in a slightly different context in a short while, so don't worry about that. But what it is basically is the work happens in phases, meaning when analysis is happening, it's the analysis phase. Nobody is going to work on designs, nobody is going to work on building, testing, delivery, nothing. All of those things are nowhere in the picture. A dedicated team of BAs will be simply analyzing the requirements. That's all that will be happening for that project. Once all the analysis is complete, let me give you an example and correlate it with example. It will make it easy. Let's say I have to build a food delivery app. Straightforward, simple example. I am the BA. I've been hired to, do business analysis for this project where we have to deliver a food delivery app. Let's say in a period, let's forget the time. We have to deliver a food delivery app. If I'm using the traditional predictive approach, I will say that, okay, great. Let us get all the BAs. If I'm the only one, I'll be the only one BA. I'll say, I'll need 2 months time to analyze all the requirements to deliver this food delivery app end to end. Fine. I spend 2 months. I gather all the requirements. I come up with a list of, let's say, 1,000 requirements. If those 1,000 requirements are met, then the food delivery ad would be completely ready and can be delivered to production. Awesome. Great. Done. Once these 1,000 requirements are listed, structured, I put them into a document, detail them out. I pass that document to the next team, which is the design team, which is primarily who? The technical architects, tech leads, dev leads. We talked about it yesterday. If they have any questions, they might come back to me and get clarifications, but mostly my job is done. If you are working in predictive, the way you have to create your documentation is people have as less questions as possible. So once you give over that document, they should not come back to you to get any clarifications. That's also an expectation, by the way. Now what do I do? The BA, what should the BA do now? His job is done. He created a list of 1,000 requirements, detailed them. Let's say everything is very clear, nothing confusing, everything is down to the letter, explained in excellent way. The 1,000 requirements now move to the design phase. What does the BA do? More importantly, at this stage, what does your programmer do? What does your tester do? What does your delivery team, the maintenance team do? They don't have any work, right? Because the work is still being analyzed. What are these other guys going to do? So the way it works in the real world is, I'm sure nobody uses traditional waterfall anymore, but when it was used extensively, what people used to do was they would revolve or rotate the teams. So let's say there is a team of 5 BAs, 20 developers, 2 architects, 10 testers, and 5 people in the support team. What they'll do is they'll bring all the 5 BAs into the project, they'll give them the analysis task. While they are working on the analysis task, the designers are working on some other project. The programmers are working on some other project. Testers are doing testing of some other project. Support team is supporting some other project. When this set of requirements will come to design phase, they'll move the designers, they'll tell the designers in that particular project that, look, you have to finish your work by the time the analysis is complete for project number 1. So be prepared. They will coordinate, collaborate. They'll know when analysis will be complete. The moment analysis is complete, they will now come back to project 1. They'll finish the work in project 2, hand it over to programmers, come to project 1. Project 1 will now be in the design phase. The BAs are now moved to a project 3. So there is a lot of lot of rotation of team members happening. Nobody's particularly associated with the project for a long time. I work as a BA, I gather 1,000 requirements. My job is done. Now I move to a different project. I start figuring requirements for that. The designer comes, they do the LLDs, HLDs, they are done with the project, they move to some other project. So the challenge with this approach was, one, it takes lot of resource costs. This is cost. If I have to keep moving people here to there to there to there, it's basically human resources. So the cost is high and it takes time. You are analyzing all 1,000 requirements in one go. You are designing a solution for all the requirements in one go. Same for building, testing, and delivering. Everything is happening for 1,000 requirements. It is definitely going to take some time. Now imagine someone comes and says, a business owner comes and says, Pawan, I need this food delivery app. You ask me any questions you want, but I want this app ready and I want to launch a business with it. Awesome. You tell him that, okay, I'll take 2 months just to analyze. Then my designer will come up with a solution in the next 2 months. Building will take 3 months. And testing will take 1 month, and delivery and integration will take 1 month. 1 year gone. Until this happens, the client, the customer, does not even get to see what is being developed. There is no customer interaction between analyze and deliver. They are part of analysis phase where you or the BAs interact, and they're part of the delivery when they receive the product. For a long period of time in between, when the development is happening, the customers don't get to see the product. They don't get to use the product. A simple example for this is fighter jet manufacturing. An Air Force gives an order to an aircraft manufacturing company that I need 100 fighter jets. The business analysts, if they call themselves that, they don't. They call themselves aerospace engineers, but they are doing business analysis. They will go, they'll sit with these Air Force pilots, they'll ask them what are their needs, what kind of missiles they want, what kind of radars they want. They'll gather all the requirements, they'll analyze all of them, structure them, and they'll pass it to the design engineering team. The design engineering team will now come up with a model aircraft which will have all these features. It will not be a real plane, it will be a model, maybe a 3D model or a plastic model to show how the aerodynamics would look like. And once that is done, the wind tunnel testing happens in this phase. So they build small models, scale models, like if a fighter aircraft is huge, right? So they'll make a 4x4 or 5x5 model of the aircraft, which they'll put into a wind tunnel and see if it's aerodynamically fluid to resist the changes in the air pressure and fly. Most importantly, fly. Once the designs are complete, the calculations are done, equations are ready, they'll pass it to the building teams, which is the actual manufacturing teams. They will now start assembly of the aircraft. Once the aircraft is built, it is not handed over to the Air Force. It is sent to a test pilot. All these aircraft manufacturing companies have test pilots. The test pilots will fly the plane, test. You must have seen Top Gun, the most recent one. What does Tom Cruise do in the initial few scenes? He's a test pilot. He's become a test pilot. He's flying new high-end, high-tech aircraft that are just coming out. So there are test pilots. And once the test pilots approve that, yes, this plane meets all the standards as requested by the specific Air Force, then that plane is delivered and more planes are delivered in the same configuration. Same thing used to happen in software. Doesn't happen in software anymore. Now remember, one of the most important things, predictive approach is not a bad approach. It is just not suitable for software development. It is still used in aircraft manufacturing or any manufacturing or any industry which is high risk, where people can lose lives. If you build an aircraft which is not aerodynamically fit, takes off, crashes, problem. So you don't want, you would love to take more time in building the plane so that when the plane is delivered, the number of accidents or crashes are limited. Same doesn't apply to software. What's the worst that you can have that can happen if your software stops working? You'll lose business for a few hours, few days, depending on the type of problem. That's the worst that can happen. There is no threat to life. There is no threat to severe finances. Some serious finance companies and algorithms and software, they are also becoming agile, but they still use certain traditional methods to avoid the uncertainty or risk. Another important point between predictive and whatever the agile is, we'll come to agile now, but before that, another reason why predictive sometimes is suitable in some cases and not suitable in other cases is, if you are in an industry where technology doesn't change that often, predictive is good for you. What do I mean by that? Same example, aeroplanes. When did the Wright brothers fly their first aircraft, the wooden airplane? Somewhere 1900s, right? Some 1900, early 1900s, if I'm not wrong. I don't remember the exact year. But the real modern metal airplanes started let's put it that way. Metal airplanes started flying after 1930s. First World War end, they started coming up with some models, and primarily it was the Second World War when you had proper metal airplanes flying. Before that, the airplanes were primarily made of wood, or they were made of metal frames with cloth and fabric tied around. Only after 1930s, when before the starting of World War II, is when the metal airplanes started coming into the forefront. Now, metal airplanes of 1935, 1940, and metal airplanes of today. You might argue that things have changed drastically. Yes, the modern planes are way faster, Mach 5, Mach 6 speeds. They have stealth capabilities. You can't detect them with radar. True. They can carry more missiles, guided missiles. Awesome. Yes. They have advanced radar systems inbuilt so they can detect another aircraft kilometers away. True. But did the basic technology of how an aircraft flies change in all these years? And the answer is no. The basic aerodynamic principle where a propeller or a jet engine creates a vacuum at the below of the plane and more air pressure is created at the top of the plane, which gives the aircraft the lift it requires, still remains the same. Same for a car. The first car, I don't know, 1930s, Model T, Ford Model T was the first car, right? Since then, diesel engines and petrol engines, now CNG engines, electric engines, the principle has not changed. Yes, there are better technologies which are more efficient. They give you more power, they give you more speed, they make things smoother, but the core principle behind all of them is exactly the same. Same for spacecraft, rockets. Apollo 11 rocket, we still use chemical propellants. I mean, of course, there is some advanced research happening for alternative methods, but any rocket, whether it's a SpaceX launching tomorrow or ISRO launching a rocket tomorrow, they are all cryogenic engines. They are all based on two fuels, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, a combination of both. I mean, there used to be solid fuels and then there are liquid fuels, but they use the same thing, chemical propulsion. You burn chemicals, the burning of the chemical generates massive thrust. That massive thrust propels your object towards space. That technology has not changed. So these industries, the technology doesn't change that often. But can you say the same thing for software? I mean, look at software today. I mean, 2 years back, you did not have AI. 5 years back or 8 years back, you did not have machine learning algorithms. A few years before that, everything was regular expressions. Then came .NET and Java and all the programming logic. So within a year or 2 or 3, you are having major, massive technology changes happening in an industry like software. Here, you cannot go with the predictive approach. Because what if while you are building the product, some new technology comes out? Your product has become obsolete now. It takes 10 years to build an aircraft because everybody knows in 10 years the generation of the aircraft doesn't change. Yes, it might have a few additional advantageous technologies compared to other aircraft, but so fighter aircraft are classified on generations: first gen, second gen, third gen, fourth gen, 4.5 gen. Today there is fifth gen, and I think China has recently tested a sixth gen aircraft as well. Bottom line, it takes 10 to 12 years to move from one generation to another. Software happens in a year, in couple of months as well. You never know, someone might come up with a software which revolutionizes whole technology tomorrow morning. So you cannot use predictive where technology changes rapidly, especially in software. Why? Because you start analysis, design, building, suddenly AI comes in. You have to go back to analysis. Now your requirements are completely outdated. That is another reason where you can use predictive and where you can use agile or adaptive. Now let's understand, how is agile or adaptive different from predictive? Now, if you look at this image, you are seeing the same 5 things, right? Analyze, design, build, test, and deliver. They don't change. You still have to analyze, you still have to design, you still have to build, test, and deliver. The only difference is, instead of taking all 1,000 requirements, analyzing them first, phase 1, phase 2, you move them to design, finish it, phase 3, building, send it to build. Instead of doing that, you are splitting those 1,000 requirements into smaller buckets. Let us say I split those 1,000 requirements into 5 buckets, each of 200 requirements. 200 here, 200 here, 200 here, 200 here, 200 here. Once I finish my first 200 requirements, I'm able to deliver something, right? And something is always better than nothing. Let's go back to the food delivery app. Yes, today I don't have anything. There is no application. In the next 2 months or in the next 2 weeks, you will give me an application where I can at least register and create accounts. Nothing else is possible. I can just register and create accounts. The customer can still do marketing. They can say that a new revolutionary food delivery app is coming. Please register now and you will get some bonus coupons, or you'll get something. Some advertising, some marketing can happen. They can use the product with just that limited capability. Of course, the whole food delivery thing won't happen, but at least they can use that small set of registration features and gain some traction with customers. They can gain customer acquisition, marketing, advertising. They can generate value from whatever you build in this one phase. After 2 weeks, you give 10 more requirements. You add, let's say, inventory management. You can browse through restaurants, you can browse through food menus. You can't order anything yet. Yes, it's still not an online delivery app, but I can market it to my customers saying that, look guys, those of you who have registered, now you can check your nearby restaurants and the menus they are offering, and you can go for fine dining there. So if you are planning to go out on a nice date, check out our app. You will get the menu, you will get the latest menu, updated menu, and the restaurant details on our app. Still usable, not fully functional, but usable. Then I add, let's say, the booking, actual booking of the food item, and delivery has to go together, otherwise you book and doesn't make sense, right? So you do booking and delivery, but payment options, right now you don't have the ability to do all the payment options, so you just do cash on delivery. Now a person can register, log in, check the items, select an item, select cash on delivery, book the item, they get the food item delivered. So the development model of adaptive or agile specifically is an iterative and incremental approach. The first one, traditional approach, is a phase wise approach, whereas adaptive and agile approach is an incremental and iterative approach. You keep repeating the 5 steps: analyze, design, build, test, and deliver for limited set of items, and you keep doing it again and again and again, and you keep delivering items in an incremental manner. Today you give five, a week from now you'll give five more after that, five more after that, so on and so forth, until you finish all 1,000 requirements. And that's when you can say that yes, we are done. It's showing real waterfalls. The reason we call it waterfall is it happens again. Software people are crazy that way. They don't like. They want to be different, so they created their own visualization, and they gave a new name to it. We don't want to call it predictive, so we will arrange it in a way where it looks like it's a waterfall, and we'll call it a waterfall model. So they gave a new name. End of the day, it's the same thing. The five aspects of predictive and adaptive that we talked about. Yes, they added requirements, design, development. I mean, the naming conventions can slightly vary, but it's essentially the same thing. And it's called waterfall. Why? Because when arranged like this, it looks like a waterfall. Now remember, adaptive is not equal to agile. Agile is one of the methodologies that fall under adaptive. There are many more methodologies that used to be in play at some point or the other. V model is one such. There is something called spiral. Now, what happened? People had the traditional waterfall approach, but they realized that technology is changing fast, the risk is less, and the customers want to see the product early. They can't wait for 5 years to see their own product. So they started innovating. They started coming up with new ways of doing development. And that led to all these different models. We will not go through all of them because none of them are going to be used anywhere today. They're all obsolete. It's just theory knowledge now. I mean, if someone wants to take an exam, maybe they'll ask you what is V model, spiral, and all these different adaptive models. But the thing is, nobody uses them anymore because all these individual different models had certain good things in them, certain negatives in them, and all the good things were taken from all these places, refined, and they were now finalized as under one big umbrella as agile. So V module has its own shortcomings, Spiral has its own shortcomings. So there are different models. All of them have their own shortcomings every now and then. And the smart guys, they took the best out of everything and came up with what we know today as agile. So we'll only focus on agile. Going forward, we won't discuss anything about waterfall anymore, but you needed to know, to understand agile, you have to know what is the other approach, the predictive approach or waterfall approach. And the reason we are discussing this as part of planning and monitoring is, guys, usually you have to figure out which approach is suitable for your project. But realistically, that's theoretically, realistically, it would be chosen for you. You don't have a choice as a business analyst unless you have your own consultancy and you're doing private consultancy. But if you work for an organization, it's usually the organization which has already decided which approach it wants to follow for its software development. If they decide for some reason to go with predictive, I have not yet met any. I interviewed one company some 5-6 years back, where the interviewer literally bluntly told me that, look, we don't do agile at our company, we are a purely waterfall company, are you comfortable with that? And my straightforward answer to that was, sorry, I know all the theory, I've never worked in waterfall, so if you expect me, I know I can do it, I'm willing to do it, but I'm more proficient in agile, which was a polite way of saying, sorry, let's end this interview as soon as possible. But that was a different thing, because I never know, I've never worked in any other model except agile, because my career, as I told you, progressed with the adoption of agile in my company. So both of us learned agile, and that's all I know. I know the theory for predictive, I know the theory for R, I know the theory for V model, I know the theory for what is the other one, Spiral, but I've never actually practiced it. But you get into a company, you join the company, and if that's when you know what approach they are using, you have to learn it. There's no alternative, or change the job if you don't like the approach. You don't have a choice on choosing the approach 99.9% of the times. So the another reason why you would think of choosing a particular approach is for formality and level of detail. So what do I mean by that? A lot of times, even fully functional agile teams, you will notice that at times use traditional approaches for certain aspects of business analysis. What do I mean by that? So I'll give you an example from one of my past companies. I was part of this company which was fully agile. We used to work in iterations, we would do planning, and do all the things that happen in agile. However, we were building a product. It was a system that would do a certain number of things, and this system had to be integrated with a third party system which was being developed by another company, and together it would increase the revenues, it would basically achieve certain business objectives. Now this other company was also fully agile. They also had iterations, they also had sprints, they were also following agile to the letter. But when we came together for that integration to happen, and certain dependencies on both sides have to be fixed, and then we would basically become like, I won't say it become one system, but two integrated systems, let's call it that. There was a lot of contracts involved, legal documentation, formal documentation. There was a lot of formality involved. Why? Because it's a different company. If you don't deliver something in a particular time frame, they will simply say that you didn't deliver, so now we are not going to pay the money, or there was money involved basically. For that reason, both the companies agreed that the documentation that will be done as part of business analysis for requirements and designs will be as per the traditional model. What is the traditional model? You do all the analysis, research, put them down in one big document, share the document, and once that document is approved, work will start on that. Because it was a limited project, number one, it was not like you are trying to build a project spanning multiple years. We had fixed deadlines, like within next 3 months we'll work on, the next 3 to 6 months was a timeline, and we had very fixed goals. We have to achieve these 4 or 5 things. Once that is done, integration will happen, testing will happen, close, chapter close, nothing else. So companies do this, where you have a lot of formal documentation. If you are in the legal industry, if you are building software, legal software, banking software, or software which is a little bit more, which requires that formality, you will prefer creating documentation in the old format. What is that old format? I'll show you both of them today itself. So the new format, we create user stories. In the old format, you would create documents known as BRDs, FRDs, FSRS. There are different naming conventions. I'll go through all of them in a short while. And it's an exhaustive and very long form documentation type. It's not like you just capture one requirement, add some requirements, details, and done. No, it's a very formal, structured document with a lot of elements to it. And I'll show you the sample as well. So a lot of times you need to change your business analysis approach depending on the level of formality and sometimes the level of formality of the documentation, primarily documentation, especially if it involves legal matters, contractual obligations, those kind of things. You need to use extreme formal documentation, which is preferred with predictive methods, where you create these long form documents. Whereas in adaptive, it's all about people over process. So the more importance or emphasis is given in conversations, in interactions, in meetings, and you capture the information, yes, but you don't capture it in that formal sense. Meaning, of course, here also there are certain formalities you have to fulfill, but it's more of a short, you focus on a specific requirement, you detail it out, you confirm it, verify it, update the information, and you are done. Long form exhaustive documentation is avoided. I'll show you the differences in a short while. So when do you use this long form documentation? When the change is extremely complex and high risk, when there is a lot of complexity involved or high risk, financial software primarily. Organization interacts with heavily regulated industries. If you are building a software for pharma industry, drug testing, and I have been in products, my products didn't directly deal with drug testing, but we did offer services to drug testing domain as well. And we've seen it. You need long form documentation because there are heavily regulated industries. Any one mistake, government will come down on you heavily. Contracts, agreements require formality. I just gave you an example of that. The other points, not so much. Stakeholders are geographically distributed. Yes, traditionally it was thought that if people are distributed all over the world, you can't trust them to do their work. So you need to basically have detailed documentation, formal documentation. Resources are outsourced. This happens even till date. If you are especially working in companies like TCS, Infosys, Wipro, you will still be expected to create those long form BRDs and FRDs and SRS. Why? Because the company which is giving you the contract is outsourcing its work to a company like TCS or Wipro. They're not building products for themselves. They are basically giving the work to someone else to do. They don't have that trust factor. So they want everything in long form documentation. It still happens. Staff turnover is high or team members may be inexperienced. Again, trust factor. People are leaving the company every now and then. So your team is very raw, very untrained, very new set of people. Every now and then the people are new. So you cannot have, you lack the trust that they will get the job done. So you require really hard documentation so that nothing goes wrong. Formal sign off happens in both cases. to be honest. Just like geographical location is not a matter anymore, because these days we have good tools of communication. So irrespective, my current team is completely geographically distributed. I'm the BA, I'm situated in India. My development team sits in India, my QA team sits in India, some QA sit in India, some QA sit in Eastern Europe. My business teams are in US. My most of my management is in US. So it's a geographically distributed set of stakeholders we manage. Why? Because we have these wonderful tools to work with. Teams, Microsoft Teams, the one that we are using. What is this one? WebEx, all these tools. And requirements have to be maintained for long term or handed over for use on future initiatives. So long term maintenance you can still do, even if you are using agile and user stories and tools like Jira. You can use it for long term. You can maintain them for long term use. But let's say I have to hand over the requirements, I can't keep them with me. The only way to do that is create a document, hand over the document, and be done with it. So there are certain considerations where traditional formal level of documentation approaches are used. Even though the teams are fully agile, they work in an agile environment, certain aspects of business analysis are still traditional in the way, meaning they follow the practices followed in waterfall. Now let's take a quick look at some key differences. In predictive, the complete solution is defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. Everything is broken down, detailed out, ironed out. All the solution details are finalized before you actually start any work on implementing it. Adaptive works in iterations. You only focus on a small piece of work. Once that is done, then you pick the next set of work, you refine it, so on and so forth. Formality, there are standardized templates in predictive approach. I will share one such template and I'll explain the details of it as well. Information is gathered through team interaction and feedback. You have meetings after meetings after meetings. Agile means meetings. They're called as ceremonies in Agile. Again, a fancy term, but they're just meetings. You meet with your stakeholders almost every day. All the stakeholders meet together at least once every day. Then there are specific meetings with specific set of stakeholders at different times in a week. Constant meeting, constant feedback, and whatever information is gathered, you document that in tools like Jira or Confluence, which we will also see later. Activities required to complete deliverables are first identified and then divided into tasks. What does that mean? You focus on deliverables and then divide the work. Okay, I have to deliver this food delivery app. It needs to have these 15 features. So let's break it down. When do I have to deliver the 15 features? We will deliver these 15 items by end of the year. So in January, the analysis needs to complete. By Feb end, design has to complete. By July or August, development has to be done. By September, testing has to be done. And by December, delivery has to happen. That would be the timeline. So you focus on the deliverables and then you break it into tasks. Agile or adaptive, completely opposite. You divide the activities into iterations with deliverables first. So you are focusing on the total requirements, you are breaking them down first, and then you are focusing on what you will deliver, because deliverables might change in adaptive. You might think you will deliver these 5 things by end of this week. Suddenly something else comes, you will take that. Another key difference though, let me emphasize on this one difference. In predictive, change is not welcome. In adaptive, change is welcome. What do I mean by that? Let's say I'm building a fighter aircraft. Some genius in the team or someone in the Air Force comes and says, I think we should add one more tail. having one tail is not good enough. Let's add two tails to the aircraft. It will be much faster and more maneuverable. You listen to him, you see his data, you know he is right. You know adding a second tail will definitely make the plane much more better, but you will not add it. At least not in that model. You will come up with a new model with the new cycle. All the analysis will happen from scratch, where where this new tail is added, and then a new design is created, but it will be a different model. In adaptive, any change is welcome. Someone says there's a chat GPT just launched a new subscription model, it's become cheaper, let's integrate it. Awesome, let's do it next sprint. Of course, it also has its checks and balances. You don't take in every change that comes your way. There is a process to it, but changes are not shunned, they are welcome in adaptive. In predictive, they're not shunned, but they're not welcomed either. They are just put into a parking lot and taken up in the next cycle or the next version of that particular product. That particular version, you will not entertain any changes once they're finalized. Analysis done, all requirements logged in, it's gone into design, all designs are final, implementation has started, that's it. No more changes at all. If the change is groundbreaking technological innovation, you will put it for the next cycle. You will not take it up in that cycle. That product will go exactly as designed. Timing, we talked about it already. Tasks are performed in phases, whereas in adaptive, they are performed iteratively. Okay, let's finish this and then I'll show you the documents. So the next aspect is what activities, which methodology to use, and what activities to perform. So again, you will probably not have any choice in deciding which methodology to pick. Even if you know that your company is adaptive, will it use agile, will it use spiral? Ideally, you don't have control over it. But let me be very frank, most of the companies either use agile or they use waterfall. Everything in between is squeezed in here and there, but nobody announces that we are using spiral or V model in our development. They don't. Most of the times it's either agile or waterfall. But who knows? There might be a company still which prefers to use some other methodology. But you still don't have any control. If you are into it, you'll have to learn it on the job and work it out. Identify the activities that you have to perform, whichever approach you choose, whichever methodology you choose, that you have to do. Divide the work into iterations. If you are in agile, break it down into each iteration. How do you break it down into iterations? We will talk more about it later. There is something called prioritization, and there are certain techniques known as prioritization techniques, and you'll understand how business analysts break down. Let's say I have 1,000 requirements. Which items do I pick up for iteration 1? Which items out of 1,000 will be iteration 2, iteration 3? There has to be a mechanism for it, right? So there are these techniques known as prioritization techniques. We will go through them and you will understand how business analysts break down work into iterations, but we will do that in a later session. Also, timing of business analysis activities will be affected by resources, priority, urgency, concurrent initiatives, or contract terms or regulatory deadlines. So again, you will not have absolute control on resources or priority or urgency or any parallel initiatives happening or any contract terms or regulatory deadlines. You have to adapt yourself. That's the whole key to agile. Be agile, be adaptive, be flexible, and accommodate the project work according to these particular categories. Whatever time framing that you do has to take into account these aspects. And of course, complexity and risk, we already spoke about it. So they always decide how your business analysis work will be impacted. High risk, high complexity takes more efforts, more time, more money, more resources. Low risk, low complexity are quick wins. So we'll go through some prioritization techniques where we will see the same parameters again, as I mentioned in a later session. So these are the factors that impact complexity. So what is complexity? Let me first address that question. Rest everything I think are pretty straightforward, but you have to understand the meaning of complexity in terms of software development. Complexity is not about time. Let's say there is a particular requirement. Developing that requirement will take a certain amount of time depending on who is working on it. If you give that requirement to a senior developer, someone who has 15 years of experience, probably that person will finish that work and deliver it in one day. You give the same work to some trainee developer who has just joined the company after university. That person will probably take a month to finish that one single requirement. Time is subjective, it depends on the experience of the person. But complexity is different. Complexity means what are the various things you have to factor in to achieve a particular requirement. Of course, technical things that you have to analyze. So the developers decide the complexity, and it is totally unrelated to time. People decide complexity based on the technologies used, the logic that you have to build, the activities that you might have to perform in order to build that particular requirement. There are various factors. It's not something which the BAs decide. We leave this to the developers to come up with the complexity of work involved. How do you denote complexity? So we denote it using a scale, an imaginary scale known as the story point. We call it story points in Agile, where you assign a number to every story or every requirement, denoting its complexity. And mostly software companies use the Fibonacci series. Why? Don't ask me why. I also never tried to Google this. You should, if you are interested. So, what is Fibonacci series? 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, so on and so forth. So the Fibonacci series is an infinite series in mathematics. Those of you who have mathematics background would know what infinite series are. There are many infinite series, Euler series, this series, that series, whatnot. So Fibonacci series is one such series which doesn't have an end. And how does it work? So the every next digit in the series is a summation of the current and its previous. So if you see the next digit after, so 1 is 1. So 1 plus 1, there is nothing before. So 1 is 1. Next is 2. Up to here, it's okay. But the next digit in the line is 1 plus 2. The next digit in the line is 3 plus 2. The next digit in the line is 8 plus 5. So on and so forth. It continues infinitely. Why software teams use this particular notation? I don't know. Google it. Someone might have decided that the word Fibonacci sounds good or the series is interesting. So let's use it as an imaginary scale. Why do I call it as an imaginary scale? If you have gone to the dentist or any doctor for a pain related issue, especially kids, I know they don't ask these questions to adults, but at least kids, they ask this question. um, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain do you think you are in right now? Why do they ask that question? Because there is no scale, there is no machine, there is no meter to measure pain. It's a subjective matter. So they ask you to give a number on a scale of 1 to 10. You probably get an Excel sheet after our sessions. How do you think the trainer communicated in his sessions? Now, communication also is subjective. For some of you guys, I might be pacing it perfectly well. For some of you, probably I'm too fast. For some of you, I'm probably too slow. So again, it becomes a subjective matter. So the point is, you need imaginary scales to measure subjective parameters, and complexity is a subjective parameter. There is no scale, there is no meter, there is no machine to measure complexity of work involved in developing a particular requirement. Hence, need of a imaginary scale. And software guys, being software guys, decided not to use a scale of 1 to 10, but rather use the Fibonacci series. There are other numbers that people use as well, but they're all Fibonacci series. So some start with 1 to 21, some will start with 100, and so on and so forth, but it's always usually the Fibonacci series. And we call this as story points. So again, there are many factors which can include impact complexity, size of the change, things that you have to do. I just mentioned, right? There might be n number of things you have to do to make sure that change is implemented. Number of business areas or systems affected. Let's say your system is interconnected with multiple subsystems or systems. One change in your system will break 10 other systems. It's a complex change. You have to do a thorough impact analysis, increases the complexity. Business areas, one change will impact multiple sales, advertising, marketing, all the departments will have an impact. You have to be very careful about such changes. They are complex changes. Geographic and cultural considerations, again, I have never experienced it, but again, can happen. I won't say it doesn't happen, but theoretically I know it can happen, but I have never experienced it. Depending on the culture and geographical location of the people involved, complexity scales do vary, and I've seen it happen, but I don't know. It's difficult to attribute it to geography or cultural considerations, but the idea is that people in a certain country would consider a certain set of work to be very complex, whereas a certain other group of people will consider that as, piece of cake. Not because they have more knowledge or anything, it's just a culture. Let me give you an example. Go to the United States and ask anyone who works, let's say in the corporate world, if they ever do overtime without being paid for it. What I mean by it is, your manager will come to you and says, we have to meet these targets today, so please stay back for 3 hours after work. That happens only in India. So the manager, when asked about complexity, an Indian manager will simply say, yes, it's not at all complex, we'll deliver it in 5 days. The American manager, because of his or her cultural considerations, will give you a time frame where he will not do any overtime, because they will work 9 to 5. US, Europe, that's how the work environment is. Well, in India as well. I'm not saying in India all companies are like that, but I've been in companies where that used to happen, where on a Sunday, on a weekend, you get a call in the morning, the boss says you have to come to office because some targets are still not met, and you run to the office. That doesn't happen in Europe, that doesn't happen in United States. It doesn't happen in many good companies in India. My current company, in fact, scolds me if I do an hour of overtime. My bosses tell me you are not supposed to work apart from your work hours. So that is changing in India as well. But that's one of the cultural considerations. Technological complexity. Certain technologies are complex. If you are changing stuff with heavy dose of machine learning algorithms, it requires a lot of complexity. It involves a lot of complexity. So that becomes part of it. And any other risks that can impede can also increase the complexity. Again, this could be circumstantial. You will have to figure that out based on your surrounding circumstances. Similarly, once now that we have covered complexity, you also have to cover risk. There are many risks. Your very level of experience itself is a risk. That's why if you are someone who is just joining the organization as a new BA with no prior experience, you will probably be not given too many responsibilities. But once you reach a level, senior BA, spent years working on it, everything would be offloaded to you. You not only do the requirements part, you also manage teams at times. You also ensure people are reporting certain stuff on time. You have to be proactive to get those additional responsibilities. Only then people notice that yes, this person is dependable, and that's when they give you those extra. It's just not the number of years you have, it's the kind of work you do that matters. But experience level of business analyst can be a risk item as well. If you have very less experienced BAs in a project which is very complex or has serious business impact, that itself is a risk. Domain knowledge held by the business analysts. So let me talk about this point slightly. So there are two types of business analysts in the world. There are business analysts who are domain business analysts, and there are business analysts who are domain agnostic business analysts. Who are the domain business analysts? They are the business analysts who have spent a certain number of years working only in a specific domain. For example, me. Most of my career is in publishing / content solutions. I briefly worked in AI and chatbots, but it wasn't significant enough. Most of my career has been spent on content solutions. If I, with around 12 plus years of experience now, apply to a job for any BA role, junior, senior, doesn't matter. Even if I'm willing to take a less salary, which doesn't work out anyways, then they'll think, why is this person willing to reduce his salary? And that means this guy has some problems. Let's not give him the job. That's a different discussion. But let's say even if I apply to a role where every other parameter matches my skill set, but the company is building banking software, they will not even give me a phone call. They will reject my resume just by looking at its specifics. If I apply in travel, logistics, pharma, rejected. The only two domains where I can actually claim expertise is content solutions and healthcare, because for the last 4.5 years I've been in healthcare. Bottom line, domain knowledge matters in certain industries. But then what do the other kind of business analysts do? They are by definition domain agnostic. They openly claim that I'm not a master of any domain. But what they have is experience of almost all the domains. How? Most of the times what happens, young guys fresh out of engineering colleges join as a BA, spend 2 years in the banking sector, then jump, work 2 years in the healthcare, jump, move to content solutions 2 years, jump, insurance 2 years, jump. And by the time they reach that 12 years, 15 years mark, they have probably experienced almost all the domains at least for a year or two. And when they apply for these jobs, well, there is a consideration. Now it depends on the level of domain expertise these jobs are looking for. Sometimes they get lucky, because the way these two BAs are differentiated is the domain agnostic one does not have specialization in any one domain, but knows the basics of every domain. So they can get the deep information from domain subject matter experts. That is the expectation of the interviewer. Whereas when it comes to domain subject matter experts, they are domain experts. In that domain, they are the pinnacle. They will be given the first preference. Any other domain, not so much, because they have not even experienced it for even a month or two. 6 months experience is also not there. So the interviewers don't take a chance. Now the choice is yours. Both paths are open to you. Either you spend 2 years, jump, 2 years, jump, 2 years, jump, or you like stability, you like peace, you like a little bit of peace of mind where you know the subject, you can operate easily. You pick a domain and you stick with that domain, especially domains which are slightly more complex, like banking, finance. So there's a term for it, BFSI acronym, banking, finance, sales, and insurance. If you are in these domains specifically, domain experience is highly coveted. Job descriptions will explicitly mention we only need BAs with domain experience for these four. For others, you can be a general business analyst, you can move around, gain experience, work around in other companies. But for these four domains, 99% of the times, I have not seen a single job description so far where they don't explicitly mention that domain experience is mandatory, at least for the big companies. I don't know about startups. Level of experience of stakeholders. Now, your experience might be really good. You might have really great domain knowledge, but the people that you are interacting might not have enough experience. Maybe you have a raw team of developers, just freshers hired out of a college. They haven't developed any product yet. Your testers are completely new. They don't know what the system is all about. Your business stakeholders might be good at their business, but they're not good at communicating what they do to you. These are challenges you will explain, experience, and they are risks you have to highlight if you encounter it. Then attitude, again a big problem. See, a business analyst is I love to call a business analysts are like the diplomats of the world. When countries engage with each other, they send their diplomats first. The diplomats are the first line of people who establish relationships. Same with BAs. And just like a diplomat, you have to take into account stakeholder attitudes. Some guys don't like business analysts. It's a reality. They think why do I need a business analyst? It's my requirement. That's the developer. I can directly talk to the person. Why do I need to talk to this person? Highlight it in your own circles, management, wherever, if you are facing such kind of resistance. Personal attitudes about business analysis. Amount of time allocated by stakeholders to BAs. You need 1 hour time from a senior manager of operations to understand what operations are happening. That person is always busy. Every time you ask him for a meeting request, he or she will say, let's do it next week, let's do it on Monday, let's do it on Tuesday. You're not getting that time. You have to provide your deliverables to your teams. So if that happens, escalate it then and there. Of course, politely. You don't shout at him. You talk to the relevant management and say that, look, I have to have discussions with this guy, but this guy is not available. So please make sure that he attends at least a few calls so that I can get as much information as possible. Even framework can be a risk. What if your project demands agile, but your company doesn't like agile? They want to use waterfall, or they have provided you tools that are not suitable for the project. You will suffer. The project will suffer. Organization policies, practices, they're all things that will impact. And of course, cultural norms of the organization. I'm sure you understand what that means. Toxic work culture, too much stringent, lack of transparency. You cannot talk to people directly. These kind of things are restrictive to a good business analysis journey. So you'll have to navigate these zones. And finally, irrespective of which approach you use, whether it's adaptive or predictive, you have to ensure that you have acceptance. They have to be there is one word you always have to remember, guys, and that one word is consensus. You cannot do anything in any development process without achieving consensus as a business analyst. So make sure that your approach, whichever approach you decide to go ahead with, it is accepted, is reviewed and agreed upon by at least the key stakeholders. And as I already mentioned, in most organizations this process would already be structured. You probably don't even have to do any of these things. They would already have these agile or waterfall methods in place. You just have to ensure that you are following the rules as set by the organization. If not, you have to ensure acceptance comes first. There are some guidelines and tools you have to take into account: your business analysis, performance assessment, business policies, your very expert judgment, agile, waterfall, the frameworks, the methodologies, the guidelines, they say what are to be followed, and stakeholder engagement approach. All of these things would help you in finalizing your approach. Who are the key stakeholders you will be engaging with during this planning of business analysis approach? Usually the domain subject matter expert, the project manager, because that person would be the one who would be managing the whole project, regulators if involved, and sponsors, the people who are paying the money, because without sponsors approval, you cannot decide on how to do the work. They are the ones who have to be looped in these conversations. And you end up with your business analysis approach. The next most important planning activity you have to do is planning the. So you start with your needs. You by now already have your business analysis approach. You work on planning stakeholder engagement. First things first, you have to perform a thorough stakeholder analysis. What does that mean? Whoever is going to be directly or indirectly impacted by the change you are trying to bring or can impact the change, you have to identify them, make a list of them. There are different formats of putting them in diagrams. We will see some of them later. Having a simple list is good enough though. Make a list of your primary stakeholders. That's absolutely necessary. You want to make it a little bit more fancy, you can use diagrams, maps, tabular structures. We will go through them at a later stage. Roles. Now, remember, roles and responsibilities. Everybody has some role or responsibility. You need to know the responsibilities of your stakeholders very clearly. If you don't, or if you misjudge the role, or you don't know the role of a particular stakeholder, your conversations might go into different directions. So make sure what role does a particular stakeholder play in a particular setup. Now, the first two, the list of stakeholders and roles, are actually documentable aspects, meaning when you come up with a list of stakeholders and their respective roles, you can actually document them. You can put them in some document form and post it in a place where everybody has access to it. So anybody who comes to the project, who just is going through the project, knows who's who in this particular project. These two are absolutely essential and have to be documented. There is a third analysis you have to do, and this is the best part. You can't document it. It's about your stakeholders' personalities, behaviors, and actions. You can't document it. Let's say there is a stakeholder who you know has a serious ego problem, or there is a stakeholder you know talks a lot but knows nothing about the topic. Whenever you ask a question, they'll give you all kinds of justification, but then they don't have any facts. Or someone who simply doesn't like the whole concept of business analysis. Things like that you can't document anywhere. The moment you document it, it's done. Your job is at risk now. But you have to perform that analysis. The best way, or at least I will not say the best way, I'll talk about two ways that I always use. Now, I'm sure not all of you would be drinkers, meaning you don't drink alcohol. Alcohol is a good way to loosen up people. So if you do drink alcohol, if you join a team for the first time, identify the guys or girls in the group who drink. Take them out for a small party. Just say that this is just a get to know each other party. Don't get drunk yourself. But let the booze flow, let the beer flow, and figure out the dynamics, attitudes. But before you do that, do the analysis. You should know who you are going to ask about. Don't be very overt. Again, it's a very tactful thing, guys. Don't do it if you're not confident enough. It works for me. I can manage it. Will it be working for you? I can't guarantee. One way to do is that. Let's say you're not a drinker. You don't drink alcohol. Awesome. That's the second best way. In the middle of work, sit with some team members, just have a chit chat. Again, this gossip is, don't take these things negatively. Of course, these two suggestions can be taken negatively and used for negative purposes, but you have to use it for the right purpose, and that is knowing your stakeholder. Have a small conversation, chit chat. Okay, so what do you think? He's the team lead. Okay. So I'm just new to the team. I'm just trying to know. So how does it work here? Like, can you tell a little bit? And people will share. Don't impose, don't try to be inquisitive, but tactfully get information out as soon as possible once you enter the team. The reason is knowing your stakeholders sooner helps you in evolving your work practices with them and building stronger relationships. Don't be imposing. If you are like, don't set up an inquiry commission. That's the bottom line. Otherwise they will think this guy is trying to he just joined the company and he's asking these kind of questions. That will blow up on your face. Be tactful, just casual, friendly. So first establish a friendly relationship, have a chit chat. What about your kids? Where do they study? Oh, you stay here, which area? Oh, which society? Awesome, nice. Have a nice chit chat and slowly slide in. Oh, okay. What about this guy? Where does he stay? Do you know about him? He's so and so. So he's the product owner, right, for this project? Yeah. What do you think? Like, does he? Is he an awesome product owner? And that's it. Stop there. Let them speak. And you do this politely, subtly, with people you think you can. Again, you have to choose your people wisely. There are some people who will get offended by these kind of questions. Before you even start questioning or asking these kind of questions, be very careful who you are targeting. You have to find those guys who are open, transparent, talk a lot, who are, you know, you have to make friends first and then get this information out. Is this wrong? No. As long as you are using it for the right purpose, to understand your stakeholders' behaviors. That's it. If you use it for any other purpose, that's your karma and you would be responsible for whatever consequences that come after. Use it for the best purpose, benefit of the project, understanding the project, and working towards it. Usually people will automatically share. You don't have to spend too much extra time. The beer thing works, especially if information is not forthcoming. People are not, if the work culture is such that people are not sharing information that often, take them out. They will open up. You don't even have to drink beer. Order pizzas and have a good conversation. People open up. Now, what are the things you will ask? Now, you're not going to ask if that person has is married, not married, has kids, doesn't have kids. Nothing personal. Don't even think of talking anything about personal stuff. Talk about business goals, objectives of the initiative, and what a particular stakeholder thinks about it. And you only ask this question if you have any doubt. Otherwise, everything is clear. You know the person is very much interested. Why will you even ask that question? Only when you are unable to read a person, what they think of the business goals, objectives, or initiatives, that's when you initiate these conversations. The whole concept of business analysis, only if you encounter resistance, only if you encounter negative attitudes. Business analyst, why do we need one? I can do this myself, I've been doing this so far. Those kind of statements, if you hear, if you sense, only then you try to dig a little bit deeper. If everything is hunky dory and all information is flowing, don't even think of being the gossip monger. Level of interest in the change. A lot of times people are aligned with business goals, objectives, initiatives, but they don't like a specific change. They like a particular change more than the other, but for some reason or the other change has been prioritized. Figuring that out requires open conversations. The sponsor, who is paying for it, and what are your various stakeholders' views on the person who is paying for it. End of the day, it's your job to maintain that balance in the team, the harmony in the team. And if the one who is paying for that person, everybody has negative feelings, or that person has negative feelings about the project, your project is doomed from start. So you need to assess that at the onset. Your own team members, again, nothing wrong in it. And this is IABA, by the way. It's not Pawan talking about stuff. This is what IABA tells you to do. Figure out your team members, who is good at what, who is not good at what. First meetings are always pleasant, but dig deeper, talk. Some people are good at taking shortcuts. Some people prefer not following the processes. Know those types, know them well, because when it gets serious project stuff, these things matter. And always be collaborative and team based. In fact, I've always had this policy and it has always worked for me. If something positive happens, give the credit to the team publicly. If someone appreciates you personally on an email, CC your whole team and give the credit to the team. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for saying such kind words. I really appreciate the feedback. However, I must also let you know that this credit goes to the whole team. The whole team made sure this was possible. Kudos to the team. Smiley face, send out to everybody. Your team will become more collaborative with you. If something goes wrong and someone sends a mail to you saying that this is messed up, take responsibility then and there. Don't blame it on the team. Good things, credit to the team. Bad things, take responsibility. Of course, you will take a class with the people who made mistakes later. That's different. But in front of that person who is highlighting those mistakes, say, I'm really sorry it's happened. As a BA, I take full responsibility of this, but mention the word as a BA, huh? Because it might be that something was done by the developer. You are not responsible for developing development errors. So use the words carefully. Say that as a BA, I feel I am responsible and I take full responsibility. I will personally go and check what went wrong and do a root cause analysis and get back to you. Give a timeline. That person is pacified. The team is not negatively affected in public. The team morale and collaboration is maintained. Always do this, guys. Figure out who has decision making authority. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's clear. There is a role, there is a senior manager, that person is the one who makes decisions. You know it. Awesome. Sometimes it's not so clear. Level of power or influence is important. The person might not be a senior manager, but might have a lot of influence with the vice president or the CEO. You have to take those people seriously. You have to figure out those influence structures or back channels that are there, that exists in every corporate organization. If you don't, you will mess up and things will figure out who has the ear of the people in charge. It's extremely important. And don't offend them. That goes without saying. And take them into confidence, build good relationships with them, and set up schedules. Define collaboration by setting up engagement schedules. Timing, frequency, location, tools, delivery methods, preferences of the stakeholders themselves. Always give preference to the stakeholder preferences. There will be some stakeholders who, I'll give you my example. I work India time. My official work timings is 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I mean, there's no such hard and fast rule, but it's morning hours. You just have to finish 8 hours. But most of my business stakeholders are based in US. They are not available until 6 p.m. India time. What do I do? Should I say that no, my work hours, I'll not work beyond my work hours? I can say that, but I don't. So I went to my boss, my manager. I told him, look, most of my stakeholders are late. They come after 6 p.m. Most of our meetings and my own meetings with them, they are, late night meetings. So will it be okay with you if I join late? My manager understood. He is a cool guy. So he said, yes, go ahead. I joined my work. My work day starts after 1 p.m. I start my work day at 1 p.m., end up at 9:30, wrap up, end of day. Figure out what your stakeholder preferences are. Don't impose your preferences over stakeholder preferences. Same setup. My development team is based in India. They are also my stakeholders. And there are some leads who don't want to work extra, or rather, don't want to work late night because their job is development. They don't have to deal with the business customers. So they come in around 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and they want to log off by 8 p.m. I make sure if I have any meetings with them or if I have to set any meetings where they are also needed, I don't go beyond 9 p.m. But if it's only me and the business guys, then 10:30, 11 is also fine. So give preference to stakeholders because that gives the impression that yes, this guy is thinking about us, and that's the most important thing. Communication needs extremely important. Be very clear what you are going to communicate. Don't go unprepared, otherwise it might become a lot of mess. What's the delivery method? Do you want to send something in writing, verbal? I'd say go for both. Have a meeting first, send out a written communication later, ensuring that you have both those things documented. Communicate according to the audience. If you are talking to senior management, don't go too much into detail. Focus on things they are looking for. If you are talking to developers and QAs, talk in their language. If you're talking to business, talk according to their terminologies. Focus on the audience. That's most important. We'll talk more about that later in competencies as well. Frequency of communication, the more the better, but again, availability is a factor, so you'll have to be very careful about how you manage the frequency. Geographical location doesn't really matter as long as you have the right tools. Level of detail again depends on the audience. Level of formality depends on all the factors of formality we already discussed. Couple of guidelines: business analysis, performance assessment, change strategy, and current state description. What are those things? We'll discuss them in detail later. These are the set of techniques you can use. We will talk about them in technique session. These are the key stakeholders at this stage you need to interact with. And again, it can be any stakeholder, but these are the ones who you definitely have to deal with. And you end up with your stakeholder engagement approach. Remember, being a business analyst means you have to have good political acumen. It's not just about getting requirements from one place and handing it over to another. It's about dealing with people without any hard authority. You don't have hard authority. You cannot walk into a room and order people to do something. So you have to be a little bit more political when you are working as a business analyst. Okay, so let me just quickly summarize. So the whole point of business analysis governance is to basically set up processes, set up mechanisms, and assign people to specific roles within the project, especially for certain activities like decision making, prioritization, so on and so forth. So many decisions will be made during the whole process, and someone has to be there to be able to make these decisions. We should also have a change control process. Now, what is a change control process? Basically, it's a mechanism where you can actually monitor any incoming changes. Because when we are working in an agile environment, it is a fact that changes will come and changes will be welcomed. So there can be many changes that can come at any stage. The QS identifies a new thing needs to be developed or thing needs to be modified to get better efficiency. Maybe the developer will suggest adding this new technology will make the system much faster, or the business themselves comes and says that, yes, we had agreed on these 5 things, but now we have a different need, so please change these last 2 items. Can happen, and happens very often. So in such cases, it's extremely important that we have a change control process or a change control mechanism. So how does this mechanism work? Someone comes, anybody can propose a change, as I said. So anyone can come up with an idea saying that, look, we should change this in so and so way. When that proposal is made, there has to be a mechanism to document it immediately. You might not take action immediately on that particular request, but you need to have that request documented. Yeah. So you need to do a thorough analysis, wherein you basically understand the impact of that particular change. Without knowing what impact a change can have on your existing system, you cannot take the decision of whether you implement the change or not. So this analysis is known as impact analysis. Again, there are no specific tools or mechanisms to do this analysis. You usually create Excel sheets, PPTs to capture information. The whole idea behind this analysis is you analyze the functional aspects as well as the technical aspects of implementing a new change and what that change can do to your existing system. That's the whole idea. So it's again not a solo activity. The BA does the functional part for sure, but they also have to closely work with the technical teams, the implementation teams, to understand the technical impact of a particular change. So, for example, if I'm changing something, of course, the functionality will change in a certain way, but behind the scenes, maybe there is a change in design, maybe there is a change in contracts. A lot of technical aspects might also get impacted. Maybe there are integrated systems which work in a certain way, but you make this change, they will now stop working. So that analysis has to be done by the technical team, and the functional impact analysis is done by the BA, and the report is presented together in those prioritization calls or sessions where these decisions have to be taken. And if everything seems to be in order, the business, someone from the business is usually the one who has the authority to approve or reject changes. They then will take, based on all the information available, they'll take a decision on whether that change is a valid request or an invalid request. If it's invalid, you close the ticket with a comment. You say that we're not going to do this because it's been agreed. It's not a valid point. And if it is approved, you actually take it up and plan it in your future development, your roadmap. You add it to your roadmap, and you then let's move to things you will consider as part of your change control process. Whenever a request comes, there are four items that will definitely get impacted no matter what. Cost and time, they will be changed. So let's say you were already working on 5 requirements, everything was planned, you had certain resources allocated, you had certain budget allocated, and you said by this date we will deliver these 5 requirements. Suddenly one more new requirement comes. Now you have 6 requirements, and let's say that is the most important one that has to be done first. It will impact your cost, it will impact your timelines, all your planning gets impacted because of this added requirement. There's nothing wrong in it. In fact, when that happens, you have to take it as part of the process and you incorporate it with your mm, you basically redo your planning and you come up with a new plan with that new item in. You'll also have to take a look at benefits. If someone is suggesting a change, is there a real value in implementing that change? What are the benefits? If there are no benefits, or if the benefits are minimal, why would you want to change all your planning and budgets and resources and deadlines for something which doesn't add any significant value? So benefit you have to consider every time a change request comes in. Risks, of course, if you are changing something midway, you probably don't have enough time to let me not use that statement. You have to get that time somehow, and you have to basically analyze everything there is with respect to the impact. So impact analysis, you have to make some time and figure out how it will be impacting anything in the current system. But along with it, you also have to do a risk analysis, because there will be uncertainty. You're bringing in a new thing which might lead to certain things which you probably didn't anticipate. So the negative effects of uncertainty are risks, and you have to do a risk analysis as well along with your impact analysis. One simple risk can be, I will not meet the deadlines. Let's say the business had a very hard deadline, production release should happen by so and so date, and by so and so date the product should be available to end users, but now they introduced 3 new things. So you have to say that, look, we are going to do these 3 new things, but there is definitely a risk that we will not be able to meet our initial deadline of end of the year or whatever the deadline was. That's fine, because if you are transparent and you make it out clear right at the onset, they also understand, because if someone is introducing new changes, they do understand it takes time to implement those new changes, and they will come up with a new deadline now. Priority. This is something we'll discuss in a short while. Uh, so priority is basically which item do we pick up first. So let's say I'm doing working on 15 items, 4 or 5 new items have come up. Which ones are more important? And if I'm taking these new 5 items into my iteration, I only have a capacity to do 5 things at one point. So I have to remove 5 things from existing iteration as well. So there has to be a very detailed analysis of which requirement adds the most value. Based on that, prioritization will happen. We will look at some prioritization techniques in a short while. The way prioritization happens in most software companies. And finally, you have to come up with a course of action. What is your course of action? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to implement the change? That plan has to be very clear and detailed out in. Let me put it this way: you have a set of 100 requirements. How do you and your team is capable of delivering only 5 items per iteration, and let's say your iteration is of 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks you can deliver 5 items. Which 5 items do you take in iteration one? Which 5 items do you pick for iteration two, three, four, and so on and so forth? How do you decide that slicing of requirements in such a way that you put them into buckets of your iterations? So there are many techniques, but we will focus on the two most commonly used techniques uh, that 99% of the times are used across the world for prioritization. So the first technique is, let's say you have a very collaborative team, meaning your development team, your business stakeholders, everybody meets almost regularly. Let's say every day they meet for some time, and you have everything in a very structured and ordered way. And there is a lot of trust and let me not go into trust and those things, but the point is there is a lot of interaction between the implementation and the development business side. Both of them know each other very well and they interact quite often. If that is a scenario, there is one way to do prioritization where both of you take inputs from both of these teams, the business stakeholders and the implementation stakeholders. You take both of their views and you filter out certain requirements in a certain way. So what is that technique? So let's go into the technique and look at this particular image. So you have two axes, x-axis and y-axis. In this particular diagram, the y-axis represents impact, x-axis represents effort. You can have multiple, you can have anything else as well in these x and y axis. For example, if for your project money is a more important factor than impact, then you will make your y axis as cost. If time is an important factor, you can put time. Long time projects or things that will take higher time will be put up as certain items. You can actually change the values of these axes with any parameter that is most important for your project. For now we are looking at impact versus effort, but depending from project to project it might vary, and you can have any such value like cost, time, risk. uh, all of these things can be used in x or y axis. So how does this work? So in order to do this kind of prioritization, it is absolutely necessary for you to do two things. One, you should have the complete set of requirements already assembled in one place. If you don't have all the requirements assembled in one place, this uh, prioritization technique, you will not be able to utilize it to its full. So you will only be able to do it on a partial level, and it will not be that helpful. So you need to have, I'm not saying 100%, but maximum. Let's say 80% of all your requirements are already in place. Only 20% you will figure out later. You are good to go with this particular prioritization. So let's say I have these 100 requirements. I'll put each of these requirements on a post-it, and I'll put that on a wall. I'll now call the development team stakeholders, and I'll pick up post-it number 1. I'll say that, look, you guys tell me what is the efforts in getting this requirement implemented. They will either say it's something you can do easily, or it's something that is very complex. There can only be two answers. They are binary questions. So let me open a better one. Yeah, this is a better diagram. I don't like the color schema of this one. Okay. So the development team says, look, this is a low effort. Low effort, we can easily deliver it. Now you ask the business stakeholders from their point of view, what is the value of that particular requirement? If we deliver that requirement, does it add high value, or does it add low, or is it like low to medium value? Based on these two answers, now you have two parameters, two axes. Based on the answers you get, you will post it in one of these quadrants. Either it will be high value, low effort, or high value but high effort, or high effort but low value, or low value, low effort. It will have to fit in one of these four categories. Once you do that filtering, you get some items in this box, some items in this, some in this, some in this. Anything that is low priority, anything that is of low value but high efforts, will you even think of doing that ever? It adds minimum value but takes a lot of cost, lot of effort to get that done. Will you even think of delivering that at any given point of time? Probably not, because for you that is like a waste of time. It's a time sink. You invest time on doing that, you will be wasting a lot of time with very minimal real value. So anything that falls under the first box, you will probably never pick up. They are as good as discarded. You don't discard them right away. You put them as time sinks. You capture the requirements, saying that, look, we have done our job. We captured all the requirements. But during our discussions, we found that these items don't really add value, and they're too complex to implement. Hence, we are just putting it in the box where we will not touch it for a long, long, long time. Unless some drastic change happens and some of those requirements become valuable, more valuable, you will never do. You will never implement those in the first place. Anything that is low value but low effort is a filler. It's a fill in. Meaning, when you have completed everything else that is important, and now you have nothing to work on, your team is sitting idle. Instead of making them sit idly, you will ask them to pick some items from this box. Because one, it doesn't take too much time, it will keep people engaged. And because it doesn't add any high value, high or medium value, it's very low value in terms of its uh, value. You will basically leave it for the future, like as a fill-in. When everything else is done, nothing is left. There is nothing left to do. You will pick items from this box. So that leaves us with two boxes. And these are the two boxes you will spend most of your time working on. What are those two boxes? High value, low effort. That's a quick win. You know it won't take too much time, effort, complexity. It's straightforward. You can achieve it. Your team is confident. And it will definitely add very high value. So they are quick wins. You have to pick items from that bucket for sure. Then there are items which are going to add high value, so you have to take them at some point, but they are going to take time. You can't take all of them in one go and say that we'll finish it, immediately. You can't finish them immediately. They are going to be time taking, long, high effort works. So what will you do? You will probably take a balanced approach, pick some items from the quick wins, and pick one or two big projects. Why is this strategy used? If you pick a couple of one or two quick wins and you deliver them, the business is happy because they are getting something that is delivering high value. And parallelly, you inform the business that, look, we are also starting work on this project, and this one is going to take a lot of extra time. It requires time because it's a very complex implementation, but you are starting it as soon as possible. If you start it today, the end date would also be predictable, and at some point you will finish it. If you keep it parked, you'll probably never get to it. So you have to make a balanced choice, pick some quick wins with high value, low effort, and pick one or two big projects which you know for a fact will take a lot of time, but will add a lot of value as well. And you pick some items, especially analysis or those kind of activities, you can pick immediately. Now look at the second prioritization technique. Have you guys heard of this? Again, couple of things. Now, these two techniques that we have looked at, you don't always have to create a chart like this. Not necessary. If you have a limited set of requirements and you want to use this method or the Moscow method, you can simply capture them in an Excel sheet or a Word file. Just add a or create a table with 4 columns, each having these headings. This kind of representation is very helpful when you are doing these kind of activities in person. Let's say you're conducting a workshop for requirements, and at the end of the requirements gathered, so you have gathered 100 requirements during the workshop, you want to prioritize them as well. There you will put this up, you'll take a printout of this, or you'll draw it out on a board, or create a large chart paper with the same, because it makes presentation that much better. And the activity itself becomes a collaborative activity where people are talking, they are coming to the board, they are putting post-its on. But if you are working in an online environment, you have a limited set of requirements. You can do this using Microsoft Word, Excel, or even emails. You can just send out an email saying that, look, we made these 4 categories based on your understanding. Development team, you give me the high priorities. You just put your values, which one is high, which one is low. And business, you tell me from a value point of view which is high and which is low. And then you create an Excel sheet or a report and you send it out to everyone. So the representation is not important. The concept of how you are doing the prioritization is what really matters. Coming back to Moscow, so it's just one of those acronyms which is used to remember things easily. I think there's a term for it. I don't remember what that term is, but it's like if I ask you what are the 7 colors of rainbow, I'm sure most of you here would have heard VIBGYRE. It's by it's an acronym, right? VIBGYRE, and you can actually remember all the 7 colors using the acronym. Uh, Similarly, Moscow is the acronym by which you can remember what it really stands for. So M in Moscow, or MO in Moscow, stands for most essential or most important tasks, things that are a must have, meaning if you don't have those functionalities, your system is useless. For example, if I'm building a food delivery application, I need to have an ability to log in into the application. I need to have an inventory of restaurants and their respective menus. I need to have a payment mechanism, and I need to have a delivery mechanism. If these 4 5 things are not there in the app, it's not a food delivery application. So they have to be there for the application to be able to be used. Said that, the next category, starting with S, stands for important app tasks that have to be done at some point. But even if they are not there on day one, your system will still continue working. They are not essential to the product, but they are definitely very important. Let me give you the same example. Payments. Let's say the same food delivery app that you are building. On day one, you say to the business that, look, guys, I'll give you an application which has a payment option, but at least for the first 1 month or 2 months, it will only have cash on delivery. And then slowly, we will add credit cards, debit cards, the UPI scans, whatnot. Is the system workable? Is the system something that you can release and get some value out of it, as of it based on the current set of features? The answer is yes. Yes, the current set of features are not perfect. They are not refined. Maybe there is more to be done. Maybe the competitors are offering things that you currently don't have. But it's a good start to have. Then you have could have, or CO, or could have, or nice to have features. So what is this? So here you basically focus on things that even if they're not there, it doesn't add too much value. But if you do it, then it'll be nice to, it'll maybe make something colorful, add a small scroll bar somewhere, add a logo here, add a background there, all of those kind of changes, minor changes, things that don't have any significant value add, but are going to make the user experience or quality of life better if you implement them. And W stands for won't have, or things that you will never do. So these are the tasks that don't provide any value, and you will not waste your time doing these tasks because they don't provide any. One important point. So the difference between this technique and the other technique that we just saw, there you need a collaboration between your development team, implementation team, and your business stakeholders. You will take both of their inputs to come up with prioritization using the other technique. But with Moscow, you don't need the implementation team. Unless it's a very technical set of requirements. For non-functional requirements, of course, it will be the development team, but there you will not need the business team. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is this technique you can use with one party alone. You don't need a collaboration between multiple stakeholders. You can sit with the business, prioritize all functional requirements just with them. You can sit with the implementation team, prioritize all technical tasks with them. Combine the two, you have a roadmap ready. This technique is more common compared to others because for others you need to have that you have to build that rapport. You need to ensure that there is Yeah. So Moscow technique is the one that is most commonly used across the board because it doesn't have that dependency of bringing two groups or three groups together. But you will find both of these techniques to be very valuable. It helps you in filtering out a lot of requirements which don't add any value. So the things that would come under the won't have bucket, you will not touch them. It's a good way of filtering out unwanted work, and what remains is the ones that are really adding value or are very important for the. Now you have done your prioritization. You used one of these techniques. Somehow you made sure that all the requirements are now prioritized. That's not the end. Now you have to first go and document them, because any prioritization that you do needs to be documented largely to an extent of it has to be formal documentation. Even Confluence, you can create formal documentation. I'll show you how Confluence and Jira documentation works. I'll also show you the traditional modes of documentation, the BRDs, FRDs, SRDs, SRS, etc. So we'll look at those documentation types later in one of our later sessions. But for now, let's just remember that all these changes that are coming in after prioritization, you will have to document them very clearly. Communication, that's the next step. Make sure you communicate these changes, and everybody who is a stakeholder needs to know that changes are happening. Send out emails, put it up in a page where everybody can access it. How you do it would be left up to the tools and mechanisms available in your particular project and organization. But communication has to happen if certain changes have been adopted. Now, in this particular set of slides, impact analysis is given at the very end. But if you ask me, in my experience, you have to do impact analysis before the actual acceptance or rejection of the change happens. But organizational practices might vary slightly. The sooner you do your impact analysis, the better, because you will have more information to decide, to base your decisions on. So make sure that you do impact analysis beforehand as soon as possible. Few things to remember though is who is going to perform the analysis. You need to figure that out. As I mentioned, some of the changes can just have functional impact. Then it will be the BA who will do the analysis. Some of the changes can also have a technical impact. Both BA and dev lead or technology, your implementation team have to work together to do the analysis. Or changes are purely technical in nature, no functionality change, then it will be an analysis done by the development team. So bottom line, you have to decide who is going to do impact analysis for that particular change. So for every change, I mean, again, when I say every change, I'm talking about changes that are significant in nature. If I'm just adding a button or I'm just adding a image or a logo, I would probably not need an impact analysis, right? On the UI, I'm changing the position of the logo from left to right. Will I do an impact analysis? Absolutely not. It doesn't make sense because all I'm doing is changing the image from left to right. So again, it depends on case to case. If I'm implementing something which I have an inkling that it is going to have impact, I'll definitely do impact. Okay. So prioritization, we already talked about all these prioritization activities you will use. So some of the parameters, remember that cost versus, effort versus value that we saw. You can replace that X and Y value with either cost, risk, value. Anything that is relevant in your project can become the X and Y axis, but some of the other parameters are cost, risk, and okay. So once your requirements are finalized, prioritization is done, you present them for approvals to your stakeholders. So as I said, someone from the business side always usually be is usually the one who has the authority to approve or reject, right? So you'll probably send these, or you will present your case that look, these new requirements are coming in, these things do so and so things, it will add so much so value. Would you also agree that these three changes are important and we should take them up now? Or if not, we will put them in the backlog and we will do the we'll work on these requirements when all our current requirements are complete. They will basically look at the impact analysis, all of the discussions that have happened, and take a decision of whether to approve the change or not approve the change. Guidelines are tools straightforward. Business analysis, performance assessment, policies, current state description, regulatory information. These all are guided. You'll be bounded by these guidelines anyways. So you have to make sure that you keep an eye out for all of these specific guidelines. Set of techniques. These are the ones that you can use to perform this governance analysis planning. And we'll talk about them in our technique session. These are the primary stakeholders, but I would say any stakeholder who has a relevance, you need to loop that person in. The next topic is information management. So every conversation, every discussion, every meeting, every observation can also lead to a lot of information. You generate information at every step of business analysis, and this information needs to be managed as well. That is what this planning is all about. So the first thing, how do you organize your information? So there has to be certain structure to how you are setting your information up in terms of its documentation. The level of detail, how much detail do you describe, or how much detail do you put in for a particular requirement? That will vary from scenario to scenario. Any relationships, if I have created one requirement A and there is another requirement B which is also created or was already existing, and it seems that requirement A can only work if requirement B is also available, it's a direct dependency. And there will be scenarios like that where you have certain requirements captured and then there would be dependencies on other requirements, and you have to demonstrate those dependencies using links. Again, what do I mean by use links? We will see that when we look at a tool like Jira. And most importantly, why are we doing all of this? Why do we need a robust and detailed information management process and systems? Because most of these requirements are reusable. If I today, for a food delivery app, create a login mechanism using username, using the email ID of the user or the mobile phone number of the user, let's just say, can I not use that component, the front end component where I'm adding the email ID and logging in, or a phone number or logging in other applications, in other projects? Tomorrow I want to launch a new app which is solely focused on e-commerce like Amazon. Login will still remain the same in both, right? Of course, there would be some specific changes here and there depending on roles and stuff, but majority these requirements are not discarded because they might have utility in the future for other initiatives or other projects. Another important aspect of this whole thing is how do you make this information accessible and how do you store it? So these days everything is cloud. So either it will be Amazon Azure, Amazon AWS, or Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud. And you would be using platforms or tools like Confluence, which have their own spaces and databases. You don't have to worry about how they are saving it. So if your company has licenses for Confluence or Jira, they will basically, you will automatically get Confluence at your. So straightforward inputs, you have business analysis approach, governance approach, stakeholder engagement approach. These three are already in place. You do your business analysis, information management planning approach activity, and you end up with the information management upward. So, what are the things you have to keep in mind when you are trying to come up with a information management system or mechanism or process? You will be one of those select few stakeholders who will have complete control and would probably be the only person, if you are lucky. Well, not lucky, I mean, most structured teams will have the BAs create most of the documentation, and sometimes the technical architects, they will also create their own technical documentation, and once in a while the developers contribute as well. But primarily when it comes to functionality requirements, how it will work, how the functionality would look like, what the user journey will be, all of these things the BA has to do and ensure that all of this information is presented to or stored in these systems, whichever system you use, in a way where it is easily available to everybody. It should be well structured. We just talked about it. It should not be difficult to locate. If I have to go through 10 pages, folders, and everything, and then I come to your information, it loses its whole purpose. So it has to be somewhere where anybody who wants to access the information can easily access it without too much of search or wait. There should be no contradictions or conflicts. So if you're finalizing some text or information, if you're finalizing anything as part of your documentation, please ensure there is no conflict with other documentation that might already be there. If there is any conflicting, contradicting, misleading connections, get those things analyzed first and then only create the tickets, because you don't want duplicates, unnecessary duplicates, to be created for things which can easily be avoided with a simple analysis. Next is level of abstraction. So abstraction basically talks about the length and the depth and breadth of whatever information you're capturing. Again, representations of this kind of information can vary. Someone might just stick to high level conceptual description, or you might have a very detailed summary talking about what that functionality is. I personally prefer giving detailed summaries most of the time, but once in a while you have some epics where there's not much detail to be given anyways. So there you can stick to a high level conceptual summary just to convey what that particular requirement is all about. Okay. Let's take a look at traceability. Again, we will look at all of these things when we actually cover information management knowledge area. So, and I'll show you tools as well to connect easily. But as this is just all about planning, you probably won't even use the tools. Well, it depends on the organization. If most organizations that are structured and they have adopted these tools, they will ask you to use the tool anyways. But let's say your organization doesn't, then you can just create an Excel sheet for all this information that we are talking about. So what is traceability? So traceability of a requirement basically helps you keep an eye on that requirement's journey. Let's say there is a requirement which was captured in 2020 and this is 2025. 5 years back, a particular requirement has been captured. Every year, someone picked up that requirement, maybe delivered a part of it, had some decisions taken, some discussions happened. There will always be a history to how a particular requirement has arrived to whichever state it is today. So if it is implemented and deployed, what that journey has been like also will be part of it. Bottom line, traceability gives you that picture where it originated, how it went through different things, and arrived at where it is today. It also allows you to look into the future. It also allows you to see how what you are doing will impact the future, your gap analysis, sorry, your impact analysis, and all of that is, something you can make a part of your documentation here as well. And that will give you a view of where the requirement might go in the next year, next 2 years, 3 years, whatever the timelines are. Hence, you will be able to track its complete movement within your traceability. So there are two sub to the knowledge area. For now, let's just say that there is one called forward traceability and there is one called backward traceability. Forward traceability, you don't worry too much, it's yet to happen. The backward one is the one which is critical, because again, it is already existing or certain decisions have already been taken. So you just have to go with the flow and make sure that whatever decision has been taken is correctly implemented. So let me just put it this way: you need to ensure that the requirements are pretty much the visibility of a requirement's future and past is clearly available. That's the most essential thing. Complexity of the domain, again, very important. Number of views the requirements will produce, how many times people are going to, so especially if you are creating dashboards, if you are creating pages which multiple stakeholders will come and visit, you need some. So Google Analytics, for example, allows you to track that, right? How many people are coming and accessing your page. So all of these become your parameters and can be tracked as part of it. Then another reason why you need information management is so regulatory requirements, for example, they are always reused. So for example, RBI has set up certain guidelines for a credit card, for any kind of credit cards. It doesn't matter which type of credit card software you are working today. For every credit card application that you build, you will have to adhere to the same regulatory requirements. They rarely change. So your requirements are reused. Contractual obligations. Remember, you can mention things in your acceptance criteria. So if there are some contract obligations, you have to deliver it in such and such fashion. That won't change. No matter which requirement you pick under that particular project, you will have to follow the same process. Such cases, quality standards, they rarely change. And when I say quality standards, I'm not talking about individual testing standards. I'm talking about organizational level quality control standards. Let's say your company has to adhere to ISO 2001. I'm sure you must have seen these ISO certification markings. ISO 20001, I think it's 20001, not 2001. Uh, ISO certified. What does that mean? So ISO stands for International Standards Organization. So what it basically does is it gives certifications to companies based on various parameters. There are different kinds of certifications. ISO 20001, ISO 1919 149s. There are different designations. You can Google them out, and they have different designations for different purposes. So for maintaining quality, for maintaining good documentation structures, for doing appropriate audits, all of these things have different certifications, and companies aspire for these certifications, because having these certifications gives the company good press. Basically, people now have more faith in the company on delivering whatever it is delivering, and these standards rarely change. So if you have an ISO set of ISO standards guidelines or parameters you have to follow, they will remain for all the teams in your organization. So irrespective of which team you are in which project you are working in, ISO standards, quality standards, you have to follow across the organization, and you will reuse those requirements. Service level agreements. Amazon AWS provides multiple services. The agreements with Amazon AWS will rarely change. They are pretty much standard. I mean, once in a while they might get updated, no doubt about it, but they don't change. Then business rules, business processes, even requirements for specific products, describing the products that you are producing. They might also sometimes be reused, although they might be changing every now and then. But who knows? At some point, it might become relevant again. So you have to have this information management system to use for reuse. And finally, storage and access. Who is able to access it? How is it stored? Is it in a database? Is it in a hard file? Uh, do I control or restrict access to people from other teams? Do I want only managers to see certain things and users to see certain things? You need to have those, what do you say, options. And you get most of these options if you are using the right set of. Okay, so requirements attributes. So what are these attributes? Now I'll show this to you on Jira application. Let me finish the theory part first, and then I'll show you Jira and Confluence, and we will see more of it in actual knowledge area discussion as well. Now, what are these attributes? So these are the attributes by which you can actually categorize your requirements. For example, absolute reference. What does that mean? Every requirement that you document, you generate a unique page for it, or you create a unique ID to mark that requirement. You can do that, right? You can create a title heading and you can add requirement number 1. That's a unique ID. Requirement number 2, that's another unique ID. You will not have two requirement 2s. You'll always have one. You'll always have unique numbering when you are creating these requirements. So you can categorize or arrange or structure your requirements using the absolute reference. Now it will not be as simple as requirement 1, requirement 2, but I will show you how it works in Jira and how it looks in. Then author, who created this requirement or who documented this requirement first. Whoever is capturing this requirement, creating that documentation, you can segregate or you can filter based on the authors who have created documents in that whatever space you are creating these documents. I'll show the tools for that also, and that will give you a bigger picture how it works. Complexity can be a parameter. You structure your requirements from highest complexity to lowest complexity, or vice versa. Ownership is more about responsibility. So who owns this piece of work? So you assign some people. Let's say there are 10 members in the team. You say X will be responsible for front end, Y will be responsible for back end, and Z will focus on user experience and enhancements. And requirements now would be categorized based on these three people's X, Y, and Z persons ownership. So all front end under X's name, you will list down or create or capture in one place. All things Y under his category, you will put it all in one section, and so on and so forth. We'll see the example as well, so you will get a better view. Priority we already discussed. The techniques we have discussed, how to set up priority, but I can also structure my requirements based on the priority. I'll bunch up all the high priority ones in one place, all the medium priority ones in one place, and all the low priority ones in one place. Doable. Same for risks. Highest risk to lowest risk, or vice versa. Source. Again, this point is relevant only if you are taking information from external sources quite often. But if you are reusing information within your organization itself, within your team itself, you probably won't structure using source. But if you are in a domain where information flows from external sources, where there are multiple external sources, you can use that as a categorization mechanism. Stability of various components of the system, that can be, again, this is more from a development technical standpoint, but stability of a system equally important. And you can categorize content based on component 1 is extremely stable compared to the least stable component in the system. So you can arrange status. I'll show you on Jira how it looks. In Confluence, you'll have to do an extra piece of work, create tables and stuff to capture that information. There is no one-click status update in Confluence, but Confluence is connected with a tool like Jira. So if you do changes in Jira, they will automatically reflect in Confluence. I shall show you that in action, what I mean by changing statuses for requirements. And finally, you have urgency. So something suddenly comes up, a big blocker without which the whole business goes for a toss. You take that up, you fix it, you give it as a hot fix. That's basically some common, pretty much the same set of techniques, very few, but you can use these techniques to have this mechanism in place. You do a brainstorming with some of your team members. Oh, which system would be best, Confluence or Jira? Or can we use my role? People do brainstorming, they come up with lists, they refine their mechanisms, tools, etc., etc. And all these techniques can be used to get that information. It's just 3 that are mentioned here, but remember, any stakeholder you need to talk to with respect to information sharing, you have to talk to them. But these 3 stakeholders are definitely someone's who you have to inform. Like, they are the primary ones that need to definitely be part of these conversations. But bottom line, always go with the idea all stakeholders need to know everything. So the last segment of this topic is so the whole idea is, just like you have your performance measured at the end of every year by your managers, there should be some performance metrics for the very actions or tasks of business analysis. And that is to be set up by you. So usually there are 3, okay, let's go step by step. So of course, at this stage, you'll have your business analysis approach and any objectives that have been set for you. Your organization might have set up some performance objectives that are external to the project, and they might have an impact. You identify your metrics and you make that as part of the assessment. So what do you do in terms of this activity? So there are multiple ways you can measure the performance of your business analysis. You can keep it informal. You can have chats. You can have meetings regularly with all your stakeholders. You take a verbal feedback. How is my business analysis going? Am I able to communicate clearly? Is there any gap in the way we are handling your requirements? You can have these verbal discussions where it's informal, but you keep getting feedback about your business analysis performance. Or you can make it a little bit more formal at the end of the year. In fact, I used to do this. I won't lie, I don't do it anymore. But especially in the early years, first couple of years of me becoming a business analyst, I used to do this. At least I remember doing it at least for the first 2, 3, 4 years. 4 years I have done it consistently. So every 6 months, I would basically send out a survey. So it would be a questionnaire, communication of the business analyst, knowledge areas, knowledge levels of the business and analysis, knowledge captured through business analysis, knowledge represented and presented, communication of that particular knowledge to all stakeholders. All these would become categories, and I would have asked these stakeholders to do a rating on a scale of 1 to 5. And what I would basically do is send this to all my business stakeholders, all my implementation stakeholders, and testing teams, the QA teams. And any feedback would be open. Of course, there would be one descriptive section where they could add anything that they feel needs improvements. And I would gather this feedback with open hearts. No, and I would make it anonymous so that people do not hesitate to share anything that they wanted to share. So, and I would get the information and I would work on that information for the next year so that I don't have to, or for the next 6 months, so that I don't repeat the same mistakes if there were mistakes committed. And I would publish this information in a Confluence page, so that people get to know what the all the team members are actually thinking. Do you have to do it? I'll leave it up to you. If your management allows you that much freedom that you can do these kind of, this is not exact business analysis away, keeping your business analysis process smooth and clean. You can utilize any existing measures. So sometimes what happens, companies have certain structures already in place. If there is something already in place, something where they are getting the feedback at the end of the year, why would you want to start another thing again? I mean, why, you don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? So in such cases, you will basically just use whatever mechanism is already in place. And if there's nothing in place, try to come up with new measures. So these are the categories. Remember, I talked about, even I used to have something on these same lines: accuracy and completeness of all business analysis information, knowledge levels of the business analyst, knowledge levels of the team, effectiveness, organizational support I use, but you can use it. Like, if there is a problem or if there's a bug, do the support teams immediately respond? All of these things are also important when you're conversing with your business stakeholders. Significance, strategic timelines, all of these things can also become parameters for measuring your performance. Not your performance, my bad, performance of the business analysis process. And you analyze these results and you use that as feedback on trying to improve anything that is not correct. Now, there are three ways you can actually fix problems. Let's say you did all your assessment, and from your assessment, you came to know that there are some shortcomings or problems in the business analysis process. Corrective actions. You already identified there are three things going wrong. The first most important priority right now would be to fix those incorrect practices. So you take corrective actions to fix ongoing problems, or then you will take certain preventive actions to ensure that problems like that don't happen in the future. And finally, if someone does suggest some improvement, or you know yourself notice that everything is fine, there are no problems today, and you don't see any problems in the future, but you realize that maybe changing something in slightly different way will make things even more better, make the increase the efficiency, increase the performance. Anything can, I mean, whatever is there today is doesn't have problems, but it can be further enhanced. That's where you take improvements. So preventive actions is to prevent problems in the future. Corrective actions, you already are in a mess, you're already in the middle of a problem, you take corrective actions to clean that mess right now, correct the problem right now. And improvements, there are no problems, but things can be even better. That's where you take improvements. You will always be guided by your organizational performance standards. You cannot go beyond that. So whatever standards you set up, make sure they fall under your organizational. Okay. So what is elicitation and collaboration? So as I told you before, the word elicitation is just a fancy way of saying obtaining information or gathering information. The word elicitation is just equal to obtaining of information or gathering of information. Now, there are two components.
One component is elicitation, where your focus is to obtain or gather information. And then there is a second aspect, which is collaboration. Because when you deal with your stakeholders, you interact with them, you have to collaborate with them. You cannot be aggressive, you cannot be fighting, or be rude and still expect them to give information. So it has to be a very collaborative activity. And how do you do that? What are the various techniques? We will discuss that as part of this module as well. So this whole knowledge area of elicitation and collaboration is basically divided into 5 phases. Phase 1, you prepare for your elicitation. You cannot directly jump into elicitation activities without any preparation. Not advisable, unless it's some kind of an emergency, or you don't have a choice. But strongly not advisable to go in without preparation. Second is, once you prepare, you are ready, you conduct the actual elicitation activities, where you gather the information or obtain the information. And once you have all that information, phase 3 is all about confirming the results. Just because you have received some information does not mean or does not guarantee that the information is all correct and all right. So what you will have to do is you have to go back to the source. Whoever or wherever you got that information from, you go back to the source, you verify, you confirm whether whatever you gathered in phase 2 was accurate and correct or not. And only when it is confirmed that yes, this is the final set of requirements, you publish them, you communicate them to all your stakeholders, and you publish them in form of documentation, maybe in a tool like Confluence, or in a Word file, or a SharePoint site. Some location you would publish that information as documentation. And while you are doing these 4 phases, you would be talking and meeting with a lot of other people, especially your stakeholders. You will parallelly, throughout this whole journey, ensure that you are managing stakeholder collaboration. So technically 4 phases, and the 5th phase is common throughout. You have to keep that up every time you meet and talk with stakeholders. So we won't spend time on the core concept model. It's just breaking down of this particular topic into the core concept model: change, need, solution, stakeholder value, and context. Now look at this input-output diagram. At this stage, you have many things already in place. You have the needs, you have all the business analysis information, you have the stakeholder engagement approach, and you have your business analysis performance assessment metric. Now you start preparing for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm results. So the deliverables are, so for preparation of elicitation, what is your output? You end up with something called an elicitation activity plan. It's more like a timetable, a schedule of when you will be meeting with your stakeholders, for which meetings, and what information you will be getting in those meetings. It's a very detailed schedule. Most companies or most teams that use agile and are very structured, what they usually do is, right at the onset, they come up with this elicitation activity plan, but instead of publishing it somewhere, they simply convert it into meeting requests, recursive meeting requests. So for example, in my current team, we have one call with business, one 30-minute call every Thursday, where we just give updates. It's an update call. We don't discuss any specific issues. We just inform how the teams are performing on that call. 30 minutes. Just that very day, later in the night, we have a 1 hour call, which is solely focused on prioritization. We don't discuss anything else there. We will simply call the business members, all the stakeholders, and we will come up with a list of requirements that have already been verified, and we will ask them to do. Then on Fridays, we have another call, 30 minutes, where we just plan for the next iteration, what we will do in the next iteration. And we don't involve the business stakeholders. No, well, we involve everyone. Everyone is involved, all stakeholders. But here it is all about planning. What is the work that is going to happen in the next sprint, next 2 weeks, next 3 weeks? That's it. And right after that, we have a 30-minute call, which usually goes and becomes a 1 hour call, because we involve the development team in this. And it's a just like business stakeholders, we discuss priorities, what's important, what's not important. In this call, we just discuss that, but for technical requirements. And we don't involve the business stakeholders in this call. It's just with the technical team, the design team, the implementation team. They tell us what they plan to do or what the statuses are with various activities. And on Monday, we just do one call, which is the foundation call or grooming sessions, where we gather new requirements. We sit with the business owners, we show our user stories, we show our documentation, we verify requirements, we get new requirements if necessary, so on. And now, what I just mentioned is a set of calls, and these calls happen every week, and they are recursively set forever. Like, I mean, as long as I'm part of this team, that calls at those slots for those particular days of the week would always be fixed for those particular calls. It's nothing but an elicitation activity plan in action. Instead of publishing a schedule somewhere anywhere in the or sending out an email for it, you are actually converting that into actual meeting requests and following. Rest elicitation results, I mean, once you conduct elicitation, you'll get a lot of requirements, you'll get a lot of results which they are unconfirmed. Once you confirm them, they become confirmed. Once you communicate them, all this business analysis information that is generated, you communicate to everybody, it becomes communicated, and you are basically throughout this whole process doing stakeholder engagement. So let's talk about preparing for elicitation in a slightly bit more detailed way. So how do you prepare for elicitation? Now remember, elicitation is not about okay. So elicitation is not just about talking to other human beings. Elicitation can involve doing studies, reading material, doing experiments, observing someone. It need not always be through collaboration. So usually information or requirements are gathered in three different ways. One is through active engagement or collaboration, where you actually talk to people, you ask them questions, and you get information out of them. That's the collaboration part, collaborative way of getting information. There is another part which is through observation. You don't ask any questions. You just sit and observe what people are doing. And based on that, you gain information, you document that information, you confirm that information. This process or this way of getting information only works in process oriented domains. You can't use it for knowledge oriented domains because you can't observe. Then you can do research and experimentation. Through that also you can gain a lot of new information. In fact, a lot of development teams, especially in the software industry, are constantly doing research and development. In fact, there are companies, almost all companies these days usually have an R&D wing. These guys in the R&D teams, they don't actually do anything relevant for production. They're not building software for people who are using the company's products. No, they are just doing research on what next. So I used to be a part in a different company of a small team. The whole point of that team was to do innovation. You do proof of concepts. In software you call it proof of concept, So what happens is you build something, you come up with a small demonstrator, meaning it's not the full product or anything. It just shows that yes, technically it's feasible to do whatever you're trying to do, and you demonstrate it. You do a demo, show that look, this is how it will work. If we do develop it into a full-fledged project, it will give so and so benefits. So it's a mix of experimentation, research, lot of study, going through existing documents, research papers, all of that you have to go through, and you gain new information, and you use that information to build products or services. So again, all of that requires extreme levels of preparation. So don't think that if you become a BA, like in schools and colleges we used to get homeworks, you will not escape from homeworks if you become a BA. Because in business analysis, you still have to do a lot of homework. The only difference between this homework versus your college or school homework was your teachers would assign you the homework and they would come and evaluate your homework. Here, nobody is going to assign any homework to you. And if you don't do your homework, you will be the one who will not be able to answer questions or be productive enough as a BA. So, a lot of so at this stage, you already have the needs, the stakeholder engagement approach, you prepare for your elicitation, you end up with your elicitation act. So how do you do preparation? Like what exactly do you do as part of? First is figure out, if you don't know your business, what questions will you ask? How will you ask the right questions? So do your research, do your homework about the business domain. What is that domain about? Where does it operate? How does it operate? Where does revenue come? Do a full thorough research of whichever domain for which you are building your products. Make sure that you do a thorough research of it. Figure out the corporate culture and environment. Without it, you cannot collaborate or have conversations or discussions or build relationships unless you know what is the corporate culture and environment of your particular organization or project team. Stakeholder locations. My team members sit in the US. I work in India. I cannot say I'll work only 9 to 6 every day. I can work 9 to 6, but I'll never get to meet with any of those guys who are based in the US because they log in at around 6 p.m. in India time. So, have a clear understanding and understand that we are the ones who will have to compromise as BAs. It's not even a compromise, let's call it part of job. So take into account stakeholder locations, ensure that their preferences are always given priority. Then group dynamics, very important. Again, politics, it's all about politics. Who are involved in your project and what are their group dynamics. It's not just about you having a good relationship with all other stakeholders. They also have to have a good relationship amongst themselves. If they are fighting with each other, if they have ego issues with each other, not with you everybody is cool, but amongst themselves they are constantly fighting, it will have a major impact on your elicitation activities. Every time you bring these guys into a room, they start fighting. That's a problem for you. So you have to figure out. So if you have such situations where you know these two people don't gel well, and if they come together, it's always fire. So you conduct elicitation separately for these guys. You conduct an interview with Mr. X, conduct an interview with Mrs. X separate. That's one way to do it. I mean, there are different ways to handle situations depending on the situation itself. But bottom line, your elicitation strategy will basically be dependent on these things. Your own skills. How good are you as a BA to plan everything out and ensure that these things are enforced and taken care of? That becomes absolute. I'll tell you very frankly, there was one time where it was, I think, 7 8 years back. I was already a BA 3 4 years in, I guess 3 years 4 years, just 3 years completed or 4 years. I was over enthusiastic. I had recently done my CBAP. I knew all these concepts. I wanted to use these concepts in practice. So what I wanted to do was, at that point, the projects I was involved with uh, did not have these recursive sessions. We would set up sessions as and when needed. And the problem with that was, when we needed a session, the stakeholders were not available because they would have other engagements, other meetings. So there was a lot of running around. So the idea was well intentioned. The idea was exactly what CBAP tells us. But because I lacked that experience, I could not manage it. So the way what happened was, I sent out certain meeting requests with certain group of stakeholders. We realized that we need another set of stakeholders. Again, certain things were coincidences, mistakes happened, and certain things were coincidences that led to bigger mistakes. But bottom line, we had to cancel all the meeting requests that we sent because things did not, and people got confused. There was like feedback, like, why are you spamming our inboxes with meeting requests again and again? We get the point, and this that. So things went for a toss. Then my project manager, who was also my mentor at the time, she jumped in. She said, let me handle this, because the idea had to be implemented. The idea was a great idea and had to be done. It's just that my experience at that time, my skill set at that time, didn't get the job done. And my manager jumped in. She made sure that these things are set up, and she held a call, and next week onwards everything was set. Bottom line, business analyst skills, absolutely. Other elicitation activities planned to complement this one. Let's say you are talking to a particular group of stakeholders, you are getting some requirements, and there is another team, same company, same product, let's say, but it's a different team, has its own BA. There is some information that is coming from there. You might have to have some coordinated approach. Maybe there are two teams but of the same product. Happens in my current organization. We are four teams. We are all building the same product. Different parts of the product are divided into these four teams. I am the BA for one of the core products. How many more? Well, officially there is only one more BA, but technically two more BAs are there who handle two other components. So we need to be on the same page when it comes to requirements. So what we do is, we meet up regularly. All the BAs have their own meetups. If we anticipate that, okay, there is going to be some kind of a convergence, what we do is we set up brainstorming sessions, or we will have our own meetings. Other elicitation activities are planned to support our main elicitation. That also is something you constantly keep doing as a business analyst. You need to have a clear idea of overall strategy. Here it says or solution approach. I would say and solution approach. You should have a clear picture of what your overall strategy is, and you should be very clear with your solution. Yes, you don't have the solution maybe, but you will have the technical architect who will come up with an idea of the solution, and you should be on the same page as that of the solutions architect. Because if questions come up, you will be the one who will be the one approach first, and you need to know what the solution is before anybody else, because you will be the first point of contact for most stakeholders. And the scope. So if you know the solution approach, you would also know the scope of what your future solution is, and any other information that is relevant. Please make sure that you use that for your elicitations. My request to you is, if you join first, let's make it first 6 months. I mean, the sooner the better. I mean, if you can do it in 3 months, awesome. Don't take it more than 3 months. But I mean, if you are new to the domain, let's say 6 months. Focus on three things: understanding the people, understanding the current systems or whatever you are building, understanding the dynamics, work culture, the politics of your organization. If you understand these three things, your next few years in that organization will be smooth sailing. So make sure that you understand what exists in the current system, how it works, what are the features, what not. Spend as much time as you can. Spend overtime every day if you have to, just to understand the current system, because you will not have much time to adjust after 3 months. After that, expectations start to rise. So in the first 3 months, understand the systems, documentation, read through it, requirements, read through it, processes, understand that, people, understand them, dynamics, politics, all of that. Get a grip, and then after 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, you'll start sliding into the project in a way where it seems comfortable and you will not have any challenges. I mean, challenges will always be there, but at least it will be a little bit smooth sailing compared to if you haven't done the techniques. So first thing is the mindset, understanding all of those things you will do. Then you have to pick and choose the right technique suited for your specific situation and execute technique section. But you cannot use the wrong, I mean, there are so many techniques, right? 48 or 50 of them. You need to know which technique is suitable for which circumstance. If you are not clear about that, you might pick a technique which is not suitable for that particular scenario, and your elicitation might end up as a failure. So you have to be very clear the techniques that you are going to use, whether they are suitable for your particular situation or not. And we will cover what those situations are and how you choose these techniques when we cover the techniques. Logistics. Now, this is one of my favorite. People tend to ignore the logistics. Everybody is so focused on requirements, systems, software, diagrams, charts, this, that people tend to forget water bottles are necessary. If you are in a conference room doing a regular beverages, tea, coffee, maybe cold drinks necessary, keeps you fresh. If you don't have the budget, then just stick to tea. But if you have the budget, provide cold drink, Coke, Pepsi, soft drinks, caffeine basically, so that people are alert. Chart papers, sheets, post-its, notepads, anything that is needed for your elicitation activity. You have to have that in place before you go into elicitation. You cannot keep running around trying to find things once your activity starts. So what are your goals of your activity? Put that in a large chart or a large board on, so that everybody can see, and it's there to remind everybody that this is our goal, set of goals. All the participants and roles. Of course, if you are in an agile team, people would know who you are because you would be constantly interacting and working with them, especially for long projects. But let's say you're not in a long project or you just joined. Make sure that there is a document which lists out all the participants of whatever you are trying to do right now and their respective roles. So if I'm conducting a meeting with three of my business stakeholders, one from sales team, one from accounting team, one from delivery team, and I'm trying to get requirements for an automated system that will help all three of them, I have to create a page somewhere which will list out all the members' names and their roles and their contributions, whatever requirements they will give. I'll have I'll associate them with those scheduled resources, people, rooms, tools. We already spoke about locations. We spoke about communication channels. First thought, right? So communication channels are extremely important. Whether it's an application you are using, whether you are writing emails, doesn't matter. They have to uh, they have to be taken care of in a way where there are no such technical issues. Techniques, as I said, we'll cover later, so let's skip that for now. Languages. Now remember, good communication does not mean good language proficiency.
Let me be clear about that statement. However, said that language proficiency, if you can if you have good vocabulary, if you can articulate complex concepts in a simplistic manner, are important. Articulation is extremely important for a business analyst, but articulation itself or language proficiency itself does not equal to communication. I have seen and met and worked with people who are not very proficient in a particular language, but when they communicate, they have that aura, they have that charisma that people listen, irrespective of their broken language or language skills. Language is just a medium, but confidence, body language, the way you look into a person's eyes when you are talking, all of these are also important aspects of competencies. Bottom line, language is also important. I will not lie to you. Although that's theory, language is not communication, but knowing, being proficient in a particular language in which you are communicating with your stakeholders is extremely important as well. I mean, let me give you a simple example. I used to work for a German company. Most of our stakeholders were international minded people, like they knew multiple languages, English, French, German, like that. So we never faced a problem. But we were in Germany. We were meeting with some other company people there. That was a book fair that was held in Europe. I mean, it's all, and it's an annual book fair that is held in Heidelberg, where all the top publishers of the world come together and put up stalls and everything. So while we were there, we were just, we went to attend that book fair because it was happening in the same time when we were there. So we attended it, and we got to meet with a lot of other companies, other competitors of our company, other publishers, basically small publishers, medium-sized publishers, different ones. What we realized was, especially the German ones, the Dutch ones always knew English. I mean, for Dutch, English is like a second language. They're pretty fluent in it, and they speak Dutch, but they are very fluent in English. German, I mean, communication itself, for a lot of times we needed translators because we were in Germany, so we had translators with us who would translate things for us. But we saw that there were development teams, there were operations guys, managers who did not know. And imagine I was working for them, what would have been the situation? I don't know anything about German. So language is absolutely essential in a way, but it's not equal to communication. Communication is different. Secure supporting material, very essential. Now, what is supporting material? It can be people. You need a specific skill set in a developer to make your requirement possible. It's, you have to arrange that developer, or you have to upskill your existing developers. IT teams, support teams. Let's say your licenses suddenly expired for some reason. You will contact your sales or acquisitions or licensing teams, which will buy the licenses for you. Or let's say the application that you are using has completely crashed. You need the DevOps and support teams to look into the crash, investigate why it got crashed. All those people are needed at various levels and stages. So you have to get all of them arranged before you will start your elicitation. What if in the middle of a workshop your projector stops working, or your TV screen just goes off? You need the IT support guy to run in and fix it. Now, if you haven't prepared for him, you will go and ask for an IT guy. They'll say we're all busy with other things, and your meeting is now held up until that issue is resolved. Systems we covered. Historical. If you are building something new, you would probably have some historical data, some historical context on what you are doing today or what you plan to do tomorrow. So that historical data you have to have with you at all times, because in the middle of the elicitation, if let's say a stakeholder says, do we know how how much the quality was for this particular activity for the last 5 years. It's a data set. You need to have that data available at least at your fingertips to just pull it out and say, okay, in the last 5 years, the quality standards have always been above 90-95%. So we have to ensure that much for this. I'm just giving some random example. It's not even a real case, but just any materials, charts, all of that things have to be taken into account as well. Documents, any past documents, user guides, existing documentation, all of that would be something you have to secure beforehand. You don't want to be in the middle of your elicitation activity for some. And finally, the last but not least, you have to prepare your stakeholders. Now you have a plan. You have created an elicitation activity plan. But if you do not prepare your stakeholders for what is to come, how will you get this done? So you have to set up some advanced meetings, give them context, explain to them what techniques you are going to use, what is the core agenda going to be, so that they don't come prepared. You plan to have a broad discussion and they are like, we didn't get this information, you should have told us before. We'll have to go back and check our records on this particular data. So give them advance time, tell them what your overall objectives from that activity are, what you hope to gain out of those sessions, what techniques you will use, and what duration and what time and all of that. And once your stakeholders are fully prepared, only then send out the meeting request for your final activity, whichever date you finalize. You will always be driven or guided by business analysis approach, objectives, any existing business analysis information, and of course, potential value. You are doing this elicitation because you want to enhance the existing value. If everything is valuable and to the perfect, why would you even make any changes? You won't. Some techniques are listed here for preparation for elicitation. There will be again a long list of techniques on actual conducting of elicitation, but this list is just for preparing for elicitation. So you can have brainstorming sessions on how to conduct a workshop, what information is needed in a workshop, or so on and so forth. So all these techniques you can use to prepare for your elicitation. These are the three primary ones, but anyone you need to talk to, you talk to. And you end up with your elicitation activity plan, includes logistics, everything needed for your actual elicitation activities. So conducting elicitation, remember I talked about different ways on how you can conduct elicitation. So one is definitely the collaborative approach. So what is collaboration? You talk to people. You go, you set up meetings. Most of your business analysis work would revolve around collaborative approaches where you have to talk to people to get as much information as possible. Then there is research. Now, research can be observation. Research can be you reading research papers. Research can be you reading some user guides, doing market study, market research, analyzing trends online, anything. You are not dependent on other human beings directly. You are reading material, you are studying documents, you are watching videos, etc., etc., etc. You are gaining information, but you are not actually directly interacting with other human beings if you are doing research. You can, I won't say, I mean, there are forms of research where even human participation is there, like for example, observation. But you are not going to talk to people. You don't have to actively engage them in conversations. That's basically out. Otherwise, I mean, if I'm just sitting and observing a team of people working in a bag, I'm there and I'm engaged with them in a way, but I'm not actively asking questions and they are not talking. And experimentation, as I mentioned before, it is all about preparing something, doing experiments. You don't know whether it will work or not. You build something, you try it out. If it works, awesome, you present it, you make a product out of it, and you earn money. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it becomes a loss. There are many applications like that. I mean, if you look at these guys, all the AI companies that just sprung up after Chat GPT, do you think they were like, it just came overnight? No. These companies, Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, all of them have been investing billions of dollars for the last decade. For the last 7, 8, 10 years, they have been putting a lot of money, efforts, teams in building these AI systems. And a couple of years back, ChatGPT came out. Then one by one, they all started releasing things to the market. But the actual work probably had started probably a decade back, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years back. So, and it must have started as experiments. I mean, I don't know for a fact, unless tomorrow someone comes with a documentary on Netflix on how AI systems originated. Uh, I can't definitively say that they have done this based on experiments, but that's the only logical path, right? Because there is no precedent. There is no product like that in the market. There is no one to talk to about it. So the only way you can actually build a modern AI system is by experimentation. You build something, you run a piece of code, you see if it works. Okay, this is doing well. Now let's take it to the next level. And then when you reach a certain momentum where you are like, okay, now this can be a product on its own, that's when you say, let's release it to the market. So again, it's a big assumption, but I'm sure the assumption is not incorrect when I say that these big companies, all especially cutting edge technologies, they're all focused on experimental elicitation. So you start with the elicitation activity plan. You already have a detailed timeline or plan or schedule on when you will talk to these guys, how you will talk to these guys. That part is set. Now it's just getting that done. So you meet with them and you start asking the right questions, getting the information out. So first point to keep in mind, when you are in that room, when you are actually conducting the elicitation activity, you will be the one who will be guiding the activity. As a BA, you have set up the meeting, so you have to take lead and guide the activity throughout. You might not be the person who knows everything in that meeting, but you definitely are the person who will be driving. Let's say you are the facilitator. Capture everything that happens in that meeting and document. Any elicitation meet, I mean, these days you can easily record a call, but just don't rely on call recordings. Still adds that personal I know Gemini or Microsoft Copilot, all these AI systems are now integrated. See, right now I'm talking, we have this subtitle getting generated, and it's AI based. If you look at it, it's grammatically correct, it's completely understanding. I mean, phonetically I might make mistakes in pronouncing certain words, but it's not making that mistake, it's capturing it as accurately as possible. And wherever I am making grammatical mistakes, it's actually correct. So, and later on this will automatically transform into detailed notes. All of those tools are there, and you will use all of those tools, but please provide a little bit of a personal touch. Make notes, use Notepad or Notepad plus plus or whatever, capture some notes, send out a minutes of meeting. Once the meeting, yes, you had a discussion, yes, it was recorded, yes, AI systems nowadays capture meeting notes, all of that. Still, open your Outlook, open an email, list out all the participants, ask ChatGPT to give you the text of that MOM. That is fine. It's not about how you come up with the text for that MOM. It's about the MOM has to be sent. Don't assume that it's recorded, everybody has the recording, so job is done. No. Please send out a minutes of meeting to all your members and immediately document anything that is like a requirement or anything in those common document spaces like Jira or Confluence. Or if you are using Microsoft, then it will be SharePoint sites. You might even have wiki sites. I mean, there will be a portal, there will be a place where you can document all this information. So send out minutes of meeting to every participant. Make sure that you immediately capture this information in whatever application tool that you have. And yeah, those are the two things you definitely have. Not much in terms of guidelines and tools. You have the same set: business analysis approach, existing BA information, stakeholder engagement approach, and supporting materials, anything that you might need to conduct your elicitation. The whole elicitation topic might seem so short because it revolves all around the techniques. So as you can see, almost a long list of techniques that you can use to elicit your requirements or information. Anything, it can be requirements, it can be designs, whatever you want to gain out of those people, you will use these techniques and you'll get it out. We will go through them in technique session, so let me just skip to the next. So stakeholders, any stakeholders. I mean, of course the main ones are explicitly mentioned, but let's just say when you are conducting elicitation, it can be any stakeholder and you will talk to all the stakeholders. So let me start with the topic, which is introduction to CBAP. So what is CBAP? So before we go into CBAP, let's understand what is IIBA. So as you can see, it says CBAP certified IIBA. So what is IIBA? So IIBA is basically an international institute. It's known as the International Institute of Business Analysis. It's not an institute like which offers, undergrad or postgrad courses. It doesn't do that. But what it does do is it shapes the practice of business analysis world over. To give you a very good example, and I would want all of you guys to go to YouTube and just search. So I'm sure many of you here watch stand-up comedy, right? So I want you guys to go online, YouTube, and type Russell Peters. So he's a Indian origin, Canadian stand-up comic. So this guy has a very nice segment, which was probably recorded before IABA came into picture. It was probably an old video of 2003, 2004, that period. So just type Russell Peters, business analyst, and you will get a 10-minute segment of a much larger show. And I would highly recommend all of you to watch that show. The reason, watch those 10 minutes. The reason I ask you to do that is what happens. Let me just tell you without spoiling anything, because I won't be able to do justice to what Russell Peters actually does. So what he basically does is he picks up a random person in the audience and he asks that person, "What do you do?" And that person says, "I'm a business analyst." And what follows after that is a eye opener for all the business analysts world over. So basically the idea is you should understand that there was a time when people didn't know much about the work that business analysts do. And that's where IIBA came into picture. And I don't know whether it was a coincidence or not, but this institute is also based in Canada. It is based in Toronto, where Russell Peters lives. So who knows, maybe the members of the fraternity were a part of that audience and they felt really hurt and insulted, and they wanted to make sure that everybody in the world knows about business analysis. Again, just joking. So this institute is a international institute with 29,000 plus members worldwide, 120 plus chapters in 40 plus countries, 300 corporate members, and 240 plus endorsed education providers. Now, this institute was founded, as I said, in Canada, Toronto, in 2003, October. And the whole purpose of the establishment of this university was to create and develop awareness and also recognition and contribution of business analysts to the various industries of the world. So before that, also business analysis used to happen. It's not that it's a new profession. It's as old as, any manufacture, any domain, any industry, especially software. These days it's too popular, but there have always been business analysts across the world. It's just that it was not very streamlined, not very defined. Maybe the designations were totally irrelevant to the job role. People didn't know that this work also happens alongside, other critical activities. And the IIBA decided to make sure that everybody knows what business analysis is. That was the primary driving factor. The second goal that they picked up was, now, of course, making sure that creating and developing awareness, recognition is primary goal number one. But how do you do that when things are not standardized? So they decided to standardize the domain of business analysis, meaning they came up with definitions. If I ask you today, what is business analysis? Define business analysis to me. You might give me an answer. If I go to a business analyst working in the finance domain, they might give an answer. Or I might go to someone in travel, logistics, different domains. I'll get 100 different answers. However, the twist post IIBA is, no matter what answer you get, all those answers can be traced back to a particular book known as Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. So they consolidated and formulated the basic definitions of business analysis. Before that, everybody had their own definition. Maybe they were different. People had their own ideas, different perceptions based on their domain expertise. But IIBA decided that irrespective of which domain you work, whether you are a business analyst in a bank or a business analyst in a software company, the definition of business analysis must be same for everybody. Yes, you might add a little bit of a spice, you might add a little bit of a customized variation based on your domain, but the core of it should always be consistent across domains. And not just the word business analysis, but all the concepts within business analysis. So they came up with the idea of consolidating all the knowledge from different domains into one book known as Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. And this book became the foundation for everything business analysis. So today, you Google something about anything about business analysis, you will get a lot of content, blogs, YouTube videos, LinkedIn, PPTs, whatnot. But the core definitions can always be traced back to BABOK, or Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Now, awareness is created, recognition is established, contribution is highlighted. Everything has been consolidated into this wonderful book known as BABOK. But while doing so, they realized that they were basically becoming a platform which connects business analysts from across the world. So business analysts from different domains are coming together, they are sharing their knowledge. And in a way, IIBA is becoming a platform where you could connect with business analysts from other domains. So they inadvertently became a platform or a forum for knowledge sharing for business analysts across the world. And finally, once you have achieved all of that, you need some kind of a stamp of approval. You need to have some kind of a certification which says that this person is associated with IIBA. And hence came the certifications, of which CBAP is the most coveted certification there is. There are other certifications as well, which we will come to in a short while. It's a not-for-profit organization and has more than 100 chapters in several countries. Perfect. So the mission, as I mentioned, So the whole idea behind IIBA, the vision of IIBA was to shape the practice of business analysis to achieve better enterprise outcomes. So they wanted to shape this whole idea of business analysis. What is business analysis? How it should be done? What should be done? What are the definitions? What are the key items? All those things. They are constantly working towards shaping this practice of business analysis. And the mission is to lead global business analysis community and professional standards so that every person achieves more. This is just good to know information, but you should understand the driving factor. They don't want to create new business analysts. They just want to define what business analysis is. So getting this certification doesn't make you a business analyst. Getting this certifications makes you understand what business analysis is. And we'll come to that in a short while later. So what is this slide all about? This slide will basically give you the idea of what is business analysis. It's not the definition, but it will tell you who all or people doing certain activities are also known as business analysts. So let's jump right into it. If you look at this slide, it is divided into two categories: technology focused and business focused. Let's start with the business focused side of business analysis. If you are someone who's working in a bank and you have a set of customers allocated to you, and your whole and sole job is to make sure that the experience that these customers have with the bank is top notch. You are their relationship manager. Technically, you are doing customer service. Maybe in the bank, your designation is relationship manager or customer management executive or something like that. But from an IIBA standpoint, you are doing business analysis. Because for IIBA, anything to do with customer service, especially customer management, customer relationship management, quality assurance. If you are a QA, let's say you are someone in quality control who is doing testing. Well, if you look at it from a different standpoint, that is from the QA standpoint, they will say that, no, how is this person a BA? He's a QA, quality analyst. His or her job is to test stuff. But from an IIBA standpoint, you are doing quality assurance. Why? Because you want to ensure that whatever your customers get at the end of the day is clean, is perfect, does not have any problems. So from that standpoint, it's customer experience again. And then there is a dedicated CRM. It's a concept called CRM, or customer relationship management. So it's basically a set of software. I guess if you have heard, I don't know whether you have heard of this software or not, but there is a tool or a set of tools known as Salesforce. You can just Google it. It's one of the world's largest and most commonly used CRM software. And you need some expertise trainings to be a master of that kind of CRM software. So if you are someone who has mastered the CRM software applications, you can be a CRM business analyst. But bottom line, the goal here is you are trying to provide the best experience to your customers. Then you have something which is agile. Now, I'm sure those of you who are familiar with IT language or what happens in IT companies must have heard of this term called agile. And we will talk a lot more about it in depth in our subsequent sessions. We will understand what agile is, how it works, on and so forth. But for now, agile is basically a methodology, a framework of rules or guidelines which basically tell you how to do your work on a day-to-day basis. So you go to the office, you do certain things in a certain way, you follow certain rules. If you are doing that as prescribed by the Agile Manifesto, you are being agile. Now, there are people who basically have a good enough working knowledge on how to use Agile themselves. If you are that person, you are a business technologist. But if you let's say you have done some certifications of Agile, additional certifications, and now you are able to make sure that a team of people, 8 to 10 people, are now following Agile. You are a Scrum Master. Well, there are other things that a Scrum Master does as well, but basically you are ensuring that the team is following Agile to the letter. If you are someone who has a set of teams under you, You have 4 or 5 scrum masters who have 4 or 5 teams under them, and you are making sure that all these 4 or 5 teams are parallelly ensuring that agile is practiced the way it should be. And of course, making deliveries. That's something we'll come to later. Then you are basically a release train engineer. And let's say you are someone who is responsible for the whole product. You can have multiple release train engineers under you, 3 or 4 release train engineers who in turn are managing some scrum masters. Well, a product owner is not exactly a direct hierarchy, and we'll talk more about product ownership later. But let me put it this way. A product owner is slightly different from a scrum master and a release team engineer. A product owner is more focused on the product's betterment, whereas a scrum master or a release train engineer is more focused on the operations part of it. But these guys are proficient in agile. They make sure that agile is being adhered to in as part of the team's workings. And IABA says if you are that person, you are a business analyst. If you are a manager, let's say you don't do this, you just manage a team of people, you're a good people's person, and your management has decided to give you a team of 10 people. You might be in any industry, doesn't really matter. And you're managing a particular project, or you are managing a product which has multiple projects within it, or you have multiple products under you. You are such a senior manager that you are managing 3 or 4 products which have multiple teams under each of them. So if you are into management of products and portfolios, you are a product management person. There are other definitions, there are other institutes which define those roles in a different way. But IIBA says if you are doing that, you are a business analyst. Same goes for process management. So if you are someone who is good at analyzing existing processes. So let's say there is a process. You walk into a bank, you sit, you observe. Someone comes in, customers come in, they put money on the cashier's counter. The cashier takes the money, moves it to somewhere else. Someone else does something, some verification happens, and finally certain data is updated. It's a process, right? It's a step-by-step workflow. And if you sit, you observe, you figure out, oh, if we change one thing here, the process will become more efficient. Or if we introduce an AI enabled application here, it will make the process 10 times faster. Something like that. If you are that person who is always on the lookout to enhance existing processes, you are a business process analyst. Your designation doesn't matter. Your designation might simply say consultant, analyst, quality manager, something, anything. But as long as you are doing those activities of analyzing processes and figuring out ways to make them more efficient, much better, you are being a business process analyst, which is, as per IIB, a BA role. Business process architect is one step higher. People come to you to define new processes. I'm starting a new company. I have certain goals and objectives, but I don't know how my people will do operations. I need a process in place so that things work smoothly. So I'll come to a business process architect, and that person will define the process for me. So those people who have been business process analysts for years, they can transition into this role where they come up with new processes so that things keep going. And then comes design thinking. Again, it's a very senior role. Usually people who go into this line go into it after 15-20 years of experience. So a business architect is a person who decides how a project, a product, something in the mid to long term, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, how those things will evolve over time. Let's say I have a product, so let's say Microsoft has Windows operating system. All Windows operating systems have some business architect working. Their designations might be different, but they are doing the work of a business architect. They are thinking in the terms like, if Windows 11 has been launched now, how many years will it take before we launch the next Windows? What technologies should be part of Windows 11 today so that it is most contemporary? So they have that vision on a product level. And then you have strategists. These are one step higher. They are not focusing on a product or a project level. They are focusing on the organization. So if I am a strategist for Microsoft, I am thinking next 100 years, where will Microsoft be? Next 10 years, where Microsoft will be, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and then next 100 years. So strategists work on an organizational level. They work on large timelines. They focus on overarching strategies which will take a company or an organization from one place to another. Again, very senior roles, executive level roles. You deal with CEOs, CTOs. If you want to be that, you'll have to start somewhere else and spend 10, 20, 30, 20 years is a minimum. I have not seen a strategist with less than 20 years till date. I mean, I've seen some business architects, but again, you can't call them business architects. They are just learning the steps. The real ones, the ones that I interacted with and worked with, of course, I was on a very junior role in that time, but I had the privilege of seeing these strategists and business architects in action in one of my companies. And 25 years of experience in corporate software companies, and they come up with vision, a roadmap for how the company should be in the next 20 years. So they have a different way of working. Some of the concepts we'll address as part of our sessions as well. So that's the design thinking line. Now let's say you are none of those. Let's say you don't have any of these skills. Awesome. Possible. Let's say you are someone who is very technical in nature. Every time you see a large Excel sheet with thousands of rows and columns, your brain looks into patterns and you figure out how patterns are moving in that particular Excel sheet. You can be a data modeler. You're good at statistics. You're extremely good at abstract mathematics. You are a business data analytics guy, chosen. But again, you need to have those mathematical and technical skills. So it's not something, the other things can be acquired by practice, by working in a domain for a long time. But the right hand side, the technology focused things are learned in colleges, in universities, in books. I mean, you can learn anywhere, but these are basically technical skills that you have to acquire. So those of you who are into data analytics streams, the statistical parts, regression, non-linear regression, linear regression, forest trees, different concepts are there. If you are good at those concepts and you are into data analytics, R programming, Python programming, you can be a data modeler, data analyst, data scientist, or you can also work on data governance, which is making sure how you govern that large sets of data. Again, all part of the same line, a slight variation in the level of responsibility given to you. Skill set remains the same. Someone who is a data modeler has to have the same set of skills that a data scientist has. Maybe the data scientist would be a senior person compared to a data modeler. They find patterns in data using mathematics, statistics, and programming. Then you have business intelligence, which is all about information management. Imagine this. Anything and everything you do generates new information, right? Every time you have a conversation, you are talking and getting some information, you are generating information. You are documenting a meeting, it's generating information. You are understanding the requirements of someone, you are generating new information. How do you manage this information? How do you store this information? Who will have access to this information? Who will be the person to contact if a particular set of information needs to be updated? All of that is information management or business intelligence or information governance. And if you are a person who is doing that, you would be usually a business intelligence analyst or just a member of the information governance team. Machine learning. I don't know whether you guys hear that a lot nowadays, because AI has completely made machine learning irrelevant. But a few years back, 3 to 4 years back, machine learning was the hype. You go to any institute, they would be advertising and offering machine learning courses. Even today, it is there. But once ChatGPT and these AI systems came, it's become redundant. Why would you need to? I mean, the wheel has been created, right? So people used machine learning to create AI systems, but now that the AI systems are there, you don't really need machine learning to do basic tasks. You can use an AI system to get the same thing done within seconds. All you have to do is pay some money. So machine learning, but if you are still trying to come up with your own large language model or an AI system like ChatGPT or Gemini or whatnot, Llama, all of these ones. So if you are trying to custom build your own AI system, you need to be a machine learning expert. Again, there is a hierarchy. You start as an analyst, machine learning scientist, head of analytics, etc., etc. But the skill set remains the same. You have to know programming. You have to be good at Python or R. So mostly Python. R is an outdated language. I know people still use it, but not that much compared to Python. And you need to have good concepts when it comes to machine learning algorithms. Let's say you don't want to do any of that. You have done Google Cloud or Amazon AWS or Microsoft Azure certifications. You are an expert in cloud management, cloud systems. These days, nobody uses physical servers. Everything is stored, starting from code to to files, physical files. They're all uploaded to cloud. So there is a stream of people who specialize in cloud management, and that you can do by doing these various certifications. Amazon AWS has its own set of certifications. Microsoft has its own certifications for Azure. Google has its own for Google Cloud, so on and so forth. So you do those certifications, you become a master of that, you have those technical skill sets, you are a cloud management specialist, and that's the pathway that you have for growing in that role. And cybersecurity, I'm sure you have heard of this much more commonly than the others. So there are always bad guys. You need to make sure that your systems are they have these contingencies. Hacking, not just hacking, I mean, most secure systems use things like black duck, sonar. All of these are applications that help in securing your systems applications from external interference. And those who specialize in that are cybersecurity analysts. And IIBA says, no matter what you call yourself, no matter what your company calls you, from an IIBA standpoint, you are a business analyst. So the bottom line is, guys, designations matter, yes, personally for growth and stuff. But from an IIBA standpoint, it's the work that you do defines whether you are doing business analysis work or not. And the reason we spent this much time and emphasis on this aspect is it is one of the key conditions if you plan to take the CBAP certification. We'll come to that in a short while, but just let's take a look at IIBA membership. Now, this is a completely optional thing. If you really have the money, if you have enough money to spend and you want to acquire extra knowledge, go for it. You have to go to the IIBA website. You have to pay $55 or $60 and you become a member of IIBA. IIBA membership is not equal to IIBA certified business analyst. That's a different thing altogether. If you are an IIBA member, it means you will get newsletters, you will get a journal that IIBA publishes, and you will have access to the forums. So you can collaborate, network, talk to other business analysts. These things are available if you are a member. And you will be part of a lot of webinars. You will get special requests for webinars, which you can attend. It does not mean you have any IIBA certificate. That's a different process altogether. In fact, you can get an IIBA certification without being a member. Being a member reduces the fees a little bit, and we'll see that in a short while. So let's take a look at credentials. So as I said, IIBA provides a lot of certifications. Why are they important? They are globally recognized, especially those of you who are migrating or planning to migrate to, say, North America, Australia, Europe. And even, let's say you have business analysis experience in India, it's usually not that valued, or rather, it's not counted. I wouldn't say it's not valued. It's not counted as part of your experience, but having this certification definitely counts. Then people take it seriously. Or even in India, you want to apply to a big company, a large multinational, having this certification will give you that edge. It's not mandatory, absolutely not mandatory. As long as you have the knowledge and skills and you can prove it to your interviewer, that's good enough. But having a certification doesn't hurt, provided you have the money and time to prepare for the exam. So there were only two certifications before 2016, but after 2016, IIBA introduced a lot of certifications. So those of you who do not have business analysis experience, you don't have to worry. Yes, you can't take CBAP exam, but you can definitely apply for the ECBA, or Entry Certificate in Business Analysis, which has almost zero business analysis work experience requirement. Let's say some of you have experience in some business analysis role, but not that much, maybe a year or two, you're just into the workforce. You will not be eligible for CBAP, but you will be eligible for CCBA, which is a mid-level course for business analysis. And if you are someone with, let's say, 3 or more, 4 years, 5 years business analysis experience, you can you will be actually eligible for the CBAP certificate. There are other certifications. Remember Agile. So if you want to do Agile certification, IIBA offers Agile Analysis Certification, or AAC. If you are into data analytics, there's a Business Data Analytics Certification, or CBDA. There's a cybersecurity analysis called cybersecurity CCA, and a product ownership analysis known as CPOA. Now remember, IIBA is very well known for CBAP, CCBA, and ECBA. It does not have any competitors for these three certifications. However, for the other four certifications, there are many other competitors who provide equally valuable certifications. Now it's up to you to decide which institute you want to go to. So feel free to browse through the IIBA website and see if this is the one that you want to take. But there are so many other options for all the other certifications. However, for business analysis, there is no equivalent competitor till date. Okay, let's look at this slide. Now, remember, I've been saying there is a mandatory set of prerequisites that you have to fulfill in order to be eligible for taking this CBAP certification. Here are the details. You need to have at least 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years. Now, remember, it's business analysis work experience. So even if your job title is something different, if you are in a different job role, as long as you are able to justify that the work you do fits as per the definitions of IABA, some business analysis activity, you are good. So even someone who is sitting on a desk and doing customer service will fit the role, because they will have at least 7,500 hours of customer service experience. But again, that's not enough. That's the first point. The second point is where it gets a little bit tricky. Now, BABOK, which we will go through in our next session, has 6 segments known as knowledge areas. What are these knowledge areas? We'll come to that later, not right now. And out of those 6 knowledge areas, you have to show that you have at least 900 hours of work experience in at least 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. So this is where your skills of correlating your work with the definitions of IIBA's BABOK become important. You don't have to have a designation, but if you are able to connect the work you do with the knowledge areas, at least 4 of 6, and at least 900 hours, you will be eligible to take this exam. And finally, you have to have 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. So in the next 4 years, you will always have the option. So all you have to do is ensure that the point number 1 and point number 2 are taken care in the next 4 years. Your 35 hours of professional development will be valid for 4 years. So in the next 4 years, you can take the CBAP exam anytime you want, provided you meet the conditions number 1 and 2. Of course, you'll have to provide 2 references, agree to a code of conduct, terms and conditions, and pass the exam. The CBAP certification is something which is an added certification, bonus certification, if you might call it. Intellipaat provides you the opportunity to put a check mark on one of the preconditions, and that is the completion of 35 hours of professional development in the. You are actually putting a check mark on this particular condition. There are 2 other conditions though, which you still have to manage on your own, and that is of actual work experience. So if you have work experience which you can relate with business analysis, so that you have to do. There are some 6 knowledge areas of business analysis today and tomorrow. If you can connect your work experience, real-time work experience, with those knowledge areas as well, you would meet all the conditions necessary, and you can apply for this specific internationally recognized certification known as the CBAP certification. Now let's talk money. So let me put it this way. It's not a cheap examination. It's not a cheap certification. It is expensive if you calculate. So if you look at this particular table, this is an outdated table. Let me give a small disclaimer. Whatever rates you are seeing here, please add $50 to $55 on everything. The rates have changed. This is a very old, I've been doing these trainings with Intellipaat for 4 years. I haven't yet gotten the time to update this table, but everything else is up to date except this. The prices keep changing. So please add $50 to everything that you see. I'll try to get this updated maybe this time. By the next batch, we should have updated values. I always think of it, I always forget it. So prices have changed a bit, $50 plus. So meaning application fee now, not all are $50 plus. Like for example, CBAP application now costs $150. It used to be $125. If you already have a membership, remember the membership we talked about, you can actually simply go to the website, register yourself, pay $55, you become a member of IIBA. If you are already a member of IIBA, the examination fee for you would be less. It would be $350. Here it says $325, but it will be $350. But if you are someone who is not an IIBA member, which none of us are at this moment, even I am not, by the way, who wants to, after taking the certification, why would I want to pay $55 every year? So I stopped paying. I never became a member. I paid the extra money required and I took the exam. But that's an option. If you pay that $55 beforehand, you'll get some newsletters, forum access, etc., etc., and your examination fee would be a little bit less. So corporate membership, that's key. So if you are in some company which already has a tie-up with IIBA, now finding that out is really difficult. No company likes to advertise. Unless it's a company that IIBA advertises, you will not be able to figure out if your company has any tie-ups or not, because not many companies do. So check with your HR teams if they are willing to share that information. Most likely, most software companies in India don't have that affiliation. Unfortunately, I'm not sure of companies like Microsoft or Google. They might. I don't know. I don't know which companies have. I've heard that companies have corporate membership, and if your company belongs to that, you will basically have very reduced fee. But I've not yet encountered anyone who has told me that so and so company has corporate membership. I don't know which ones do, but find out with your own respective HR teams, and they might tell you more. In case you are unable to clear the exam in the first attempt, you can take an exam again and again and again, but every time you rewrite, you have to pay the fees as mentioned under the law. For us, the relevant row would be CBAP. If you are someone with zero work experience, for you it would be ECBA. Don't go for CCBA. It's better to wait for a year, gain the necessary experience, and directly take CBAP. If you want it early on, go for ECBA, or spend some time working as a BA and directly take CBAP. So what is the certification based on, and what is the question paper look like? So it's a multiple choice question and answers kind of an examination. The topics, remember we talked about 6 knowledge areas, and you have to show proficiency or experience in at least 4 of them. So this is the list of knowledge areas. The first knowledge area is known as business analysis, planning and monitoring. Second is elicitation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and finally solution evaluation. What are these knowledge areas? These knowledge areas are what define business analysis in the modern day. So, and don't worry, we will go through each of these knowledge areas in their own dedicated sessions. We'll have dedicated sessions solely focusing on each of these individual knowledge areas. So what these knowledge areas basically describe is what you do as a business analyst, nothing else. It's all theory, as I mentioned earlier, but this theory will tell you exactly what a business analyst is. And these are the six areas in which the business analyst actually. This is the breakup of questions and the percentage of questions in terms of the total questions that come in the exam. All questions are multiple choice. There's only one answer. There is no negative marking. So if you don't know the answer to a question, please take a guess. What if the guess pays out and you get the correct answer? So nothing to worry about. Never leave a question empty if you're taking the CBAP certification. That's the bottom line. Total time is 3.5 hours, which might seem like too long, but it's not. The questions are very scenario based. You have to read, comprehend, understand, then take a decision on what the answer should be. So it takes time. Each question takes significant time, and the total number of questions, as you saw, 120 questions. It basically, the time flies away. You don't even realize that time is up. And the questions are based on Bloom's taxonomy. I'll tell you what Bloom's taxonomy is in a short while. The application process is a 5-step process. Step 1 today, you are taking the CBAP prep course. You go, pay, submit your application. Step 3, you wait for the application to get approved. And once you get the application approval, then you pay for the examination. Now remember, the application, I told you, you have to, the prerequisites that you have, 4 or 5 points that we had. You mention all of that in your application and you send your application. Do not lie on your applications, because they randomly pick some applications every year, and those specifically randomly picked applications are audited extremely efficiently. They basically hand it over to a company or group like KPMG or some big short group which specializes in background verifications, and they do extensive background verification for those selected applications. Any discrepancy found, application cancelled, no refunds. So yeah, and then when you take your exam, you pass the exam. That's the whole process. This is Bloom's taxonomy. Let's not spend too much time, just to give you an overview, because this has nothing to do with business analysis. It's basically a method of training and evaluation. So the whole CBAP exam or certification is based, or it focuses on Bloom's taxonomy to evaluate the people taking the exam. So the most important thing that the CBAP exam is tailored to look for is knowledge. How much theory do you grasp in your brains? How much theory do you retain, and how much theory do you remember? Then comes comprehension. That's the next level, because the questions that come are not straightforward direct questions. They're usually scenario based questions. So you have to read, understand the scenario, make a connection, and then use your knowledge to find the right answer. Then there is an application aspect as well. Again, questions are designed in such a way, describing a specific scenario, that you have to look at the application aspects of it. Knowing just the theory doesn't help. How that theory is actually applied, knowing that is also extremely important. Some questions are tricky. You have to analyze situations. So analysis is also evaluated. And all the facts given in the scenario, how do you connect the dots? That's synthesis. Again, not that important, but it's still there in a few set of questions. And finally, how are you making reasoned judgments? That's your final evaluation. Again, not really important for business analysis. Those of you who probably love the idea of training and how trainings happen and how certifications happen or exams happen, please feel free to go to Wikipedia. They have extensive information about what Bloom's taxonomy is all. Okay, so what is this BABOK? We already talked about it. It's the book that will basically tell you about everything business analysis. It sets up the definitions, jargons, processes, best practices, etc., etc., etc. So we'll not go through that introduction again. Let's take a look again, a little bit of a history lesson. So the development of the book began just 1 year after the establishment of IIBA. So remember, IIBA was set up in 2003. 2004 onwards, the development began. A major release happened in version 1.6 in 2006. It was updated to version 2 in 2009. 2015, the rollout happened, but version 3 became effective after 2016 October. So when I took my exam, I did it on version 2. I did it in 2016 and before the release of version 3. So the only addition, excuse me, in the version 3 is a few things called as about agile, right? So there is an agile perspective as well. So that's an addition in version 3. We will go through all those perspectives in our current sessions. So what's new in version 3? So it took 3 years. They added 5 new perspectives. They reviewed a lot of things. New things change, right? Over the years, industries, practices change. So they talk to people in various industries, various countries, and they enhance the content a bit. We will be looking at. Okay, so let's take a look at the structure of IABA. BABOK. How is the BABOK book structured? What are the various elements? So it starts with the 6 knowledge areas. You have BACCM, the core concept model. It starts with the core concept model. So what is core concept model? It's basically terminologies, definitions, and there are 6 key. Again, for some reason 6 is a magical number for BABOK and everything business analysis. So the 6 core concepts are really important for any business analyst to know. Your business analysis journey will either start at one of these core concepts or end at one of these core concepts, but you have to go through all 6 core concepts at any given point of time. So there's no escaping these 6 core concepts, and we will go through them as well later. So it starts with that. This chapter or this block also includes introduction to a lot of jargon and terminology and their definitions. So it's that. Then there is key concepts analysis. Again, it's a continuation of key concepts, definitions, what are requirements, it's all definitions primarily, key concepts. Core concept model is the 6 core concepts, which is change, stakeholder, value, solution, need. So you have 6 key concepts. We'll go through them one by one and understand their essence. And key concepts is all about definitions, jargon, terminologies. Then come the 6 business analysis knowledge areas. So we saw what those 6 knowledge areas are in a brief slide. So we will go through each one of those knowledge areas. So this is what does a BA do on a day-to-day basis. By covering the 6 business analysis knowledge areas, you will know what a business analyst does on a day-to-day basis. Then you have underlying competencies. Now, this is extremely important because underlying competencies cannot be gained by reading a book. What is an underlying competency? A competency is basically a skill or a trait or a personality or a behavior that you possess. You might be a good communicator. You might be good at conflict resolution. You might be good at training. You might be really good at critical thinking and problem solving. Can you become a critical thinker? Can you read a book and become a good communicator? The answer is no. It takes time to build these skills and traits and personalities and behaviors. And what are these things that are important for being a business analyst? That is what we will cover under this section. Then we have something called business analysis techniques. Now, these are the tools that you have in order to cover elements of the business analysis knowledge areas. So remember, there are 6 knowledge areas of business analysis which tell you what a business analyst does on a day-to-day basis. But how do you do them? It will tell you what to do or why are you doing certain things. But how do you do it? That how part is your techniques. Techniques are nothing but ways that you implement in order to achieve specific objectives, goals, whatever it is. And we will be going through that list. The key concepts, business analysis key concepts is all about terminology, definitions, jargon. We will go through that. Underlying competencies I explained, techniques I explained, perspectives I spoke about as well. This is the key core concept model. So BACCM. So what is BACCM? So you have 6 core elements of business analysis. You have change, solution, context, value, stakeholders, and needs. And why are these 6 core concepts? Why are they called core concepts? Because if you are doing business analysis, either you are at one of these stages or you have to be covering all these 6 areas in order to complete your business analysis. If you look at this diagram, they're all interconnected. There is no linearity to it. You can start your business analysis journey in any one of these core concepts, but you have to ensure you cover all the 6 bases. What do I mean by that? Let me give an example. Let's say you are a business analyst and you walk into a floor of your company and you realize that the people who are actually doing operations or using a particular existing system, they feel that there is a lot of the systems are slow. They feel that they have to do a lot of things manually. They want something faster. They need something more efficient. Your journey is starting at needs. Or let's say someone walks up to you, so you walk up into the floor, your boss comes in. Your boss says that, look, we need to change things up. We have to bring in new technologies. AI is out there. Our goal for this year is to achieve 20% profits. Work towards achieving that. You are starting with the change aspect. You already know you have to change. You have to include AI. You have to bring in certain things. You don't know what the specifics are, but you know you have to change whatever is there today. Your journey is starting at changes. You talk to a few people. You ask specific questions. In order for you to understand needs, you have to talk to people. They are your stakeholders. Maybe you are having conversations over a cup of tea and you suddenly realize that the people who are using the system have certain specific problems. They are unable to generate reports or they have to manually use Excel to do it. You get that, you draw upon it, and you figure out that there are needs which need more exploration. Or you have to bring change to make the stakeholders happy. Or you have to provide solutions that will make the stakeholders happy, so on and so forth. So you can go in any direction, but your journey can start anywhere. Same for solutions. AI has come in now. Everybody is using ChatGPT or Copilot or Gemini. Your company says we have to include AI technologies in our system. You already have a solution. You know what you have to do, and then you extrapolate it further. And if you are operating in an ecosystem, you need to understand what that ecosystem is all about. What is that business? Who are the users? Where will the system be used? You need a proper context to tell you where you are operating. That is what context is. And finally, if you are doing anything, you are always doing it for achieving some positive value. So value proposition is equally important. Bottom line, no matter where you start your journey, you have to cover all these 6 cores. So what are the elements of this particular chapter in BABOK? So it contains the core concept model, which we just looked at. There's a list in our sessions, but not almost. I mean, we can't go through the whole list, but we'll go through the ones that are really important. There is something called requirements classification schema. We'll talk about that. We'll understand what they are, how do you deal with them, so on and so forth. And we'll also talk a little bit about requirements and designs, the definitions aspect of it. Then the knowledge areas, these are the 6 knowledge areas. I'll not go through them again. We have seen this before as well. Now, the knowledge areas are also in, don't worry about it, or you can just Google relationships between knowledge areas and you will get this diagram on Google search. So this is one of the most commonly used diagram from IIBA, BABOK, to establish how areas are interconnected. Basically, everything is interconnected. That's the bottom line. So let's take a look at some definitions, because even in these, you have to have some understanding of some basic definitions knowledge, because we will not be defining everything every now and then. We will define them at the beginning and then we will use those terminologies going forward. So one such terminology that we will be using again and again and again is task. So what is a task? So yes, in general English, there might be certain extra definitions, but in terms of business analysis, it's a discrete piece of work, meaning it's a piece of work. It doesn't have any connections with anything. It can have connections. It's not that it doesn't, it shouldn't have, but it's an independent piece of work for most of the time. And you can perform it either formally or informally. To someone and a problem can be done in two ways. You can formally set up a meeting, draw drawing boards, put up meeting notes, etc., etc., etc. Or you can just sit with someone, observe what they're doing, have a casual conversation. That way also get some information out. How you do that task is up to you. It can be done formally or informally, but if you are doing it and if it completes a particular objective, meaning it's independent, and you achieve something out of it, you are performing the task. And the reason why we talked about task as the first definition is every knowledge area has some specific tasks. So business analysis, planning and monitoring, that's the first knowledge area. It has 5 specific tasks. First thing, come up with a plan for business analysis approach. Let's say you are working in a project which is going to last 5 years. You have timeline of 5 years. You have the budget for 5 years. How are you going to do business analysis for the next 5 years? You need to have a plan on day one. How do you plan to engage with your stakeholders? You talk to people, you figured out that your project has 6 stakeholders. People who are going to use the system, then there is a group of people who are paying for this particular project, there is your upper management, there is your development team, there is your QA team, then let's say there is a third party supplier who has some stake into the project. In total, you have 6 groups of people who are your stakeholders for the next 5 years. If you don't have an engagement plan of how you plan to talk to each group, what meetings you will hold these sessions. Then business analysis governance, very important at the very onset. So what does governance mean? Governance means who is who of your particular project. Who do I go to if I have some questions with respect to requirements? Who has the ability or the authority to make certain kind of decisions? Who is the one responsible for managing teams? That structure, that hierarchy of the project has to be established on day one. If not day one, at least in the initial days before your actual project starts. Usually, it doesn't happen in one day. The planning itself takes a few months, but the idea is you do this planning before you start your actual business analysis. So that's governance, the setting up of people and hierarchies within the bounds of your project. Then you have information management. Every conversation you have, every meeting you hold, even an observation activity that you conduct, sit and observe someone working, is going to generate new information. How do you manage that? Who has access to that information? Who can review and make changes? Who can bring in new changes? And if changes come, who will approve or reject those changes? All of that management aspects come under information management. And there are tools. How do you manage your information in this modern day and age? You won't be creating files with physical hard paper. You won't be creating files and binders, right? You would be managing them online using some online system or a tool. So we will introduce ourselves to some tools here as well, and also we'll talk more about how do you plan it all out. And finally, you need to have a mechanism to measure the performance of the business analysis activity itself. Now, remember, you will probably have some kind of performance measurement metrics or KRAs, as they are known as key responsibility areas, based on which your bosses will be evaluating you and monitoring your career. Every year, your appraisals will happen based on those metrics. This is not that. This is a set of metrics to measure the work of business analysis, not any individual. Of course, some of those points might be common with your metrics in the project that are measuring you because you are a business analyst. But the goal here is not to measure any individual or a person, but it is to measure the very practice of business analysis throughout its journey in a particular project. So how do you set that up? What are those metrics going to be? What are those key performance indicators or KPI? We call them KPIs. So KPIs have to be set up. Like, how do you measure a particular thing in a business analysis work well or not? So you need to have certain metrics. So we'll discuss about that. So the next knowledge area is elicitation and collaboration. I think one of the most, or rather the one knowledge area which keeps most business analysts busy throughout their careers. Because most of the times we are running around people trying to get information out, get the requirements straight, document those requirements, write them down. But before we write them down, we need to get them out of someone or group of people. And that is all about elicitation and collaboration. So how do you prepare for your elicitation? You need to go prepared. You can't directly walk into a room and say, now you tell me, give me your requirements. No, you have to do your homework. You have to do some analysis beforehand. You have to go with certain facts, numbers. If you have some specific needs, then you have to address those needs first before you go into these discussions. So there's a lot more to preparation than directly jumping in and having a meeting to understand requirements. That's the next step, which is conducting the elicitation. It's not about just putting a mic in front of someone or asking someone questions and getting the answers. Yes, that's one of the most basic and commonly used technique. But again, there is a list of techniques you can use to get information. What if your stakeholders, you have a group of 10,000 people who will be using your system? They are your stakeholders. How do you get information out of 10,000 people? Will you conduct personal interviews with all 10,000? You'll probably spend 5 years in just doing that. Or you have a group of 25 people, but there are problems. The people are uneasy, they don't know each other. So there are 5 groups, each containing 5 people, total 25. And these 5 groups don't know each other, and they are now part of a project, or you are building a product which all these 5 people have to use. And you have to ensure that all of them come with a lot of information, and you have limited time. What do you do? So there is a technique for that. There's a technique for addressing 10,000 people. There's a technique for addressing 5 or 7 people, provided you have some specific limitations, challenges, etc., etc., etc. There is a fight. There's a fight meaning something went wrong. Let's say something was, the last 2 weeks you were working on 5 items, 2 of them horribly failed. There were so many bugs that the whole system crashed. What do you do after that? You have to bring people together. You have to understand what went wrong without having a fight, because your main goal is to find or fix the problem, not blame a person. So how do you manage that? So there are so many techniques that we will go through for each of these list of tasks, and we will discuss that as part of these items. Now you have conducted your elicitation, you spoke to all these groups of stakeholders. Let's say you came up with a list of 1,000 requirements. Can you directly start development? No. because this is just a first round. You spoke to a large group of people, you gathered a lot of information, but this information is still raw. It is unconfirmed. So for every information gathered, you have to first manage it, structure it, use a good content management tool, information management, remember. And then you have to go back to the stakeholders who gave you that information and confirm it with them. Verify those requirements, validate those requirements. There are two separate things, but we'll come to that later. Verification and validation. And only when they give a sign off saying that, yes, this requirement now is perfect, you can now start work on it, you say that the requirement is complete. Or as in terms of agile, we call it the definition of ready. What is the definition of ready? The definition of ready states X, Y, and Z. We will talk about that later. There are a few things you have to keep in mind. If all those checks are done, now your requirement is ready for development. That is what definition of ready is. And if the requirement is ready for handover or delivery, there are again a list of items. You do all of that. That is your definition to those topics. But the idea is you have to verify, validate, confirm, and then only the requirement becomes ready enough to go into development. And once you do this, once you are done with your confirmation, you have to communicate all this information with everyone involved. Let's say there are these 5 groups. I got XYZ information from group A, and I got 1, 2, 3 information from group C. And I held separate meetings. I cannot say that I'll keep this information limited to those groups. No. XYZ and 1, 2, 3 has to be circulated with all groups A, B, C, D, E. Everybody should be aware that these are the new requirements coming in. Who knows? A requirement given by group A can be contradictory to a requirement given by group C, or a requirement given by group A can actually break or destroy something that is already working in group C. So there can be dependencies, there can be contradictions, there can be redundancies, duplications. What if what A is saying and what C is saying are exactly the same thing, but in different contexts? So sharing the information, make sure that there is no such conflict of information or breaking down of information because of lack of knowledge. So communication becomes important. How to manage people? See, management of people is not all about being a manager and having 10 people reporting to you. In fact, BAs have to be really good people persons because you don't have hard power. It's all about your charm. It's all about your skills to make people come to you. It's a profession that demands subtle influencing. You don't have power, you don't have authority, you cannot order people to do something. But you still have to make them do things that are good for the project. How do you do that? You do that by managing stakeholders. Then comes requirements lifecycle management. So let's say you have a list of 1,000 requirements. There is something called traceability of requirements. I don't want to go into it right now, but it's all about the history and future of a requirement. Where did it originate? Where did it come from? Who made changes, etc., 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 etc. Plus the future, like today this is the requirement, tomorrow where will it be, what will happen to this, where will it lead to in the overall scheme of things, so on and so forth. And in a structured format, you have to maintain your requirements. Some changes happen, something modifies, some new thing comes up. All of those things have to be maintained in a way where it's easily available and accessible. Again, you don't have to worry. We'll talk about tools. Most of these days, tools take care of all this. You don't have to bother about any of this. But you need to know the core concept or the basics of it. Prioritization, we'll talk about techniques. Let's say I have 1,000 requirements. Which requirement do I start with? I need to know that, right? Like, I mean, my team, let's say, has a capacity of doing only 5 things in a month, but I have a list of 1,000 items that I have to do. The team says, look, give me a ranking. First month, which 5 items do I do? Second month, which 5 items do I do? Tell me that in that way. Only then I'll start my work. They'll come to the BA for this. And the BA has to now go back, do something called as prioritization with stakeholders, come up with that ranking. Month one, these 10 items. Month two, these. Again, it's not about months. We'll talk about how the prioritization actually happens in Agile. So we'll go through those techniques. Changes. Someone suddenly comes and says, "Hey, Pawan, I know I told you before that we need this button here, and you click on the button, it should upload an Excel file. But we suddenly realize that our users also upload video files. So I want you to take care once a user selects the file, it can be a video file as well, and the video should be embedded in the browser. So I should be able to play the video and watch it." It completely changes your requirement. Previously, it was just uploading a Word file and you are storing the Word file somewhere, and you can download the Word file or view the Word file. But now it's a video file, different file format. It's a change request. And if you say, yes, yes, we'll do it, and you go back to your team and they say, who told you we can do it? You gave us a tight budget, you gave us a tight timeline. Now you are changing the requirement. We will not be able to do it in what time frame and budget you are asking it. We need 6 more months, we need this much more money. And now you are stuck. Because on one side you made a promise, on the other side, the ones who will actually deliver it have put up their hands. So how do you assess requirement changes? There has to be a mechanism, there has to be a process which decides on every change request that comes in, and there has to be one authority person who approves this. We'll discuss all of that in that as task. And finally, approve requirements, which is sign off. You cannot take requirements just like that. It has to go through a process again, and someone has to say, yes, go ahead with this requirement. And who is that someone? Not the BA. BA is just the facilitator. That person will be someone with authority, with hard power. I mean, BA also has authority, but soft authority. You don't actually have hard power, you have soft power. Whereas the person who needs to approve has to have hard power. Maybe a manager, senior manager, a CEO, a CTO, someone who is basically the nobody can question his decision after that. That strategy analysis. We'll talk about what is strategy. So you must have heard this word 100,000 times in different contexts, right? We need to have a strategy. We need to have a strategy. What is strategy? If someone asks you what is strategy, what would your answer be? It will be all about, this way, how do we manage things? But if you have to give a more simplistic but highly accurate answer, just tell the person, understanding the current state, defining the future state, figuring out risks, and coming up with a plan to move from current state to future state. That is, if you are doing these 4 things, you are doing strategy analysis. It doesn't matter what context. People in the military, armed forces, they have military strategies. People in the government, they have national, international strategies on how governance should be. People in companies have organizational strategies. People in project teams have project strategies. Doesn't matter what the scope and scale of things are, but if they are doing strategy, they are looking at these 4 things. If you're an army guy, you will analyze the current state. Where are my troops on the border today? If I want to win this battle, where will my troops be tomorrow? Where should I post my flag? Which mountain peaks do I have to conquer? What can be the risks? What can the enemy throw at me? What kind of weapons the enemy has? What kind of air defenses the enemy has? That's assessment of risks. And then if I have to go and take the mountain, which routes will I take? Which vehicles will we use? Which drones do I launch? That is my change strategy plan. How do I move from current state to future state? The same 4 things. Whether it's a military commander coming up with a strategy, or a project manager or a business analyst looking at a project, they are always doing these 4 things only. I mean, of course, there are a number of things within these 4 things, but the point is, these 4 things are what define strategy analysis. And more about it when we cover this knowledge area. Requirements analysis and design definition. So far in our conversation, we have only been talking about approaches, dealing with people, and requirements. we have not yet thought of solutions at this stage. Now comes the solution aspect. Now comes the point where you start thinking of what your solution should be like. That is, and before you do that, first thing you have to do is specify and model your requirements. Specify, detail them out, come up with diagrams. People should have a clear understanding of what the requirement is. Anything is left vague, you can't think of a good solution. There will be ambiguity, people will not be able to come up with solutions. So specification and modeling of requirements is the first step in coming up with a solution. Then you verify the requirements, then you validate the requirement, then you put all your requirements in a way or a structure which gives a full, clean, clear picture to whoever needs to come up with solutions. That's requirements architecture. We'll look at it later as well. Once these things are all done, now you start work on design options. What are designs? Designs are usable representations of a solution. So now you are coming up with exact solutions that can fulfill your requirements, and there can be multiple solutions. And the last step is to figure out of these multiple solutions, first is which solution provides what value. You make a list, and which one of those solutions is the best solution. You recommend that as a final solution for that particular set of requirements. That is all about RAD, requirements analysis and design definition, or RAD knowledge area. Then you have solution evaluation, which is all about solution performance metrics. Basically, how do you evaluate whatever you are doing, whatever you're building? So you have to have a solution performance metrics. You have to analyze, or you have to have steps or processes in place to measure this performance. You have to understand the limitations of your solution. You have to understand the limitations of your enterprise. Let's say I'm manufacturing aircraft. There would be some, or I'm creating a new drug. There will be guidelines, regulations set by the government. I can do certain things and I cannot do certain things. Even if the technology is available, I cannot do certain things. So understand the limitations of your enterprise wherever you are operating. The solution itself will have some limitations. And finally, how do you increase the value of a solution with all these things in mind? That is something we will discuss as part of solution piece. Then we'll do underlying competencies. I don't want to go through all of them step by step, just take actually do them. So let's just talk about the key ones: analytical thinking and problem solving, behavioral characteristics. It's all about behavior. Business knowledge. It's all about your knowledge about the business, solution, industry, organization, etc. Methodology, all of that. Communication skills. How do you talk? How do you listen? Remember, listening is also a communication skill. I say 10 things to you, you only remember 5 out of those 10. You're not being a good BA, because a good BA listens to everything, notes down everything, ensures that everything that he heard or listened to is now translated into action as well. So listening is really important. Then there is non-verbal communication. I'm not talking to you, but I'm making gestures. My eyebrows are lifting. I am looking at something else. I'm curling my hair. I'm biting my nails. And I'm signaling to you about things that I'm not saying verbally. Body language, basically. Important. And of course, written communication. Then is interaction skills. So interaction skills and communication skills are different. Communication is all about how you listen, respond, and communicate with an individual or a group. Interaction is all about facilitation, leadership. Remember the influencing aspect. You don't have the hard power. You can't walk onto the floor and tell people do this, but you want them to do that so that it helps the project. This section, conflict resolution. Fights happen almost every day. QA team and development team almost always at each other's throats. You have to do conflict resolution. Negotiation. Business wants things to be finished by end of the month. Development team says they need 2 months. What do? You negotiate. You ask the business for a month and a half. You convince the development team to do it in a month and a half. Find a middle ground. And finally, teaching, mentoring, because BAs are knowledge leaders. So people will come to you. You have to be patient. No matter how many times, how silly the questions may sound, if a BA loses patient, the BA loses credibility. And the credibility of a BA is his or her most important asset. If you lose credibility with your team, gone. You will not be able to operate, because half these things require, or they're all based on credibility and trustworthiness. You lose that, everything is gone. And of course, two needed. Then this would be the structure of our competencies in the PPTs: purpose, definition, and effectiveness measures. How do you measure a particular quality? They are all qualitative parameters, remember. There is no scale to measure communication skills or interaction skills. There is no scale to measure your ethics, personal accountability. They're all qualitative parameters. So you will have to come up with measures or metrics that can measure these qualities, and we'll do the discussion on techniques. I'm not going to go through this long list. It's 48, 58 list of items, but as part of our sessions we will cover each one of them in detail. All the techniques would be broken down in this structure: purpose, description, what are the key elements, and usage considerations. When do you use them, when do you not use them, what are its strengths, what are its weaknesses. And finally, we'll end up with perspectives, which are 5 perspectives. One is an agile perspective, one is a business intelligence perspective, information technology, business architecture, and business process management. We'll discuss more about it when we come to it. They would be broken down again in these structures: change of scope, business analysis scope, methodologies, competencies, and
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analytics, data visualization, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of business analytics.
In the previous module, we explored BABOK and CBAP, which gave you a clear understanding of the principle, tasks, and the standards that guide how a business analyst work. These frameworks help you to know what to do and how to do it in a structured way. But frameworks alone are not enough. You also need the right tool to bring these practices to life. That's where Power BI comes in. It allows you to take business requirements, stakeholder needs, and raw data and then turn them into interactive dashboard and powerful visual reports. And that is what we will cover in the upcoming section. So let's get started.
Okay, so I want to start with the concept of Power BI, the tool, and what does that BI stands for? In the name Power BI, what does it BI stands for? It stands for Business Intelligence. Now, how do you define business intelligence? What is business intelligence as per you guys? Because before learning the tool, before learning how to work on the tool, you should be knowing how the tool functions. What will be the purpose? Once you learn the tool, what you will work on. Again, why you are getting into data analytics. If you get into data analytics, what you'll be working on a day by day basis. Don't you think it is very important to know what is the big picture before you get into the tool? Basically, to discuss on as a data analytics consultant, what I work on a day-to-day basis, how I work on the tool on a day-to-day basis. That is very important. So in next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll be discussing about the business intelligence process. What are the various stages involved? What are the various tools involved? And what role does Power BI play there? That will give you a clear idea, not only about the tool, but it will give you clarity about your career also. How you should prepare, how you should think your job will look like. Isn't it everyone interested to know that first? So we'll be having that discussion first and then we'll get into the tool. Okay, now, so some people say that it's extraction, some people say that it's visualization, being in the industry for 14 years, working on BI day in and day out, how would I define it? How I see what business intelligence is? Okay, let's do that with an activity, a small activity. Forget about business intelligence, but forget about data analytics, forget about everything. Now, I just want you to help me doing a task. What is a task? The task given to me is purchase a smartphone. So guys, whenever you want to purchase a smartphone, which everyone have nowadays, there is hardly anyone who does not have a hard smartphone in today's world. If you want to purchase a smartphone, how many of us just go to a shop? There are 3, 4 options in the shelf there in the shopkeeper's shop, and then you just take one phone and then you give money and you come back. How many of us do this? No, except you are purchasing an iPhone, because iPhone is like people don't even go and see. Just 2 minutes it will take for them. Just take it and come back, because there is nothing to see. Correct. But whenever you want to purchase a smartphone, you spend a lot of time on what? Defining the requirements, doing some research in the internet, many things, right? So what you do? First, you set up the requirements. So let's define a workflow. Hmm? Let's now define a workflow to purchase a smartphone. Now, first you set the requirements. The requirements are, for some people, it's camera who is interested in photography. For some people, it's processor, and some person it's RAM who is interested in gaming. For some person, it's for battery. Some people it's brand. Some people it's price. There are a number of considerations that you do. Correct? Many other requirements. With that requirements, you start your research. First, you have that requirement in your mind. Then you start your research. What do you search? I first go to first source of research for me nowadays is YouTube. YouTube videos. Nowadays, every second person has become a reviewer, right? Every second person. Just to see the comparison, there are hundreds of videos available. Now, from that also, you see only the person who have good credibility, correct? Who are genuine. You'll not see everyone's video. To get a review of the video, review of the phones and comparison. That is not enough. That is not enough. You go to various websites. You go to Amazon, you go to Flipkart, you go to, here in the States, it's Walmart, you go to Costco. There are many websites or stores that you go and check for the hands-on experience. You check for the offers, you check for the discounts, and also you can compare the specifications there. We do that, right? And we wait for offer days also. Correct. We do that. Next, not only that, you also talk to your family and friends. If they are using that phone, you'll try to get their inputs also, right? You talk to your brother, you talk to your siblings, you talk to your family member, just to get their experience. Last but not the least, one more area that you discover is yourself. What is yourself? My previous experience, correct? Currently, I'm using a Samsung Android phone as well as an iPhone, both. Now, if I plan to get a new phone, then definitely I will know what are pros and cons of these phones before I go and purchase that. Correct? I go and do all this research. Next what? And now just I will draw a flow diagram in which every human brain thinks. I'm drawing a flow diagram in which every human brain thinks, guys. Just look. When you read, when you see, when you talk, what your human brain is doing internally? When you see, when you read, when you talk, your human brain is actually consuming or collecting the data. Correct? Data, right? Videos also is data. Amazon information also is data. When you talk to someone, that is also data. Now, whenever you talk, see, or listen, you are actually collecting that information. Now, my human brain, after collecting that information, it always keep only the information which it believe is correct and legit. Correct? Like some of us, they will listen from one side and they'll forget another side. Why? Because they think that information is not valid for them. But whenever you hear some information which you think is really important or valid as per your understanding, you will listen it clearly. Okay, guys, that's a human nature, right? For every person, for every person, the information that you store and the information that you leave from the other side of the brain is different. So our human brain, whenever it has a lot of information, it tries to combine and clean that information. Then what I do after that? Once I combine and clean that information, I will store the information where? In my human brain. My human brain is a storage place also, right? Not only to process, but also it can store the information. For how long? That's every person's individual capacity, which is different from each other. Correct? Some people can store it for longer duration. Some people can store it for shorter duration. So once you store that information in your human brain, then what I do? I just go somewhere, sit quietly in some place, and I will start to analyze what information I have collected, what information do I have, whether it's sufficient or what, whether it's helping me to decide or not which phone I should purchase, and then finally I will make a decision. Yes, now I can purchase the mobile phone. Got it, guys? If I decode the process that my human brain is doing, the flow diagram will look like this only. We have never thought that till today to put that in the diagram. But if you are asked to put a diagram on the flow chart on how we human make decisions to purchase a pin to a home, for everything do we do this? The intensity will differ how much amount you are differing. If, for example, I ask you to spend 100 rupees, you'll not even think for few seconds, you'll spend it. If I ask you to spend 10,000 rupees, now that is where you'll think 1 or 2 days whether it's really worth or not. If I ask you to spend 1 lakh rupees, you will plan it 2-3 months before. 10 lakh rupees, it's a decision of a life for the people. Correct? That means the amount involved in the purchase will decide with what intensity and what time you will be spending on this process. Correct? And why do we do this? Why a human brain, or why I do this process? Why do I do this? To get the best product, to not waste my money. Correct? That means you are saying that if I follow this process, then the chances are more that I will take a better decision compared to a person who does not follow this process. And it's a personal choice whether you want to follow that process or you don't want to follow that process. Now, when you yourself to purchase any product which involves money or time, because time is money, which involves time, money, and efforts, you do so much of analysis before you decide. Then think about the companies who which are spending millions and billions of dollars every year to bring a product to the market, bring some services to the market. Are they doing it without needing profit or without looking for any profit? Even businesses wants to make best of their products, best of their services that they provide. In order to get the best result, they have to launch a really good product, really good service to make profit. Correct? That means even businesses have to make decisions every day, every hour, every minute. It could be in any manner. Different businesses will take different decisions. Different business models have different decisions to take. How do they take decisions? Is it only the people sitting on the highest position in the company they will guide? Okay, do this, do that, do that. Just the highest level people, company's opinion matters there, or what they are trying to do nowadays. Everyone is trying to make data driven decisions, correct? Before they take any decisions, they want to take a look what data says. Every company is doing that nowadays. When I say take a look at what data says, understand what my company has done in the past. Understand how my company has performed in the past. That will definitely help me understand what had happened in the past. Based on that, what decisions I should take now. How do they do this entire process? Even companies follow the same process as I did just now on the diagram. Arif, yes? How? Companies have various systems to run their business. Companies have various systems to run their business, which we call them as operational systems. In short, you have heard about the term called OLTP systems. Have you heard about the term OLTP systems? The systems which are used to run the business. Arif, which are those systems? A system could be a web application. Example, Amazon, how do they do the business? A software, a website through which people will do an ordering. And that web application is backed by a SQL server to store that information. Whenever a transaction happens, it gets recorded there. Another internal systems would be an ERP system, which is nothing but SAP systems, which records every financial transaction in the company. Next, it could be various employee salary, which could be recorded in Excel, CSVs, SAP systems, SAP. Just ignore that. If you don't have any idea about that, it's just think it's a system which is used to run the business. What is that system? What is that doing? That's not the interest. The interest is there are various systems which a company used to run their day-to-day business. And these systems will differ from business type to business type. And not only that, companies will have various web sources where they get the market research data from their competitors and many other areas. People who have experience in the industry, correct? Have you seen one or more of these systems in the companies you work? Where you have various web applications which we use to collect the informations, which people enter the data in the system. If you are from financial background, no doubt that you have used SAP in your career. Many people here store the data in Excel CSVs. These are all used to run the business. Now, with this information, what I do to take the decision making for long term strategic decisions, I collect this information. Basically, I pass this information through a engine which is called ETL engine. I will pass this information through a process called extract, transform, and load. Guys, what am I doing? When I say extract, I'm collecting the information from various sources. Transform means I am removing the unwanted information, I am shaping the data, and I'm combining the data from various sources. Once I do that, I will store that information in some place. And that place name is data warehouse is a name, but internally it's a database only. And some people call it as a data cloud or data lake, which is having capability to store huge amount of data. Correct? Database. It's a database only. Database on local machine, on-premises database on the cloud like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, many other cloud providers are there. If you are storing there, then it is cloud-based. And then what are the tools which are used here? Which are the popular tools which do ETL? Talent, Informatica, Python, SQL, many other tools are there in the industry. Many other tools are there in the industry which does specific ETL operations, whose job is to pull the data from operational systems, combine, transform, clean, and then store that into a place called data warehouse. Once you have the data stored in the data warehouse, then how will you read that? How will you show that to the management? You help analysis with the help of visualization. And when I say visualization, it be Power BI, it could be Tableau, it could be Click, it could be SQL, it could be Python. And then you will develop this dashboard and share that with your managers, stakeholders, especially the business experts who are deriving the business decisions. Did I change the diagram? Or I just gave a different perspective to the blocks? I just gave a different perspective to the block. That means business intelligence is not a rocket science. It's the process, it's a methodology that my ancestors are doing from hundreds and hundreds of years before. Businesses are using the same method to take their decisions also with the help of technology, with the help of tools, with the help of softwares. Can you help understand this with an example, very quick example, how these various steps are executed? That will give us more clarity. I am clear with the diagram, but a quick example would be helpful. Are you thinking that? How this is actually incorporated? Before that, I would like to draw three fundamental blocks here in this process. First block is from here to here. Second block is from here to here. Third block is from here to here. What are you trying to do? Why you have drawn three diagrams breaking this entire process, and the blocks are overlapping over each other? Are you seeing that? The blocks are overlapping over each other. So what are these? So these are the different people in this process involved to implement. The person who is having the roles related to the pink box, he is a business analyst. The people who involved in the blue box, he is a data analyst. And the person who is involved in this brown box, he is a data engineer. Now, all these times, many of us were getting confused, right? And if we are hearing this term business analyst, data engineer, but we think they are doing the same job. We don't see any differences in their jobs. How many of us were confused till this date? At least I was confused when I started the career. Correct? Now you got clarity. If I become a data engineer, what are the tools? What are the skills that I need? If I want to become a data analyst, what are the tools? What are the skill sets that I need? If I want to become a business analyst, what are the tools and what are the skill sets that I need? Correct? Now let's do a small test of this workflow. Suppose, friends, let's take a small test of this workflow, whether this workflow is correct or not. Now, people in every company, the decisions come from top management, right? The decisions come from policies come from top management always. Now, people like CEO, executives, directors, they meet and they decide that next 3 years I want to target 10% profit increase. Yes, they decided it. Seeing the industry, seeing the standards in the industry, they have decided it. Okay. But do they just decide and go and sleep, or they have discussions with the business experts of various departments in your company, and then they talk to them and they define which are the areas that we have to work on in order to reach there? Correct, right? So they will decide various factors, which I call them as a KPIs, which KPIs I should improvise, which KPIs I should increase. Like if it is a sales background, then acquire new customers, then reduce production cost, correct? Improve marketing, many other things, correct? Many other things will be involved in order to reach that 10% increase in the profit goal. Many areas I have to work on. Key performance indicators. Hmm? It's a business term we use to define some goals. Key performance indicator. Now, with this, having defined now which metrics or which areas I have to work on, will the company's MDs or high level people, they decided today, and after 3 years they come back to evaluate that where we stand, or they want some tools when they implement some changes in the policies that they want to track every month. They want to see whether I am on the right path, after I implemented change in the policies, whether I'm on the right path, whether the changes is reflecting in the processes or no, they would like to see that, or directly they are interested to see after 3 years. And these are general basic common sense questions that whenever you take a big decision like constructing a home for which you are saving money, or you are started the construction, every if even if you have given to an engineer, every 2 days once, 3 days once, you'll go and check the progress. Similarly, whenever like these policies are implemented, people want to go back and check whether after doing some implement changes in the policies, business processes, am I seeing any change in these any metrics, in any of these metrics? Now, how they can see that with the help of some analysis based on the data. So whatever changes that they are doing here in the policies, don't you think operational system will capture those changes? Definitely it will capture. Definitely it will capture that changes here. Now this information is getting stored where? After this information is captured, this information is getting in data warehouse. So the people called business analyst, they come with the requirements to data analyst. First step, they talk to data analyst, they explain data analyst that these are the metrics that I want to monitor, track on a daily basis, weekly basis, or a monthly basis. Then the data analyst is the person who will translate the non-technical words of a business analyst to technical words, and then he will go to the data warehouse. He will pull the relevant information from the data warehouse, then transform that into a nice attractive dashboards which my management can understand. Then he will deliver it to the business analyst who can read that and can explain to the management. That's how we get requirement, that's how we develop, and that's how we deliver in any domain, not only in data analytics, in every domain. Now suppose if some area of the information is not available in data warehouse, which is related to some improve marketing, I don't have the relevant information here. But if I don't have the relevant information here, definitely I may be capturing that somewhere, right? Definitely I may be capturing it somewhere. Then what data analyst will do? Data analyst will activate data engineer to bring that information from the OLTP systems to the data warehouse. And once the information is there, then again he will develop the dashboard and deliver it. That's how data engineer has its own responsibilities, data analyst has its own responsibilities, and business analyst has its own responsibilities in implementing business intelligence infrastructure for a company. Now, many people might have got a lot of clarity in what business intelligence is, what I work on a day-to-day basis. Correct? And Power BI is a tool which will help to fetch the information from various sources, transform that into attractive visuals, share that with the users. We don't care what business intelligence person is do, what is BI engineer. We want to know what data scientist do, because we know that he is the hot cake in the market currently. Correct? Everyone is interested to know what data scientists do, because I don't care what BI person do, what data engineer do. I want to directly hit data scientist. You'll see that. Now, get into a discussion where we define this process as a business analyst. Okay, now I want to ask a really very basic question. Now, what we are doing here, we get a clear requirements from the business. We want to see this chart, we want to see this information there. So we are not asked to give the choices until and unless you are having a big experience in the company, you have seen companies for more than a decade, you are not asked to give answers in there. Why is the data analyst is involved decision? Because it is added there, because in order to build the charts properly, your data analyst should be knowing the business first. If you are asked to build a dashboard for hospital management, can you build a dashboard which looks like a school management? No, right? That means in order to build any solution, you should know the business, what decisions they are trying to make. Correct? If you don't know what decisions they are trying to make, then you can't build the visuals, which will they like. Now, very basic question again. Suppose what am I doing in this process? I am taking the data of past, seeing the information on the charts, and then deciding what decisions I should take now. Correct? Am I doing that? Am I taking decisions based on the past history? And that is what we call, what name do we give for that type of analysis? Descriptive. I'm describing what happened. Now, coming back to the same example of purchasing a mobile phone. Coming back to the same example, purchasing a mobile phone. Before purchasing a mobile phone, if someone get to know that this mobile will work properly only for 1.5 year or 2 years, will that affect your decision making? If before purchasing a mobile phone, if I get to know that price of this product will change in the future, will that affect your decision making? But who will tell that to you? Who will tell that to you? No one. That's the trickiest part in decision making. But our nature has answer for it. Everyone have learned algebra in the schools, where we used to draw the diagrams, where we have x-axis and y-axis, and x-axis represent time, and this will say distance. And if I plot a diagram of time versus distance, what I travel, I started the distance from my home. I was at the shop at 1 kilometer, and I started from the shop to go to the school. At 1 minute, I am going 1 kilometer, and 2 minutes, I'm going 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 3 minutes, I'm going 3 kilometers. Fourth minute, I'm going fourth kilometer. Now, can you tell at fifth? Okay, we have learned drawing this time versus distance. Now, if I know that at the fourth minute I'll be in this position, will it be okay if I extend this line to tell in future where will I be, or where I was in intermediate time? Because this line has a formula, y equals mx plus c, correct? Where m is slope and c is the coefficient. Everyone remember this? In school we might have done. Nowadays it's being taught in the school, but in earlier days it was like in the college. But everyone at some part of your career in education, you have seen this kind of expression. The expression could be simple as this, or the expression could be x square, x cube, x to the 4. Correct? Based on the nature of the line, the formula would get very difficult to write and solve. Basically, what I'm trying to do here, if you closely see this formula, what am I trying to do here, guys? If I know a particular x and y values for some points on the graph, then based on that trend, I can predict the future and the past values also. That was the whole and sole purpose of algebra, to define formula, to define general expressions. And now, in today's world, we call it as a model. To be specific, we call it as a machine learning model. How do you implement this, Arif? You have the data in the data warehouse. I pull the data from the data warehouse out, and on that data, I implement various types of machine learning algorithms using Python, using R. Either it could be your regression model, it could be your classification model, it could be any kind of model. You have n number of different models available, correct? Linear, logistic, k-means clustering, many different models are there, which will help me to predict the outcome. That is what we do there. And who does this? This is done by data scientist. Does this give you the clarity? Where does the data scientist fit here? So in order to reach here, the data scientist should be knowing business intelligence first. He should be knowing how the business works first. He should be knowing what are the various sources information that is available in data warehouse first. Then on top of that, once the business intelligence infrastructure is solid and strong in the company, then only data science can be implemented. You cannot implement data science directly on the operational source. Now, people who have less experience in the industry, they may argue it, or if you can do it, but trust me, when you mature in the company, when you understand how your business works, then you'll realize that to reach data science, it's a journey where first you have to improvise your BI process, then only you can go to data science or generative AI kind of things. Friends, did that give you clarity again? Where does data scientist fit here? That is the reason we say data scientist is not just about Python. People think that it's just about Python. Data science is about SQL. Data science is about programming language. Data science is about databases. Data science is about visualization. There are many things. Correct. It's good, right? That you can see entire picture of a data analytics career just on the screen. Now that gives you a lot of clarity. Or if which tools are important. Now, many times you might have been told or you might have seen that learn Power BI, you'll become a data analyst. Learn just Python, you'll become a data scientist. Is that really true in the industry? And also, that doesn't mean that you have to learn everything that you see here. Understand which role I want to get into. Okay. If I want to, I'm really passionate about data cleaning. I'm really passionate about integrations. That then SQL, Python is your part. In Python also NumPy, Pandas. Then if your job is a data analyst, then you should be knowing for sure SQL. You should be knowing Power BI. You should be knowing basics of Python. Because in case if you are asked to write some Python codes. If you want to become a data scientist, then in-depth knowledge of Python, in-depth knowledge of machine learning, SQL, and everything. So Power BI is just a stepping stone for you to get into data analytics world. Everyone, come to this browser, search for Power BI desktop download. That's it. Now, here is an option called download. You can click on advanced download options and hit download. It will ask you this 64-bit. Okay. Now, as you install any mobile application, just go ahead and install Power BI desktop also. Once you install it, you should be able to see a screen like this that you'll see on my screen now. Okay. You should be seeing the screen like mine once you complete the installation. Here the examples that you see, that it will be blank for you, but the interface will look like this. Some people will say that I have installed Power BI 2 months back, 3 months back, 1 year back. Please upgrade it. Those who have used Power BI before and you have older versions, then please upgrade, guys. It's good always to have the latest version of the software when you are learning it. Okay. Now, you know that in order to work on Power BI, we need data, right? Without data, we can't work on Power BI, correct? Okay. We have seen that in the BI infrastructure or architecture diagram, understanding the business is really very important for a data analyst, for a business analyst in order to work, correct? Understanding the business is very important. What is the end result you are expecting is very important, because without that, it's like shooting an arrow in the dark. Where it goes, where it hits, I don't know. Understanding the data is very, very important. So now, what is global superstore data? So global superstore data is a sales database, sales, which sells various products across multiple countries across the world. And the company is in function from the year 2016 till 2019. I have the data of 4 years, and has presence of in various countries, around 140 countries, and have a customer base of a small customer base. I would say it is like 1600 customers, and revenue so far generated is 12.64 million. Now, guys, I know that from what duration, what to what duration the company is active, how many countries I have business in, and what is the revenue, and I have various categories of products. Now, what analysis that I want to do here? I have various tables in that Excel file, which is sales, which is customer, you have people, and you have return. Now, by connecting all these data sources, you will see a data model that you will see how we'll create that in Power BI. Now, what are some analysis that you can do from this data set? I can definitely analyze sales by time, which could be sales by year, sales by month, sales by quarter, production cost, profit, percentage of profit, year over year analysis, month over month analysis. That means time based every analysis that I can do that will help my business know across the board, across the time, how my sales is varying. That will help me understand during what part of the year my sales is better and during what part of the year my sales needs to be improved. Definitely, that is a point where my business should take some decisions. Yes, Arif, that's nice. We can do that time based analysis. Customers. Which are the customers which are giving me sales regularly? Which are the customers who are not giving me enough sales? Which are the products which are being sold more compared to the others? Which country I'm getting more demand? Which country I'm not getting the more demand? So all these insights, if I can build, then definitely my business owners, they can go back and work where my company is lacking. Do you agree with this? So that's the whole idea about these sessions, where we'll be using the data set of Global Superstore and we'll be doing a lot of data transformations. We will be doing data cleaning. We'll be doing visualizations and then delivering that to the end user in a presentable manner to be consumed for their decision making. Please make a note of this. Okay, guys. So now we know the destination, we have the vehicle ready, and we have the fuel. So let's start the journey. Fantastic. Okay, now if I click on new report here, see, if I click on new report here, the window will change. You'll see a window like this. Everyone, are you seeing the same window? If you just click on new, perfect. Now, if I ask you to break this BI process, guys, if I ask you to break this BI process into three different segments, what would be those segment look like? First one would be data collection, or model. Second would be data transformation or sorting or cleaning. Third one would be the visualization and sharing. Correct? Will these be three major segment of this entire diagram? Data collection, data model, data transformation, and visualization. Come to Power BI. The same steps I have written here. But Arif, I always write 1, 2, 3 from bottom to top to bottom. Why you have written from bottom to top? There is a separate menu given for every step. That's the reason I have written from bottom to up. Can you see those icons also? There is one more icon, DAX, which has been recently introduced. So don't worry about that for now. You will learn that in future. Do everyone see that three icons? One which has a shape like a model, one have a shape like a table, and one have a shape like a chart. And now that represents each fundamental block of BI. Not, I would not say fundamental, I would say like broad level block of BI. So now you have to always start with step one. You have to always start with step one. You have to go here. You have to connect to your data sources, pull the data. Once you do that, next you have to come to your data source, do some data cleaning. Once you do the data cleaning, then only you can build your visualization. Making sense? Okay. Next. As we know that, which are the three major steps? Let's go and see our first tab, which is model view. Currently it's blank. Why is it blank? Arif, you have not loaded anything. There is a reason it's blank. Go ahead, load. On the home menu, you have get data option. If I click on get data, I will see some sample data source to which I can connect and get the data. But I'll click on more to show you the possibilities of Power BI. I'll show you the possibilities of Power BI. If you see here, I keep on scrolling down, 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 down. The data source connections are not coming to an end. Yes, guys, these are the various data sources that I can connect. As Power BI is a BI tool, if you see in the diagram, operation system. Operation system can be anything, right? Operation system could be an web data, it could be Excel file, it could be CSV file. That means an ideal BI tool should be able to connect to as many as data sources which are available in the real world. And that is what Power BI is trying to do. Power BI is trying to help with so many different types of data connectivity options. That's nice. You have to pick one from this. Now people will say, Arif, I have a server. Okay, go ahead. You have SQL server, you have Oracle server, you have IBM server, you have MySQL server, you have Postgres server, you have SAP server, you have Teradata. You have so many different servers which are available. In our session also, you'll be learning how to connect to servers. Then files. You have Excel file, you have CSV file, you have JSON file, SharePoint folder file. You have many things. Some web services. You have data from web services also. Can get. But where is our data currently? Microsoft Excel. My Excel workbook. I'll click on that. It will ask me, Arif, tell me where is your file? Your file is in this folder. It will not do live data, but you can get the data from APIs and you can store that here. Next, I'll select the file and I'll click on open. So you should be getting the interface like mine. Okay. Now, this is an interface where you are given an option to check whether your data is in right shape or room. If I click on orders table, I see initial glance of the data that it is in right shape. Headers are populating correctly. If I move towards right, all the headers are populated correctly and I see the data also looks good initial glance. Similarly, I'll check for customer table. The data looks good at the initial glance. But do you see the people table data looks good on the initial glance? Headers are incorrect. Correct? Headers are not populated correctly. Column names are treated here below as a data point. Column names are treated as a data rows rather than showing that as a column name, it is showing as a data row, which is incorrect. So now I will not load these tables now. If this is a scenario, you have to click on transform data. It will open Power Query for me, which we will be exploring in future sessions. Okay. But for the orders table and customer table, I need not click on Power Query. I can just click on load data because I see the data shape is good. Data is in the good shape. Then I need not go to Power Query here. I can just go to load and load that in Power BI. I'll select only one table. Don't select multiple tables. I have selected only one table for now because what analysis I want to do is all information is available in one table. I'll select the orders table and click on load. Now what that is doing, it is pulling all the lines of the Excel file and it is loading that into one table and showing that into Power BI for me. Click on load, only one table, orders. So I have successfully imported all the records from that table into Power BI. It's so simple. Arif, connecting to the source and bringing that into Power BI, it's so simple. I did that. It's not a warning. Ignore it. Now it is showing. Now is it showing the warning? No, right? So don't worry about it. It has a different purpose. Whenever you do some transformation in Power Query and then move to Power BI, at that time that comes. Initially that will show. So you need not worry. So this is the way that I import a data table. I'll come to that point. Why summation? Why blank? You will see that now. Now, this is my table. And on the right hand side, properties will be there about this table. If I click on this, it will show me various properties of this table. Okay, what is the name of the table? If you want to give some description for the table, you can give it. You want to hide the table, you can hide it. Now, all these columns, you can see here on the right hand side, if you expand this, like, see, I'm expanding that table. Now I will see all the columns available in this table on the right hand side. And now people are asking that, Arif, why some places it is summation, some places it is blank, and some places it is a different symbol? Why? It's the data type. What kind of data is there in that specific column? You don't worry about it. You have to select the table, then it will show. You are not in the first step. Those who are not seeing this data model, they are in the wrong step. You should be in this step only to see this table and to see this interface. So you have to select this table, then you will see properties. Without selecting the tables, you will not see properties. Once you select the table and then expand this icon here, you will see all the columns and you will see the data type. What do you mean by data type? What do you mean by data type? In data, type of data. It could be character data, it could be number data, it could be date data, it could be binary data. Okay, I'm not going to deal with that row label option. You can ignore that. What is important? We will see that. You will see all those things in future. But what is important for now is this. Okay, now step one is this much only. We'll be bringing in more tables here. Like we'll bring customer table, we'll bring people table, we'll be importing that. But for now, we need only this table. Because why? Because I want to do time-based analysis. And all my time-based columns are available here. Order date is here, sales is here, profit is here, quantity is here. To do time-based analysis, I have my date field also, and I have my metric fields also. So I am good with that now for now. Next is what? Next step is what? Second step, go and check whether my data is in right shape and right data is available or no. Now transform clean. Now people will ask here, Arif, how do I understand if your data is clean? What do you mean by data cleaning? How can I say my data is clean and it does not need any transformation? What do you mean by transformation? Transformation means adding a new column, removing a column from the table, changing the data type, changing the format, calculating the null values, all those things. Correct? Null values, duplicate records, all those things will be there. Now, there might be scenario where your data is already clean. Guys, there can be, right? There can be situations where data is already clean. Some cases, the data is not clean. Some cases, the data might be already cleaned. At least the columns which I want to analyze, those are clean. Example, order date, I can see it's in date format. See, as soon as I click the header, as soon as I click on the header, the column tools menu updated on the top. It is now showing the data type, which I can see from here. I can see the format. I can see the column name and other aspects of that particular column. I see this column is in right shape. Then I see my sales is in right shape. I see my quantity is in right shape. I can see my profit, discount, shipping cost is in right shape. Now people will say, Arif, your PIN code, postal code. Arif, see, postal code is null. Some values are null and some values are not null. That is not in clear. But do I really care at this point of time? Do I really care about postal code at this point of time? Because I want to do time-based analysis. So that means data is never clean. Write a note of this. Data is never completely clean. Data is always just clean enough. Arif, does your statement make sense? You might be thinking now. I'll repeat my statement one more time. Data is not completely clean, is never completely clean. It is just always clean enough to analyze required information. As per the need, we can clean whenever you want. For now, what I want to analyze, the information is already there. Then do I really need to worry about data cleaning at this point of time? If the information which I require is already there, but any point of time, I can come back and do data cleaning for sure. So now there are two ways to do data cleaning. I'll tell you. One is using DAX, data analysis expressions, and another is Power Query. One is graphical method and one is a expression method, coding method. DAX is definitely a expression method, functional language it is, where you write your formulas by yourself. Power Query is where you can do graphical method. You can remove the columns. I'll show you that now. How you can remove the columns and how you can add new columns, that will be seen. For example, some data which is not relevant to my analysis, then people will say, why should I keep that in my table? At the time you can remove. So now what initial checks you can do on your data set is you can check your data type. For example, this row ID, it's a number now. If you think the row ID should be a character, select the column, drop down, and you can change this data type to any of these data type. It's whole number now. I can change it to text also. It has changed the data type. See, it has changed the data type. If people say that order date, I don't like the format. I like the format DDMMYYYY. I'll not change the data type. Data type, let it be same, but I will go and change the format from here. I'll select YYYYMMDD. So it will show me year first, month second, and date last, or the other way around. Some people say that if postal code is not required, right click on that column and you can delete it. These are all basic cleaning, right? These are all very basic cleaning, very basic cleaning that I do. So does delete a column will delete the column in the origin. Whatever you do in Power BI will not affect your original file. Whatever you do, adding a new column also will not affect. Deleting a column also will not affect. It will not affect in any manner. So these all basic cleaning. What if I have duplicate records? What if I have null values? What if I want to split the columns? What if I want to merge the columns? All those things we will learn. Now we will go through the third step. What is this? Third step, visualization. I still have the interface of the data section, which is carry forwarded from step 1, step 2, and step 3. Now, this is where I create my charts. What do we call this as? You can call this as a page or canvas. Now, how will you create the charts? You have big list of charts available here. You have horizontal bar chart, you have vertical bar chart, you have horizontal cluster chart, vertical cluster chart. Many different types of charts are available, and you have the data. So how you create the chart is you select any chart, it will show up here. Once it show up there, then you have to bring right fields and add in the right areas. Step 1, step 2, then your chart will populate. Step 1 is just click on any of the chart, then bring the right fields and add in the right areas. That will populate your chart. Now, if I click on this chart here, it showed up here. See, observe. I clicked on the first chart here in the list, and then I can see this view here. Now, if I select this, I will see x-axis, y-axis, legend, everything, correct? I can see various areas which will help me to populate this chart. Let's build a chart for sales by year. And if you told that 16, 17, 18, 19 is the sales years that you have, let's build a chart for sales by year. I want to see each year how much sales I'm doing. I will go into order date. It's a date field. Expand. Date hierarchy will be there. Further expand. You will see year. Bring this year and add it in the y-axis, because horizontal chart, y-axis is my dimension and x-axis is my sales. I got my first Power BI chart created, simple as that. Okay. Now people will say that, if I don't like the horizontal bar chart, I want to create a vertical bar chart. So people will then delete the chart and they recreate the chart. Don't delete. Select this chart and click on the vertical chart. It will convert that to that kind of chart. Click on a line chart. It will convert it. Click on the pie chart. It will convert it. Click on the tree map. It will convert it. Click on the funnel chart. It will convert it. Click on the waterfall chart. It will convert it. Correct, guys? That means you always create a basic chart, either bar chart or a table. Then anytime you can check which it is the best chart which is giving good look and feel. Correct? You can always do that. So you can change the chart type from one type to other type always. Are you able to see the chart getting converted from one type to other type? That's nice. And now people will say, I want to create a different chart, another chart. I want to fix this chart and I want to create another chart. Okay. You went into focus mode here. There will be a back to report option. You have to click on back to report, it will come there. Okay, I want to create new charts also. Okay, click somewhere on the blank space. Now this time I want to see sales by quarter. I'll click on the pie chart. It showed up. I'll bring and keep it here, and I will add quarter in the legend and sales in the values. I got my pie chart also. Now you can clearly see that quarter 1 is giving 15% of the total sales. Quarter 2 I'm getting 22.7% of the total sales. Quarter 3 I'm getting 27% of the total sales. And in quarter 4, which is highest, I'm getting 34% of my total sales. So across the years also I can see, individual quarter also I can see. So just see the magic. If you want to see which year it is, click on that particular year. You will see the changes in your pie chart automatically. Isn't it nice? Charts are connected. In Power BI, charts are connected. Click on 2018, you'll see only that year values. Click on 2017, you'll see only that year values. Click on 2016, you'll see only that year values. Correct, guys? Values and this one. Now people will say, Arif, is it possible reverse way? People will ask, is it possible reverse way? Click on any quarter, your bar chart also will reflect. See how much composition of sales is coming in quarter 1. How much composition of sales is coming in each quarter of the year. See, I can see that. That means charts are connected to each other. Last chart I will create, which is line chart. I'll create a line chart. I'll keep this here and I will add month in the x-axis and sales in the y-axis. And now you can see your line chart also. And your line chart also will change if you select a particular year. See, the shape of the line chart is changing. Now I can clearly see 2017 sales, which quarter is giving more sales, and if it is giving less sales, then why, in which month. Or if that's so nice, I can see that year, quarter and month in the same view. Means the data are connected. Yeah, click somewhere on the blank space inside the chart because that will check your clicks. So for the bar line chart, what I did, I added x-axis as the month from order date and sales from the table. Then it populated Jan to December. Okay, now let's save our work file. I'm just clicking on save here so that it will ask me save my project with some name. So guys, please save your work. Otherwise, you have to come and do it again. Don't let that happen. Just save your work with some name. I'll say that Intellipaat Superstore B28. I'm giving mine any name as per my understanding. You give any name that you want. And the extension with which it will get saved is PBIX. And then I'll save it. Superstore. Thank you, Pooja. Okay. And then save it. And now your work is saved. Now, when you come to the next, you will open exactly the same point where we have stopped. I'll just click on save here or file and save. It will save your work. We know that, guys. How to save any file, we know that. In Excel, Microsoft Word, we have seen that. It's same. Okay. So how do we create a chart? I have the data set on the right hand side. I will select any chart of my choice here. For example, first chart I'll select. I will add the fields that is asked here. I will add the sales in the x-axis because x-axis is the height of the bar. And then year from the order date will go into the y-axis. Yes, this is how I create my chart. And then people say that if I don't like horizontal bar chart, I want to create a vertical bar chart. So people will sometimes they'll delete this chart and they'll redo it. Don't delete it. You can just directly click on this chart and you can change the chart type. See, whatever chart type you want, you can convert that chart type into so that you can check which look and feel is suitable as per your need. Okay. Then after that, once you have this chart, You have various other features here, like you have legend. Okay, what do you mean by legend? As it's a stacked bar chart, as it is a stacked bar chart, you can further divide your year into a particular dimension, any particular field. Like I want to see this year split by quarter. Bring quarter in the legend. You'll see 4 different colors. The height of the bar is still the same. Did the height of the bar change here, friends? The height of the bar didn't change, but you got further segregation of the values. Now, people say, should I write quarter only? No, you can add a month also here. See, 12 months. You can add months also. Month in the legend. See, any field. So the people will say, and if I want to see based on category also, okay, add category. So any field that you add here, it will divide your chart based on that. That is a legend. People will say, Arif, okay, Arif, I'm okay with the bar chart. Let's go and create some other chart. Okay, pie chart. Formatting, I'm not doing it now. I'll do the formatting after we learn how to create the charts. And now I'll add quarter in the legend for the pie chart and sales in the values. Numbers are showing here, but why numbers are not showing here? All that is doable. All that is doable that we will do in few minutes. Now, final chart is the line chart. Not final. We'll be creating one more line chart. I want to see month in the x-axis and sales in the y-axis. Now, line charts are very powerful. See, they have 2 other options. Not only legend, they have secondary y-axis also. First, let's see what is legend. Same as the bar graph, the legend could be, see, year. Now, when I add year in the legend, rather than giving a single line for all the years together, now it is giving 4 separate lines. Now it is giving 4 separate lines. Then what is secondary y-axis? Sometimes people will ask, this is sales, but along with this, I want to see my profit also. Okay, bring profit and add in secondary y-axis. Now you'll see 2 separate lines. Here you can compare 2 metrics. Based on my sales, does my profit also varying like that? I can do relative analysis. For example, all the years, the profit and sales patterns were good, all the months. But in October, if you see, guys, don't you see? Even though the sales are relatively less, the profit is not that much low. That kind of analysis we can do. If we have 2 metrics together, means how closely 2 metrics are to each other and in what scenarios it is falling apart. So either you can add a legend or you can add a secondary y-axis. Both together are not possible. Now, last chart, before we go for formatting, that doesn't mean that it's the last chart. We'll be learning all the charts here. Now coming to the map chart, I'll pick up the map chart here. I want to add the fields here. I will add country in the location and legend, all I need not write, need not add any field. I'll just add sales in the size of the bubble. Can you see that? The bubble size is changing based on the sales amount. Taken this map chart here and location will have country and bubble size will have sales amount. Can you see on the right hand side? I have added the fields in this area. Now people will say, if the map chart is populating correctly now, then what is the use of latitudes and longitudes? Sometimes what in your data set, you will not have exact location names. Rather than that, you have latitudes and longitudes. So if you have that, then also you can populate the map chart. It's not like compulsorily you should need a location field only. Without that location field, if you have the latitudes and longitudes, then also your chart will work. And the most beautiful part of dashboarding we have seen is, if I click on any of the countries here, the other charts will show only that relevant information. See? Good. People will get map chart as error. Now click on file, click on File. People who are getting error on the map chart, follow these steps. Click on File, go to Options and Settings. Under Options and Settings, go to Options. There, under the Security, Map and Filled Map Visuals, it will be unchecked. Check it and then click on OK and recreate your map chart. It will work. Which file? The data source file? Map error. Just now I did File, Options and Settings, Options and Security. And check this. It should be enabled. So you're not picking up the right chart. Which chart you're? There are two types of map chart. One is filled area map chart and one is a bubble area map chart. You should be checking the bubble map chart, just map chart. See, filled map and just map. So you might have taken filled map. Then you have to recreate a chart. After you do the settings there, you have to recreate your chart. No, right? What is missing on the dashboard? Formatting, details, filter, title, logos, many things are missing. So basically, the charts what I wanted are there, but it's not in the way that I want to present. That means formatting is not there. Right format is not there. So if you see here, currently I'm in this menu. Like you have 3 menus here, you have 3 menus here also. First is the visual, build visual. Second one is the format visual. See, under the format visual menu I am. So every visual or a chart will have its format menu. See, this chart also will have its own format menu. Line chart will have its own format menu. Map chart will have its own format menu. And also even the background of the dashboard will have its own format menu. That means you have to format individually each and every item on a dashboard. You have to format individually each and every item on your dashboard. Let's learn about it. So first I want to format my canvas. I'll just go to my formatting option here. And now under the formatting option for the canvas, you will see page information, canvas settings, canvas background, wallpaper, these things. So what is page information? In page information, you will see page name you can set. You can set it here also directly. Need not be that you have to set it here only. See, I'll set it as a sales dashboard. The same name will reflect here. Next, you can set up the canvas size. You can set up what ratio you want. If you want a custom size, you can set up a custom size also. For the custom, you can get that. Now, canvas background. Okay, do you want to see any background, white background? You don't like it? Okay, change the background to any of this color. For the learning purpose, I'll just select some dark color. Even if I select it, nothing is happening. Why? Because transparency is 100%. Reduce the transparency and see, it came up. And now background is done. Similarly, you can go and add a wallpaper as an image. If you have a company background image, you can add that here. All that you can do for canvas. So basically, what is important in canvas formatting is size and background color. Apart from that, it's totally fine. So you can add image as well. Now, formatting of the visual is done. Here is a map chart. Map visual. Now, my canvas background is done. Now I have to format my individual charts also. What all options are there to format the individual charts? Let me select the chart here and see formatting options have changed to chart level formatting. For chart level formatting, it has changed. Now you can do x-axis formatting, y-axis formatting, grid line, zoom slider, columns, ribbons, many other things. But before that, people will confuse and they ask, what is the difference between visual formatting and general formatting? Both are same. I feel both are same, but there is a difference. I'll tell you how to identify that. Where to go for formatting, whether it's general or visual. So now, is this my visual area in the chart? the one which I have highlighted, do you call it as a visual area? Anything outside that is general formatting. Anything inside that area is visual formatting. Outside means borders, title, shading, all those things. Internal, that means inside the visual is visual formatting. So it's like basically interior and exterior. Interior formatting is visual formatting. Exterior formatting is general formatting. Can we remember like this? Interior and exterior? It will be easy to remember. Parallelly doing with me. So whenever I am doing any concept, select the chart, select chart, format. And then general formatting, we can do exterior formatting here. Now, if I select general formatting for this chart, I have a title, sum of sales by year. No Arif, let's make it as a meaningful title. Drop down, then I can say sales by year. Okay. Now if you want to increase the size of this, increase it. If you want to place it in center, place it in center. Then next is you can go to effects. In effects also you have three menus: option background, visual border, and shadow. I'll turn off the background because I want to match the background of my screen. See, you can add a background or you can remove the background. Once the background is removed, I will add a visual border, means border to my chart in the white color. And I will make a little bit round the edge so that it looks round at the corners. Then I will turn on the shading part and I'll give shading as white. Don't you think your chart looks like a 3D view, which is little bit elevated from the canvas? So you should go select your chart, go to format. Under general, you have all the options. Under the effects, you will see that all options available. And now the title of the chart went black. I know where to change it. Title, change the color to white. So once you do general formatting, let's go to visual formatting. How to come inside and do other formatting. I'll go to visual formatting. And now I have x-axis, y-axis, grid lines, zoom slider, everything available there. First, I'll go with top to bottom. First, x-axis. If you see 16, 17, 18, 19 years and the year, this you can format. I'll go to x-axis. I have range, values, and title. Okay, range, whatever range you can select. Values is what important for me. I'll just change the values to white in color. It has turned white, and I can increase the size to 10, whatever size you want. Then similarly for title also, I can change the title to white. It has changed. The same, you have x-axis, you will have y-axis also. Values, change it to white. And then title, again change it to white. The options that what I'm showing now, everyone may be able to do everything, or some people like only minimal formatting. So I'm showing you which are the best practices. Some people may do more than this and some people may do less than this in the formatting, because formatting is an individual choice. How much you want to format, what color you want to put, whether you want to add a background, whether we don't want to add a background, or you want to keep a border, if you don't want to keep a border, it's based on the business, how they wants to see the chart. Okay. So formatting will differ from business to business or personal preference also. Formatting is something that everyone will have their own ideas. I'll go to y-axis. If I don't want the sum of sales like a y-axis here, people will say, Arif, sum of sale doesn't make sense. Can you just make it as sales? I can just make it as sales. You can add values and title also for the y-axis. Now y-axis is done. People will say, Arif, I don't like the grid lines. Which one you don't like? X-axis grid line or y-axis grid line? I don't like the y-axis grid line. Vertical. X-axis, let it be. It gives me a reference. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to see which particular year has crossed what values mark. Okay, if you want to make it as a solid line, you can keep the pointer minimum to 1. That's about the grid lines. If you want to keep it as a dotted line only, okay, keep it as a dotted line. You can. Then after the grid line, zoom slider. Zoom slider will be used when you have lot of items on the x-axis that you will see when you learn about the different chart. Columns. When I go to columns, you will see colors. Oh, Arif, this is what I wanted. Colors. I can change the colors. I can change the color, whatever color I want. You want to give individual colors? We'll see how to do individual colors based on the formula in some time. But for now, single color. Next, borders for the what? Borders for the labels? No, I don't need that. Columns for borders? I don't need the column borders. Now, I'll go to the data labels. Turn on the data labels. The numbers started showing up here. That is called data labels. Now, in data labels, you have many options: title, values. Important part for me is where you want to place it. Currently, it's in the top. You can place it vertically, change the orientation, or you can move it in the top, middle, or bottom. See, inside center, you can go to inside base based on what you prefer. Now, I'll make it as outside end only. And after I do the positioning, then I'll go to the values. Black color, I don't like. White. Numbers are very small. Increase the size. Units 2.3 millions doesn't make sense. I want thousands. Display units, change it to thousands. 2 decimal points? No, I want only 1 decimal point. Reduce it to 1 decimal point or 0 decimal points. So once you complete this formatting of this chart, if I ask you to format the other charts also, you will think formatting one chart only took so much of time. If I ask you to format all the other charts also like that, you will think, okay, I can't do that because it's so much time consuming and I may end up formatting it differently also. Correct? Out of 10-15 options, 1 or 2 options definitely you may make mistakes and it will start showing differently. Have a look. I'll show some magic trick. Select this chart. Under home menu, format printer, select it. Icon got changed. Your cursor icon got changed. Drop it in the destination chart. Done. Select the chart. Under home menu, format printer, drop it on the destination chart. Done. This trick will save a lot of your time. First, create one chart based on what requirement is. Then you can just format print the chart. Now, I can see almost everything got copied. Just the title. Okay, title formatting got copied, but the title name will not get copied, right? Or if that makes sense, title name will not get copied. It's about only the formatting. Whichever options match between the two charts, that will get copied. Now, it's up to me. I have to go and change it under the home menu. Now, I'll go into the general and I'll change the title. Sales by quarter, sales by month, sales by country. When you're going to format menu, you have to select a chart, then you have to go to format menu. For every formatting option, you should select the chart, then you should go. And now people will say, Arif, in this chart, the legend is taking more space. Okay, go to this chart. Under the formatting, legend you turn off. But Arif, if I turn off the legend, which year for which quarter, how will I end over it? You'll get to know. But I want to display that. Okay, details label, you change it to all details. Now you'll see quarter also. So like this minor tweaking, you should learn. What if I do? What changes? It will reflect all those things. So the formatting got copied. 90% of the formatting got copied. 10% because of the chart differences, it will not get copied like color or other things. but that will save a lot of my time. First, I will format my first chart perfectly till the what we need, and then we will just format, copy paste. I know people will be trying to catch up the things, but yes, do it. Select your chart. Under the home menu, you will see format painter. Select it, drop it on the destination chart. See, the icon got changed, right, Parijat? Do you see my cursor icon got changed? Yes, that means I have copied the formatting. And then whichever chart you click, it will paste the formatting there. Select the chart, go to formatting, there will be legend option there. You can turn it off. In x-axis, you have title. In x-axis, you have range, values, and title. You can change the title color here. It's there only. Only thing you have to see. See, if I change it, it will change the color. It has changed. So yes, you have to search. Then only you'll get it. That's the reason I'm giving you so much of time just for formatting, because it will consume some time to search the option. So now slowly my dashboard is taking shape now. If I add some titles, some logos, some slicers, some buttons, then my dashboard will be ready to go. So what is the next thing in my chart, in my dashboard? What is missing? Title. And if you don't have a title, you don't have a logo to display what dashboard it is, what information it is, you will see that. You can change the title to dynamic. You'll see that in future. Based on what fields you add in the chart, you can dynamically change your title. When you will learn DAX at that time, we will see that. What is FX? If I go into insert menu on the top, can you all see this elements, text, button, shape, image, button, shape, image? In order to add a title, which element I should take? Definitely text box. If I click on text box, it will show up a text box here. I can move it. I can keep here as I want. I can now define my title. Sales, global, sales, dashboard. I'll just select the text and I'll increase the size to whatever size you want. I'll change it to 28 and then I'll make it a different style, whichever style that you want. For the font, it's possible. I'll change the color of the font to white. Now, you can even add a subtitle also below that in small letters. You can display that. And then I'll go to the formatting menu of this chart again. Under the effects, I'll turn off the background. Similarly, I can add a logo also. How to add a logo? Which element I should take? Image. Select the image. Whichever image that you have on your machine, and you can download any logo from the internet, whichever logo you like. I have taken a logo of this. And now I will reduce the size of this. It will dynamically adjust my logo and bring your logo and keep it here. See, I'll move the title a little bit more and then keep my logo. Is it difficult or easy? How to add text as a title or the logos on the dashboard? Easy, right? Not that difficult. So you have to manually align them. Jay. See, whenever you move a chart, like in PPTs, you'll get the guidelines. Or see, red color lines are coming. Nice. Whenever I try to move a chart, red color guidelines will come. So that will help you to align your chart based on the other charts. To align the objects one beside the other, one above the other. So it's similar. Now people will say, if this space is empty, can we add some like numbers there? Like overall sales, I can see sales in the bar graph. But if I want to see sales, cost, and my orders on the numbers on the top, can we do that? If yes, which object? We can do that. Say you have a card. In the list of charts, do you see card chart? Do you see the card chart on which I have highlighted? If I select that chart will show up here. And I will add just sales to that card. I'll see sales. And I can place it wherever I want in my chart. See, I can place it like this, but the size is very big of the numbers inside it. The legend also is not, I'm not happy with that. So let's format it a little bit. First of all, I'll go to formatting. I'll go to general. I don't want the background. Once you turn on the background, I'll come back to my visual. The callout value, I'll change that color to white. And then size, I don't want 45, it's too big. I'll make it as 30. I'll make it as 30 numlock. 30. 30 is too small. Okay, make it as 36 or 35. Then I don't want the sum of sales at the bottom. There is a category label. See the bottom, what you see, it's called category label. I'll turn it off. If you want to remove that from the bottom and add it on the top, change it here and add a title. Add sales as the title. Make it as center aligned. Change the color of that to white. Does it look good now? My card compared to the initial card, this number is looking good now. Presentable. But if I want multiple of this kind, okay, the shortcut method is select that card, Control plus C, Control plus V, or copy paste. I'm copy pasting the visual from the home menu. Select that, copy, and then paste. I created 3 different copies of my chart. Now this one I'll change under formatting to, in the field I'll remove this sales and I'll add a profit. Background you remove, and then title you change it to profit. Similarly, for last one, remove the title, change it to quantity, and the field you remove the sum of sales and add quantity. Isn't it nice? The people will say that if there are too close, okay, add borders. If you feel they are too close, then add borders. See, they are not even aligned. So you can just align them properly how you want. Example, I'll select this and I'll try to move it. So it will ask me, Arif, align it properly like this. And then I'll just move it. It will say properly aligned like this. When you move a chart, is it that the red lines helping you? Okay, how much offset I'm leaving from the other charts, up and down, right and left? Check that. That will be really of a great help to align your charts. Just compare to where we started with this dashboard, and now is it looking in a really good shape where I can share with my users? Some things I can still add that we'll be learning now, like filters, buttons, all those things we'll be adding now. But before that, reach till this point in the dashboard. You have to select the text. Before you resize the text in the header, see here in the title, you have to select the text before you change the size. Many times people, what they do, they'll just click inside and they'll try to change the size. Which part of the text you want to change the size, you have to select it. If you have to delete the entire thing, just click on these 3 dots and then remove option will be there. You can remove it. Go to format. Everything related to background, title, everything on formatting. See, formatting you have it. Effects, background, everything is there. It should show. It might got have hidden between the charts. See, if I select this chart, the 3 dots will get hidden behind it. Sometimes that happens. You have to move the chart and just check where the 3 dots are there. It's just about layout and formatting. It's just about layout. What options I'm getting, even you also should get the same because we are using the latest version of Power BI. What options I'm getting, you also should get the same options on the dashboard. Select the card. Inside the card, you have to add sales first. Then you'll, so just type as done if you have reached till this point. The more the responses, it's better for us to move to the next step. Okay, so now, what else do we need on this dashboard? So now if someone comes and asks you, Arif, I want to see this dashboard for the categories, various categories. Okay, I want to see this dashboard only for particular segment. So now that I don't have anywhere in the chart, right? If someone asks me show this chart for a particular year, I'll select this. It will filter the entire dashboard. Okay, now I can see the values. Okay, if they ask for a particular country, I can click on this. But sometimes that we do analysis is not on the visuals. At that time, we have to take help of slicers. What do you mean by a slicer? These are interactive filters. Have a look. There is a slicer option here. If I click on this slicer, wide guard, delete, dashboard. Now, here is a slicer. And in this slicer, I can add my region. See, I'll select region and I'll add the region here. Now it will show all the 13 regions which are available. Now I can select any region and see your entire dashboard will filter only for that region. Isn't it a really nice way to analyze your data and slice and dice your information? The map chart also is getting filtered. The other information also is getting filtered. If I select Central Asia, I'll see. If I select East, I'll see these countries. EME, I'll see these countries. North, I'll see countries like that. Isn't it nice? I can use it to slice and dice information so that people can see what information they want. Now, if you want to select multiple items, you will not be able to select multiple items here. But how can you make it select multiple items? In the slicer settings, you will see selections. Currently, it's multi-select with control. Okay, that means control to select, multi-select. Okay, Arif, that's nice. But with control key, you want to select multiple values or you want to select without control key? You decide it. You want to select it with control key, enable this. If you don't want with control key, just disable this. Now you can select without the control key also. Sometimes some slicer, you want it to be a single select. Make it a single select. It will turn to be a radio button. Try whether the slicer is working or no. Okay. So this is a slicer. This is a slicer. Select that slicer. That slicer will come here. Slicer should have a field, whichever field you want to play with. In this slicer, I have added region. You have to go to formatting, slicer settings, and selections, and just play with these three options. You're not getting checkbox because you are not disabling multi-select with control. Under the selections, slicer settings, visual formatting, you should be getting it. You should be getting is an option available there. If you are using older version of Power BI, then it will be difficult. Have you recently installed Power BI? What if I want the name of the countries? The region that you selected here, Central Asia, see, in the map chart, it will get reflected. Zoom in, it will show India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Myanmar. This is one slicer that I have added, but you can add multiple slicers. We can add a slicer for country also. For example, I'll just move this slicer a little bit up and then I'll add a country slicer here below. But place is very congested, right? Okay, let me do one thing. I'll go to formatting and I'll just change slicer setting from vertical list to drop down. That will save a lot of my space and I can accommodate more slicers. I'll add this slicer here. I'll take another slicer just below that. I'll add country in it. And now I see country names also. Visual, slicer settings, drop down. Now someone asked, I want to see the countries falling in that particular region. Now currently I'll see all the countries here. Just go and select which region you want. I'll select Central Asia. Now see, only those countries will be visible in the other slicers. So that means what? The slicers will have cascading effect. What do you mean by cascading effect? Means if you select one slicer, a value, the other slicers also will show only that information to you. So it will be very helpful for your analysis. I have only one slicer. Which is the other slicer? Is there? It's a table. This is a matrix. This is only one slicer. It's only one slicer. There are no multiple slicers. Which one? This one? This is the beta option that recently they have added. There is what? recently they have added a beta option in the recent release. I have not seen that. Can we increase the background window size? No, it is fixed. Canvas settings, you can change it from here, but it is limited to your window screen of your computer. Your computer screen resolution is what? Based on that, it will be fixed. If you want to change that to custom, you can change it. I'll click on the insert menu, buttons. Buttons, now we have seen text, we have seen image, now I'm taking buttons. In buttons, specifically, I'll take Q&A button. Q&A button. I'll bring this Q&A button and I'll keep it here. Now, Arif, what that Q&A button does? Have a look. Press Control and hold on your keyboard and then click on this button. It will open this feature where you can generate charts just by typing the questions. Have a look. Sales by country. If I type it, just select this. It is profiling your data and then it will generate the chart dynamically for you just by typing the question in the real natural language. Can you see that? And now, as I have selected only central, in all the versions are there. As I've selected only the Central Asia region, it was showing only 5 countries. If I erase this slicer, now I have all the information here. Now if I click on this Q&A button and now type the same question, see, it will show the entire globe. I'm doing it one more time. Sales by country. It will generate the chart and you can see that chart here. And now, what type of chart you want? I want that to be a map chart. Just type map. It will generate the map chart for you on the fly. Isn't it nice? It take the data from an entire data model. Q&A button. People who are not seeing it, you might not be using the latest version of Power BI. It should be available. Under the buttons, Q&A. Now, I can type any question here. For example, people want to see sales and profit by order month. Now see, it will generate that chart for you by profiling your data. If I am able to do, then even you should be able to do, guys. It will take some time to process these statements because it has to fetch the data from data model. It is taking some time for me to generate and it has generated now. Now chart name also you can write it. By default, you can write the chart name also like combo chart. You want to see bar and line both together? I can write the chart name, pie chart, donut chart, map chart, like that. You write the chart name, it will display that information in that. See? And the field names should match based on your data. If it is sales here in the data, it should be sales only you have to type. The name should be same to use this feature. If you're building a dashboard, and in that dashboard, it's not possible for you to add every chart, right? Definitely it's not possible for me to show many charts. Sometimes I will show only the most used charts in the dashboard. But if the user wants to see something more which is not available in the dashboard, he can just click on this. Have a look. Again, I'm showing people who are telling not able to write. Press Control and click on it. It will open this and this type of interface it will show. You have to type your question there. How did I take the button? I went into the elements, drop down, buttons, Q&A button. A quick glance on the chat window. If you guys are able to see that Q&A button, Q&A feature will be really very handy to explore the data. So you can use this in your dashboard if you want users to explore their data by themselves. Type the question correctly, it will show. Might be you're not typing the question correctly. See? SALE. Yes, sales by country. Country also is there. I have sales by profit. Come on. What do you mean by sales by profit? What do you mean by sales by profit? That will show number. You want a measure and you want a dimension to populate a chart. If you just type one metric or two metrics, it will show only that. By profit, they will categorize. No, that will not work. In order to populate any chart in Power BI, you should get a dimension and a measure. Guys, can you build a chart just by using measures, or you need a dimension also to build a chart? We need a dimension also to build a chart. Dimension means a categorical field also you need to build a chart. Exactly. So when you take sales by profit, both are measures. It will show number only. Try, just explore Q&A. Is it working? Q&A. Now have a look. You can use this Q&A to create the charts also directly in the dashboard. Now people will say, is this available just for the users to just see the chart, or I can even create the charts using that? Have a look. If I go to a new page, if I want to create the chart, create the standard charts also, just double click on the canvas. It will open the Q&A feature. Same Q&A, but now to create standard charts. Sales by order year. When I say sales by order year, it will create a chart for me on the canvas, which I can translate to any chart here. See, translate to this chart. Done. I'm just typing a question and selecting what type of chart I want. I'm not adding any field there. Double click. Sales by order quarter pie chart. It will generate a pie chart that I can convert that to a standard visual again. Isn't it nice how we can dynamically generate the chart using Q&A for the user to explore the data, as well as for the developers to create the dashboards? Both. Yes or no? Guys, it has generated. Convert it to a standard visual. Have a look. I'm doing it. Double click. Type sales by order month. Order month. It will show what chart? Convert that to a standard visual. Q&A feature is helpful not only for the end users, for the developers also. So now, similarly to Q&A, you can add other buttons as well. For example, sometimes you want to let users to click on a hyperlink, correct? A website. If you want a user to click on a link and a website should open, I'll click on buttons and I'll take information button. Yeah. I'll take info button and I'll keep on this button here. See, this icon I can keep. And then I'll configure the action here. Can you see? For every button, there will be an action. For Q&A button also, there is an action. Action, you can change it. For this button also, you'll have an action. So I'll just change this to an action, turn on, and then different types of actions you can add. You can add bookmark action, drill through action, page navigation action, Q&A action, different actions. I will add web URL action for this. When you say web URL, give a link here. Okay. For example, I'll just take this link, copy this link. Just for example, I'll just close this window and now I will paste this link here. Now what will happen? See, if someone clicks on this, that link will open on the browser. So that has opened on the other screen for me. See, it has opened here. Isn't it a very nice way to give some information to the end user with the help of icons, from guide, how to use the dashboard, some guide about your business process, all those things? It's so helpful. So you can take the button here, any button you can take, only the difference will be action. If I take information button, that button will show up here and you can just go and format it to a right action. Now I can further format this to make it look good like a general button. See, I can just go to the shape. What shape of the button you want? I'll make the shape as a pill shape, and then I'll go and make this in the style. All these are formatting. Whatever you want to format, however you want to format, you can format it. Say you want to add some text, you can add a text. Say info, make it as white. Then you can increase the size of that text if you want. Icon, the icon that you have added, you can change even the icon also, whichever icon you want. And then icon color also you can change. You can add fill option so that it can fill the color, and then you can select any color of your choice for that button. The text, if you want, you can place it in the center. All these formattings you can do for your button to make it look. This will make definitely your buttons look stand out from the other visuals. Do you think so? And what I'm doing, it's just formatting. What you have learned so far, formatting, it's a formatting only. Where we need to give URL? Under the actions. Under the actions, select the web URL and then paste the entire URL, which will start from HTTPS. Don't just add from www dot. You need to give full URL with the protocol as well. And then press Control and click. Then the URL will trigger a web page. Format your buttons, format your actions, and then test it if it is working. Is it working for you? Buttons. Similarly, you can create navigation button also, which will move from page to page. You can create clear slicer button also, which will clear any slices that you have on your dashboard. So all these things will make your dashboard more interactive in nature. Conditional formatting. What do you mean by conditional formatting? On the conditional colors. On a particular chart, how to add conditional colors we will see. How many of us still doing? I'm still doing buttons. Press Control and click. That just clicking will not work. Press Control and hold and then click. And ensure that your link is having the protocol of HTTPS also in front of it. Otherwise, it will not work. So first you open that link on the browser, then copy that entire link, then it will work. See, it's working now. So if you hover over that button, it will give you that message also. Control plus click here to follow link. Recently they have done the changes, but earlier it used to not work without the, but I usually add full protocol link with protocol also. Shall we go to the next topic? Now, pay attention. I will create a matrix chart. Matrix means what? What's the difference between table and matrix? Okay, I'll ask what is the difference between table and pivot table? Table is a one directional table. Pivot table is a two directional table. Straight table will have data only in one direction. Have a look. Year, month, and sales. Don't you think the values are getting populated on only one direction? This is a straight table. We call it a straight table. But matrix is a pivot table structure. Have a look. You can populate your chart in the rows and columns and then sales in the values. The numbers are same. In both the visuals, numbers are same. The way you represent the values are different. If someone asks the difference between table and a pivot table, this should be your answer. Straight table is a table in only one direction, and the matrix is nothing but a pivot table where the data values are stored in multiple columns, x and y axis both. Now, a question, guys. Can you tell from either of the charts, which year, which month has the highest sales and which year, which month has the lowest sales? Can you tell which year, which month has the highest sales and which year, which month has the lowest sales? But how much time it little difficult. Yes, I wanted to hear that. Little difficult. People say little difficult to read because this is a small table. Here only you are feeling difficulty. But think about if the table is bigger, correct? It will be difficult, right? To identify. Have a look. I'll go to formatting, cell elements. I'll just click on this one. Now is it difficult to say which is highest and which is smallest? Conditional formatting. So I'll go into the formatting. So under the formatting, there are so many formatting options. I'll go to cell elements, and in that cell elements, I will turn on background color. That has changed my background color here. So guys, that's the best practice in the session to take notes. Both are separate chart. I didn't change it. This is a table. This is a chart. This is a table, and this is a matrix chart. Yes, you can do this in table also. You can do this in a chart also. That is what I will be showing now. Not only in table, you can do this in graphs and charts as well. Now people will say that, if blue color I don't like, I want to change the color. Okay, go to your cell elements on the FX. On the FX, if I click, it will give me an interface where you can control what color it should show, based on what value it should show, based on what style it should show. I'll make it as a gradient style currently, and it is based on the sum of sales. Drop down. For the minimum value, I'll select red, and for highest value, I'll select green. In between value, I'll select yellow. Do these settings, click OK, and tell me, does it look nice? So if I click on OK, just see how my chart will show up now. Isn't it a nice way to show the hotspots in your chart in the form of a table based on your conditions? Currently, it's a gradient style. You can change this based on the condition also. So I can clearly say that initial years, my sales was less, but as I moved from 16 to 19, in the upcoming years, my sales improved. And in every year, I can see the pattern there. The sales at the end of the year was higher. With the help of this chart, like this, we do data storytelling. Now people will say, and if I don't want the gradient style, I want that to be based on my rules. Rules means, Arif, I don't decide the color based on the gradient style, based on highest and lowest, but I have some set of rules. Based on that, the colors should change. Now I'll change the style from gradient to rules. Now I can say if the value is greater than 0, number, and less than or equal to 1 lakh, I want it to be red. New rule, if the value is greater than or equal to 1 lakh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is number, I'll say till 3.5 lakh, I'll say it to be yellow. And then new rule, greater than 3.5 lakh, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, number, till maximum number, till max, I'll say green. Click on OK and see the result. Which is good? Gradient is good or rule based is good? Which one do you like more? It based on the business. Not what we like, depends on the business, how they want to say it. Depends, exactly. But the answer is we have both the features available for us. How to open the rules? Drop down here. Currently it is gradient, change it to rules. Then you can define these rules. Not only based on the numbers, you can define your rule based on the percentage also. So now, where was the FX option? Can you see this? Under the cell elements, just below that, FX will be there. If you turn it on, FX will be editable. Now, not only the background colors, have a look. Not only the background colors, you can play the same option with the font color as well. With the font color also you can play. See, you can change the font color. You can even add data bars. Isn't it different ways to use that conditional formatting? Now, have a look. I'll go to my sales dashboard. I'll try to do the same thing on my bar chart and the map chart. How? I'll select my bar chart. I'll go to formatting, columns, and I'll click on this FX. I'll say gradient, red, and more colors, green. On the bar chart also, it's possible to show that colors. Now, and if it's showing incorrect, it should show green. Why? Just check what is the condition you have given. The condition is given based on count of date. Oh, it's correct. Is the coloring based on date is correct? Or it should be based on sales? It should be based on sales, right? Exactly. I'll just search for sales and I'll add based on sales. Click on OK. And you will see based on sales. Fantastic. It has changed. Now on the map chart also, I will try to do that. See, the same way, bubbles, colors, FX. Tail also you can do. Based on gradient style, lesser value will be red, higher value will be green, and in between will be orange, and your bubbles color will change here also. Now see, first you learned how to build the structure of the dashboard. Now you are adding more and more features to the dashboard. Give a try. Okay guys, we covered the formatting of our dashboard. what is general formatting, what is visual formatting. We have seen about the buttons, Q&As, slices, cards, logos, title, text objects like elements. We have seen that. Then general formatting, visual formatting of the chart. Then we have been to Q&A, where we learned how we can create the charts just by a message. Example, just double click somewhere on the canvas and then it will open a view for you, and you can type sales by segment funnel, means whatever name that you type of the chart, it will generate a chart based on that field and that one. So this is what Q&A. So if I type a question and then it will give a chart for me based on that, I'll convert it to standard visual. This is what Q&A we have learned. Not only for the development, we can use it for the end user purpose also, where I have added that as a button on my dashboard canvas. Now if I click on that here, press control on this link and then type sales by category, it will display that visual for me like this. This cannot be converted to a standard visual. We cannot place this visual as a visual on my dashboard, but the other method where you can just double click on the dashboard and it will do that. Next, we went into conditional colors or conditional formatting. We learned about two different types of tables. One is the standard straight table and another one is the pivot table or a matrix. Now we have seen how to do the conditional formatting on a particular chart based on the background color, based on the font, data bars, icons. We can show even icons also. See, we can show even icons also, and icons will change based on my rules or based on the gradient style. And we can do the same thing on this table as well. Cell elements is here also, and I can say background color. This will change the background color on my table here. But which field you did, you can control which field you want to do. You can select whichever field you want in this list, and you can do that formatting there as you want to whichever column you want. You have to select to sum of sales and then just say turn on. It will do the formatting based on that. And we have seen how we can do that in our dashboard for a bar chart also, for the map chart as well. This is the story so far. Okay, the next section that we will learn is, have a look. If I create a bar graph, not bar graph, if I create a map chart, guys, I'm creating a map chart and I'm adding country and sales here in the bubble size, and then I'll go to the formatting. I'll just increase the bubble size a little bit. Now in my chart, in the location area, I will add state also. I will add city as well. Now what is happening? I added 3 different fields here in my location, and I got 4 new icons, which you will not have because you have not added this state and city as well in your chart. But I have added now country, state and city in the location area. But that didn't affect my chart. Only the area that these fields have affected is they have added 4 new icons here on the top. Arif, what do the icons do? If I click here on the country, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. But just observe. If I click on drill down, if I just click on drill down, it will turn black. Now I'll click on a country. What did happen? Yes, it drilled down in the chart based on what I clicked. Arif, let's do it once more. Have a look. Drill up so that I get my previous view back. Click drill down is enabled. See, if it is disabled, nothing will happen. It will just select that. But when I click on drill down and then click on United States, it will drill it down and it will show only data for United States. Okay, I'm in Texas. If I click on Texas, it will further take down to the cities in Texas. Isn't it really cool? I can go more granular in the data, or I can see more aggregated value in the data if I have hierarchical nature of the fields. See, I can drill up. I'll see the states now. I can drill up now. Select on Australia. It will take down me to the states inside Australia. South Australia, click on it. It will take me down to the cities in Australia. So what is the usage of this feature? You need not create multiple charts. If the field has hierarchical nature, you need not create multiple charts for that particular fields, and you can move in and move up on the chart. I'll just click on India now. It will take me to the all states in India. because the next hierarchical field was state. If I click on Maharashtra, it will take me inside Maharashtra to the cities because the next field is in states. But now if I still try to click something, is it taking me down? If not, why? Okay, have a look. I cannot go down further. Why? Because this is the last level in the hierarchy. Now, people will say, Arif, is it possible only on the map charts or we can do it on the other charts as well? I'll create a bar chart now. And now I will add sales in the y-axis and I will add year, quarter, month, I will add. And now the same icons are available for me here also, correct? Now I click on drill down. I can click on 2018. It will take me down. In that year, the 4 quarters. Further go down, click Q3. In that year, that quarter, 3 months. If you want to drill up. Now what is the third icon doing, Arif? Click on the third icon. What it just did, it moved down one level down in the hierarchy. It moved one level down in the hierarchy, but the values are for which year? For 1 year, 2 years, or all the years? For all the years. If we click on third icon, the values will be for all the years. It is not applying any filter. It is just switching down in the hierarchy. See, if I click on this, because I'm not clicking on the bar, right? Am I clicking on the bar or am I clicking just on the arrows here? So if you click on the bar, then you'll go down in the hierarchy. But you are not clicking in the bars. You're just clicking here on the icons. See, it has moved down. Now, similarly, if I click on the fourth icon, it will expand my chart. See, it will expand. It will further expand my chart to the year, month, and quarter level so that you can analyze the data in more in detail or drill up. You'll see year and quarters. Further drill up, you can see year and. So just by creating hierarchies in a chart, you can see 3 different views from drill up and drill down, 3 different views from switch dimension, and 3 different views from the expansion. Total 9 different ways to analyze the information just by creating simple hierarchy. Otherwise, if you didn't have that concept, then you would end up creating 4 5 different charts. Yes or no? Guys, if I don't have this hierarchy concept, then definitely I would have ended up creating 4 5 different charts that would consume so much of my space on the dashboard. And now my user got this flexibility that he can drill up, drill down, switch the dimension, expand the chart. It will help him a lot. And it is more of intuitive also. It's so much intuitive also that people can understand, okay, if I want to drill down, click on do drill down icon there. And then if not, then it acts as a regular chart. It's a dual nature, right? Yes, it will combine all the years data at the month level if you go with the third icon. But if you go with the drill down method, when you go at the month level, it will show only those months which you have selected and their data. Okay, if you want to see all the months, but it should show only that particular month data, then you have to use fourth icon. Correct, guys? Now, what benefit that this feature is giving me is this feature is giving me a benefit that I can move down in the fields. And now, Arif, how can you use this in your dashboard? Okay, I have already dashboard built. Now let's see how it will help me here in this map chart. I will add state. I'll add the city as well. Now see any analysis I can do. Region, for region, I have a filter here. You want to add region, you can add the region as well. But have a look. If I enable this drill down and click on this, no, without drill down, if I click on this, my entire dashboard is showing only that country data. But if I enable this drill down and then click on India, can you see that? I can see this complete dashboard as if it is created only for India, correct? Because other charts are also filtering based on that. Other charts are also filtering based on that. Now, you want to cancel the drill down and just analyze the data for Maharashtra, disable the drill down, and you can start analyzing the data. Oh, no, Arif, I want to go one more level down. Okay, click on drill down again and click on Maharashtra. It will take you down further. At the India level, I want to go and see for all the states and cities. Okay, go to one level down. In India, all the cities, it is showing something messy in the data, which is showing Salem, the name here, and we have Salem here as well in one of our state. That is the reason it is showing me incorrect information here. So I need to just go and fix it. See, I understood something here in my dashboard. Now see, I can see all the cities. Now you want to analyze for only that city, disable the drill down. And what is my hometown? My hometown is Hubli Dharwad. If I click on it, I can see the data for Hubli Dharwad. See, isn't it really nice? If you learn to use drill up and drill down, you can go at any level, analyze the data at any level in that hierarchy. And your other charts also start reflecting the same thing, correct? Isn't it a really nice feature to have in our dashboard? If we have a fields like hierarchical nature, I'll click on drill down on my drill down option here. If I click on India here, state level, and then drill down it here, and now if I click on any of the city here, it will not reflect because you are still in a drill down mode. If you want clicking on a city should affect all your charts, you have to come out of drill down mode. This is what people are missing. Now I'm out of the drill down mode. Now I'll select, it will change. Makes sense? Being in drill down mode, you can't select the values and expect the other charts to change. Because guys, that is by nature, right? When you're telling drill down, yes, you're just telling that Arif go down in the chart. When you come out of the drill down, then only other charts will get affected. So this is what you should get understanding of hierarchies before you use them in your charts. Okay. Have a look. I have year, quarter, and month in the right sequence. If you add a month first and then quarter second and the year down, can you expect the hierarchy to go drill down? I can't expect. So it should be in the right sequence and you should be at the year level or quarter level to drill down. If you are already at the month level, can you further drill down? No, right? So these understanding you should have. So now see, I've enabled the drill down. Now I can click go down. Now I can further go down. And now if I click on this again, people will say, Arey, drill down is not working. Why? Why drill down is not working here? You can't do this. Why can't go further? Why? Because that is the last level in the hierarchy. It's the last level in the hierarchy. So it cannot go further down. So this understanding you have. Before using this feature, you have to have this understanding. And now many times people say, how will a user will understand? Okay, you explain them or go ahead, go to insert, bring a text box, add a text box and write some description about it, correct? Can you do that for your user, for him to understand? In 2 lines, just give some descriptions. It's totally fine, right? To give some descriptions on your dashboard, give some description. That's what I do. If I am adding any new feature on the dashboard, I usually give the description. Okay, let's go to the next concept. We are settled with hierarchies. Now, I have not enabled the drill down, selected, nothing happening. Why nothing is happening, friends? Why nothing is happening? Because drill down is not activated. Enable the drill down, click on a particular country, it will take you down. Perfect. Come up with the hierarchy. Yeah, good. Click the third icon back. It will take you to the state level, which is cluttered, which I don't want to see. That's the reason I did drill down and then I see at the state level. This is one of the reason. Right, guys? To use hierarchies, it is one of the reason. If you go one down, and if it is difficult to see the states, can I see only for a particular region or a particular country? Yes, you can do that. First drill down and then go to the next level. Now, I'll create a new page again and I'll go to my dashboard. Please pay attention. This is interesting. See, all the features what I'm showing you here will enhance the quality of a dashboard, correct? Either you change the colors, you make drill up and drill down. In the same area, you are improving the quality of a dashboard by adding more features to it. Now, whenever you see this black color box which is popping up, whenever you hover over any of the field on your chart, what is that called? What is that option? Tooltip. Yes, you are right. It's a tooltip. Now, what is the use of tooltip? What is the purpose of tooltip? What is the use of tooltip? Why do I need tooltips? To display some additional informations, correct? To display some text message or to display some additional values. Example, someone asked, Arif, this is sales by year chart. If I want to see profit also, but my chart shouldn't get affected, but I want to show profit also. Okay, bring profit and add it in the tooltip area. Not only profit, bring quantity also, add it in tooltip area. Now go back over on the bar and see, is it nice? Without changing the effect of a chart, I can show additional information. And you have to do nothing, guys. Just bring that field and add it in the area. And it started showing up. I didn't enable anything. I just brought the profit and the quantity here in the tooltips area. That's it. And you can do that on any chart. You can do that on any chart. People say that, Arif, this is really very nice if I want to show some additional information. Now people will say, Arif, that's it? Is that all we have for tool tips? You want to see some really cool thing in Power BI now? How tool tips can create magic? Have a look. I'll create a new page. On this page, I will create a very simple chart, line chart for sales by month, month in the x-axis, sales in the y-axis. And I will enable the data labels for this. And purposely, I will add the labels in the thousands. Display units, I'll make it as thousands. Created, guys. On the page 1 that I have created, new page, create a line chart, sales by month, correct? Okay, I created a page now. I'll go to the canvas formatting. Guys, this is showing the chart formatting options. How can I go to the canvas formatting? How can I go to canvas formatting? Click outside, then it will show me canvas formatting. Now, in the page information, do you see option here, allow use as tooltip? Under the page information of the canvas formatting, page information, allow use as tooltip. I'll just turn it on. Now you might have understood what I'm trying to achieve, correct? Allow use as tooltip. This entire canvas, I have enabled allow use as tooltip. Next what? I'll go to my sales dashboard. Select the bar graph. Select the bar graph. Under the field section, I'll remove these fields. If you want to keep it as is. I'll go to formatting of the bar graph. In general formatting, tool tips, report page, it was default. I'll change it to report page. Page, the one which you have enabled, allow use as tooltip, page 1. Now, see the magic. Can you see that? Isn't it a really nice option that you can see chart over chart, and the values on the tooltip chart is only relevant to the information that you are hovering over, correct everyone? I'll go to my page 1. In the page 1, I enabled on the canvas page information, allow use as tooltip. This I have to do. Without this, it will not work. I have to enable this as a tooltip. Then I have to go to sales dashboard. I'll go to my bar graph, wherever you want to see that. It's not only bar graph, wherever you want to see that. You just go to that, and then under the formatting of the chart, in general formatting, tool tips, you do the setting and just hover over the bar graph, correct? Now people will have one question. Arif, there is lot of blank space. Can we remove that blank space so that it looks small view, because it's affecting the visibility of other charts? Okay, nice. Go to your page and then go to canvas settings. Canvas settings, make it as a custom size. Custom size, height, you select whatever is the choice. I'll select 300 as a height. See, it has fit inside that. Now I'll say 800 as a width. Now it's showing, the chart is going out. Okay, select the chart, reduce the size of the chart, reduce the size of the chart, and keep it exactly how much you want. Keep it exactly in the center. Good, guys? I can keep exactly in the center like this by reducing the canvas size. That's not a difficult task for us to do. I can say canvas size to 300 and 800, and then I'll place my chart here in between. Now I'll go to the dashboard. Now the canvas size of the tooltip page is smaller, and now see, is this view better compared to that full screen that was showing earlier? So like this, you can create any chart and you can place it over any chart as a, you have not done the settings here on this page. In the general formatting, in the tooltips area, you have not done these settings. In the general formatting of that bar chart, you have to enable that as a report page, and you have to say page 1. Then only it will appear, or page 1, or whatever page you have used for your line chart. Because I will not see in the tooltip list, page list, other pages. Why? Because I have not enabled allow use as tooltip for the other charts, correct? That's the reason I don't see any other pages here, correct? Can we enable multiple pages as tooltip on the same chart? How can you do that? Does it make sense? Multiple tooltips on the same chart? No, right? You can add the same tooltip for multiple charts, but one chart will have only one tooltip, right? People will say, Arif, I want to see 2 charts, not one chart as a part of tooltip. Okay, I'll help you with that. Go to page 1, create some space, add a pie chart, add quarter and sales. I don't need the legend, turn off the legend, and details label, make it as all details, because I can see quarter also in the list. Now you have it. Go to a sales dashboard, Now witness. Can you see that? This is much cooler than one chart. You can have two visuals. But in the real world, do we use tooltip for two, which is having two charts? Correct, right? It's a little bit confusing. So it's only one chart we use it. The feature is available, but we usually go for one chart. But the concept is there. You can add it. Only one tooltip is possible. In that you can add two charts. Now that's the reason what I gave you a solution. Someone asked, can we do that? Yes. If it can be done, I will show that that method is there. You can do it. If any alternative method is there, I'll show that. If none of the methods are available, then I'll tell that no, that is still not supported. So for that question, this is one solution. So now see, the dashboard is no more a simple dashboard, correct? You have hierarchies to drill up and drill down. You have dynamic colors. You have slicers, and now you have tooltips as well. So many features added on your dashboard now. Which part? From start. Which topic? So you can change the design of your dashboard by going into, see, you have themes you can set up for your dashboard, but I don't use that. You can explore that here. But Power BI's view black color, no, you don't have that. Okay. I'll create a page. I'll quickly walk you through. And in this page, I added the required charts. I'll go to the canvas formatting. I will enable page information as allow as tooltip. Done. New page, create charts, format, general, allow users tooltip. That's it. This much only you have to write. New page, new chart, canvas formatting, general, then allow users tooltip. Come to the page one, select the chart, go to general, tooltip, enable the tooltip. Now, we will see you have to change the size of a canvas itself in the canvas setting. I have decreased the size and I have put the charts inside that area. Okay. Now, let's learn about filters. What do we mean by filters? Slicers we have seen. What do we mean by filters? This is a very nice way to analyze your information. This will open up new ways to analyze the data. Filters on this visual, which I have selected. Filters on this page. Filters on all pages. Three different types of filtering options are available in Power BI. Either you can go for filters on this visual. That means any filter that you apply in that area, by the name, it will filter only that chart and it will not affect the other charts. And again, as the name says, filter on this page, which charts will get affected? If I apply any filter there, all the charts in that page. Now, if I say filters on all pages, it will affect all the pages. So that's a nice way to analyze the information. Let's see one by one. I'll select the filter on this visual. Now I have year and sales, two fields already added because it's a filter on this visual. The visual has year and sales already added to the place. So I will have default field year and sales. Now I will go inside the year. See, I'm just expanding the year filter, collapse, expand. Now filter type is there, advanced, basic, top N. Let's say basic. Now it will give a list like a slicer. The list is like a slicer now. Now you select whichever year you want. It will affect only that chart. It will affect only that chart. Now people will say, Arif, how can you know that it is affecting only this chart, not the other charts? How can the user will see that? Because this filters will get hidden if you wanted. If you click on this hide, then it will get hidden. Then how will user understand that this entire dashboard have more data than what bar chart has? Hover over the funnel on every chart. See, every chart will have that funnel icon. Every chart will have the funnel icon. Do you see funnel representing anything else on the other chart except the bar chart? So what I can infer from that? Because that filter is affecting only that chart. That's how you can filter your visual. Now people will say that, okay, Arif, I don't want the basic filtering. Okay, I'll clear it. Let's do some advanced filtering. I'll collapse this here. I'll go to sum of sales. And now I want the chart should reflect only the bars where the sales is greater than 3 lakhs. I'll say is greater than or equal to 3 lakhs. Apply filter. What happened? It's 3 lakh or 3 million? 3 million. 10 less. Apply. Now, basic filtering you can do in slicers. But this advanced filtering, can you do that in slicers? No, right? So that means that will give you your answer. If someone asks you, tell me the difference between slicer and a filter. Yes or no? Definitely. The next question people would ask me, and if slicers are there, why you are using filters? Because of this nice feature in filters where you can filter your data by conditions also, like advanced filtering. You can do based on the sales also, and based on the year also. You can make an advanced filtering, and you can say is year now. It's not sales, it's year greater than 2017. Apply filter. See, it's nice. Basic means like a slicer, advanced means like a condition. And these two options are affecting only one chart. Now, if I want to filter something else on this chart, not based on the sales, but on the profit, I don't have profit here because you are not using profit here. There is a reason you don't have profit here. Bring profit and add it in these fields. See, under the filter on this visual section, add it here. Now you can filter based on the profit also. It's not limited only to the fields that you have in your chart. You can add any field which is not there in your chart also. So that will open up new ways to filter your data. Yes, Arif, that's nice. So that is filters on this page. Now people will say, Arif, what is filters? Sorry, filters on this visual. What is filters on this page? Same way, like you have filters on this visual, the same way you can apply a filter on this page. Now I'll bring product name. Where is my product name? Product name filter on this page. And now someone comes and say, Arif, I want to see this dashboard only for the Apple products. Drop down, select advanced, product name contains Apple, apply, done. This is the Apple product sales across the globe, which in case of slicer would be very difficult, right, to achieve. Everyone agree with that? With filters, what I did just now, I can see filter showing product name contains Apple, and now the trend also looks very nice. Correct, guys? In the month of September and August time, the purchase will be high. Can you tell why? September, October, after that the sales will be high. Can you tell why? Apple products? Because the launch happened in the month of September. Yes, I can understand that. Correct? And more craze for Apple products in India. Guys, filters are helping us to understand like this information. And if yes, that's nice. We can do this kind of analysis. Correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analytics, data visualization, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of business analytics.
Now that you have learned Power BI and understood how to turn data into clear, meaningful dashboard, it's time to prepare for the next step, interview. In today's job market, recruiters don't just test your technical knowledge, they also want to see how well you can apply tools like Power BI to real business problem. That's why the next module will focus on business analyst interview questions. Here you will practice the kind of question employers ask. So let's get started.
So our first question is, what is UML modeling? Right. So in cases where you're working in on designing a really complex system, say it's a new software tool or an app, and you want to explain all the parts of the system. Again, this can get pretty messy, right? Because your system will have so many components. So this is where UML comes in the picture. UML is basically Unified Modeling Language. So this is like a blueprint for your system. Right. So what modeling language basically does is it helps you sketch out everything that connects in your system. It basically makes your work super easy when it comes to explanations. So like we discussed, it helps in visualizing and specifying, constructing, documenting all the software system designs. It is a visual language. It basically identifies the errors or the gaps that are present in the design phase, so that later on in the development phase there are no errors and they can be identified in the early stages itself. It is basically like creating a visual map to help all your stakeholders develop a better understanding of the system. So basically it uses diagrams to show how all the components are laid out and how they interact with each other, creating a nice flow for all the stakeholders involved to get a better idea of it, right? whether they have a technical understanding or not, they can be on the same page. So UML basically focuses on making these complex ideas simple enough to be explained, which in turn ensures clear communication, and it basically gives a plan that's scalable and reliable for the future, right? So our second question is, what do you understand by feasibility study? Now, feasibility study is a detailed study or a detailed analysis that considers all the critical aspects of a project in order to understand or in order to determine the likelihood of its success, right? So whenever we start with a project, we need to know whether it has the possibility or there is a chance of it being a success. So this is where feasibility study comes in the picture. So let's take an example. Say you have a project idea which is really amazing, and whoever you tell the idea to, they instantly get excited about it. But before you start working on this idea and you invest financially and invest your time, there is one question that you need to answer, right? Can it actually be done? Will it give the output that you have in mind? This is why you need feasibility study. You basically study, you try to analyze all the aspects, be it technical or non-technical, and you gather a basic idea or a basic understanding of the topic, right? Will it smoothly fit into how business works today? Or will it create chaos? You need to answer questions like this. You need to answer basic questions like, does it align with the business idea present currently? Will the users like something like this coming in the market? Now, the other factor you need to consider is economic, right? Is there the economic feasibility present in your project idea? As the term suggests, you need to consider the financial aspects. Is it worth the investment? Will you get the desired ROI that you had in mind? Basically, in simple terms, it should make sense money wise, right? So, feasibility study is basically an assessment that evaluates the viability of your project or solution. And by viability, we mean the success rate of your project, right? It basically uncovers the strengths and weaknesses of an existing business or proposed venture, and it identifies the risks early on, right? So, our third question is, what is invest? Now, invest is not the regular term over here, but rather it is an abbreviation for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and testable. Now, what do these terms mean? First, let's understand the invest framework, right? So, the invest framework acts as a checklist. Now, whenever we have a lot of things on our mind, we need a checklist to ensure that we do not miss out on anything, right? So, this invest framework is a checklist in business terms. It helps us to make sure that the user stories are good to go. Now, you must be wondering what's a user story. So, user story is basically an informal or general explanation of a software feature by the end user or customer. So, that is what is called a user story in business terms. So, now that we know what invest is, like we have a basic idea, let's understand what these terms mean over here, right? So, the first one is independent. Now, stories can be developed separately without dependencies. Now, stories being our user features or our user communicated features, they should be able to be developed separately. That is, they shouldn't have any sort of dependency on each other. That is, they shouldn't have any sort of dependency on each other, right? Every feature, every user story should be able to stand on its own without relying too much on the other stories. This makes things very easy to manage and to maintain later on, right? The next one is negotiable. Now, negotiable basically means that stories should be flexible and they should be able to evolve over time or maybe even during a discussion, right? No user feature should be super rigid that it is not able to flow with the current trend, right? So it should be able to change as the team talks it through, right? The next one what we have is valuable. So each story delivers clear value to the customer or the business, right? Every story should deliver something useful to the customer or the business. If it's not adding value, then why even do it, right? That's the first question that arises. So the next one what we have is estimable. Now, the team can estimate the effort required to complete the story. The team needs to be able to guess how much effort it will take. So it needs to have some sort of estimate value. It needs this particular time frame to be able to complete it. right? If a team takes up a task that is non-estimable, that is, they're not able to guess a particular time frame for it, or not able to guess the amount of effort it will be required, it gets really difficult to manage the tasks, right? So every user story needs to have some sort of estimate. That is, it needs to be estimable. Then the next one what we have is small. Story should be able to be broken down into manageable, bite-sized tasks, right? Something that the team can handle within a short time frame. Then the last one what we have is testable. They are the clear acceptance criteria to verify the story's completion. You need to clear acceptance criteria so that you know when a story is done, and it is working as expected. So this is a very important criteria whenever you're building something. You need to know the end point of it, right? So if we were to summarize the invest framework, it would be all about making sure your user stories or your user suggested features are clear, valuable, and doable, which helps keep the project flowing smoothly, right? So moving on to our next question. So our fourth question is, why should one prefer Kano analysis? So now, in order to answer this question, first let's understand what is Kano analysis, and we'll do this with the help of an example. So say you have an idea for an application and your mind is basically overflowing with the number of features that that application can have. But now the problem here is you cannot sit and add every feature in your application, especially in the very first phase or the very first cycle of your production, mainly for two reasons. Firstly, it would consume a lot of time, and secondly, you cannot afford to invest a lot in the initial phase itself. And by invest, I mean your time, money, and energy, right? So now the important question is which feature to add. Now the important question is which features to add or which features to keep in the first launch of the app, and which features to eliminate, right? So now the Kano analysis helps you figure out which features. Now the Kano analysis helps you figure out which features matter most to your users by breaking them down into three main categories. The first one is the basic needs. Second one is the performance needs. And lastly, we have our delighter features. Right. So let's look at them in detail. So the basic needs are like the must-haves, right? They need to be there in the application. So without these, there's a huge possibility that the users will not even like your application in the first place. So it could be the basic needs like your app should not take a lot of time to load, or your app should not crash, firstly frequently, and secondly not at all, right? So these are like the things that the users expect without even thinking. In today's fast paced world, imagine your app taking 2 minutes or 3 minutes to jump from one feature to the other. Users are not going to prefer something like that. So you need to keep up with the basic needs for your application in the very first launch. Then the next one that we have is the performance needs. Now these are the things that the users ask for, right? The more you deliver these, the happier they're going to be. So say for example, a faster search function or extra customization options. Now in today's era, everybody loves customization, right? The more a user can customize the application according to their needs, the more they're going to like your application, or the more preferred that application is going to be. So the better these features are, the more satisfied your users are going to feel. Then the final category is the delighter features. Now these are the unexpected surprises that will make your customers go like, wow, I didn't know I needed this, but now I love it. So these delighter features should have this kind of effect on your users or the target audience or the market that you're targeting. Delighter features are also the features that make your product stand out and give a complete competitive edge to it. So this is Kano analysis. It not only saves you from wasting time on the features that the customers don't care about, but also keeps you focused on what really matters, right? So in the end, it's all about creating a product that hits the right balance between expectation and excitement for your users. So again, it enables informed decision making based on customer satisfaction versus cost. And lastly, the features that customers explicitly demand, the better they are, the higher the satisfaction. Now our next question is, what do you understand by gap analysis and what are the different types? Now gap analysis is something that helps you figure out the distance or the gap between where you are currently and where you want to be, or your desired state. And the gap analysis helps to bridge this very gap or this very distance with the help of an action plan. Simple enough? So, say whenever you are running a business, you will have some goals set for your business. But when you look at the numbers of the performance, you realize you're not quite there yet. That is where gap analysis comes in the picture, right? It will help you figure out what's missing and how to get where you want to be. So it gets super easy for you to bridge this gap between your current state and your desired state or your future state of a process, product, or system. It also helps you identify the key areas of improvement and determine the steps needed to bridge this gap. That is basically the action plan that we talked about. Right? So once you have the strategies or a plan laid out for your journey, it gets super easy to reach there. But you just know where you want to be, but you do not have a map for it. So this gap analysis basically acts as a map showing you the distance to your treasure, right? It aligns with your current performance. It helps you align your current performance with your strategic goals. Then the next part of your question is, what are the different types? So the types of gap analysis are performance, product, market, compliance, and strategic. Right? So performance gap is basically when your actual performance is falling short of what you expected. Then there's your product gap, where your offerings or your products aren't quite keeping up with what the market wants or what your competitors are doing. Then there is market gap. So this is when your customer needs are not being met, or there is an opportunity in the market that your competitors haven't tapped into yet. Then there is compliance gap. This happens when you're not meeting certain regulations or certain standards for your product or services. And then lastly, we have the strategic gap analysis. So this basically aims to determine what specific steps a company can take to achieve a particular goal, right? Then we have our sixth question. Explain the requirement elicitation techniques. Requirement elicitation techniques are basically the different methods you use to gather all the important details from the stakeholders. So, when you're starting a new project, one of the most important things to do first is to figure out exactly what everyone needs from the system or the product. That is, what are the views and the demands of the various stakeholders involved, right? So, the main objective is to gather the requirements from the stakeholders for a project or a system. It ensures a comprehensive understanding of the stakeholder needs. Now, there are going to be several stakeholders involved whenever you're starting a new project, right? And all these stakeholders involved are going to have different views and different opinions about every idea or every feature of your project. Now, to ensure that you understand and you understand it correctly, you require these methods in order to reduce the risk of misunderstandings or missed requirements, right? Basically, as the number of stakeholders involved increases, so does the difficulty of managing them. And to ensure that all their ideas are implemented, along with keeping in mind the goals and the objectives of the business, we need requirement elicitation techniques. So, these are some of the common methods or the common techniques for requirement elicitation. The first one we're going to look at is interviews. So you sit down with the stakeholders and you ask them directly, what are their needs and expectations regarding the project or the idea that is to be implemented, right? But if you're dealing with a larger group, you might use techniques like surveys or questionnaires to collect the data efficiently. Then the next method is workshop, where you can bring everyone together and you can brainstorm ideas and you can work out the details together, right? The other approach is observation. This is where you watch the users in action. You see how they work with the existing systems so that you can understand the challenges that they face and you can come up with better techniques for your product. Then the next one is prototyping. This is where you build a rough version, right? You build a rough version or a dummy version of the system and you let the users interact with it. This will help you refine your requirements based on real time or actual feedbacks, right? Then the last one that you have is document analysis. So this is where you review your existing materials like the process documents or old reports and you gather the background information. So these requirement elicitation techniques are all about using the different approaches to make sure you gather all the necessary insights and you build the right product or system. It helps you avoid misunderstandings and ensure that everyone's needs are heard. Then our next question is scenario based. So the question goes like this: you're asked to analyze a drop in sales for a particular product. What would your process be? Now, this is a question that is asked to test your presence of mind and how would you deal in a particular situation, right? So, if you're faced with a drop in sales for a product, the first thing you want to do is not panic. Rather, you can follow a strategy similar to this one. So, this is how you start your answer, right? You will first start with data collection. So, you will first start with data collection. That is, you need to gather all the sales data you can. You will have to look at the older records. You will have to see how the product had been selling all this time, right? You have to check the graphs. You need to see how the product changed its course. You need to check how the product changed its selling course over the time. You also have to hear from customers. Are they leaving reviews? Are they leaving any complaints, or are they providing any feedback? And do not forget to check what the competition is doing. How are they performing in the market? This will give you a more clear understanding of the entire picture or the bigger picture, right? The next thing you can do is conduct an internal analysis. Now, internal analysis will help you focus on analyzing whether there is something that's changed with the product itself. Maybe there's been a shift in pricing, or the marketing isn't as effective as before. You also want to look at how promotions and discounts have been handled. It's all about finding out if anything that you did internally could have triggered the drop, right? So, this is internal analysis. Then the third strategy you can follow is external factors. So you will first start with data collection. This means that you need to gather all the sales data that you can. You have to look at the historical sales data, that is basically the older records of how your product had been performing in the past and how it changed over time, right? You need to also hear from the customers. You need to check whether they're leaving any reviews, or they're making complaints, or are they providing any sort of feedback. And another important thing is to check what the competition is doing, right? You need to see how they are performing in the market as well. The next thing you can do is internal analysis. Now, internal analysis will completely focus on analyzing whether there is something that is changed with the product itself. Maybe there's been a shift in pricing, or maybe the marketing isn't as effective as before, or you would also want to look at how promotions and the discounts have been changed. It's all about finding out whether there is any internal analysis. It's all about finding out if anything you did internally could have triggered the drop, right? It could even be reviewing the product quality, the features, or the availability, and assessing marketing strategies and their effectiveness, which again comes under promotions. And the next way we can analyze is through the external factors. Now, the external factors are basically the bigger market trends happening, or the customer preferences changing, right? There could be some kind of shift in the customer behavior or their preferences, or there could be a new competitor in the market, or it could even be the economic conditions that are making your customers spend less, right? Then the next technique is customer analysis. Now you need to specify a group of customers who are no longer buying your product. What is changed with them? This is basically segmenting the customer base. You need to identify whether they are switching to other product. You need to figure out whether they are switching to another product, or is their buying behavior shifting in some way, right? There could even be a possibility of some eco-friendly product being launched and your customer base or the segment that shifting towards these kind of product. Then the next one is hypothesis and testing. So once you have come up with all this information, you can come up with some sort of hypothesis. Like maybe the price is too high, or the product isn't meeting customer needs anymore. Then you would test these hypotheses using the data you've collected in the very first step, right? And then finally you have an action plan. Based on all the above steps, based on everything, you come up with an action plan. This could mean n number of things depending on your situation. But the most common ones are adjusting the price. Maybe you need to rework your marketing strategy, or it could even mean improving the product itself. It could be the product quality or the product features, n number of things, right? Whatever steps are taken, it is very crucial to monitor the results and make sure that the changes are having the desired effect, right? So let's move on to our 8th question, which is again a scenario based question. A project is midway through execution and the budget is being cut by 20%. How would you adjust the project plan? Now, let's understand the scenario first. So, you are working on a project. Basically, your company has assigned you some sort of project, and when you're midway through it, that is only 50% of the project has been completed, and now you get to know that your budget has been cut by 20%, right? So whatever you had in mind about the project, whatever you had planned for the budget, your finances have to be readjusted now. So you need to tell the interviewer how would you adjust the project plan. Now here you need to lay out a very neat and clean ideation of how you would tackle this situation, right? So we know it's not an ideal situation, but it is very common where businesses have had to cut losses, where businesses have had to cut costs halfway through the project, right? You might have heard of a lot of companies implementing such budget cuts, right? So all you have to do here is talk about some of the cost cutting techniques that can be implemented in a situation like this one, right? So the first one is ensuring proper allocation of resources. Now this is our first cost cutting technique. Okay, so whenever you start any project, resource planning is one of the most important steps. It is not just about making sure you have the people and the tools you need, it's more about doing it before the work starts, right? Why do we do this? Because if you don't allocate resources properly from the start, you will risk overshooting the budget or running into major delays. So, what are your major resources that you should look into? One would be people, the equipments, and the time that will be required, right? So these are your major resources. These three things are the core of your project success. Now you need to keep in mind that time is a very important factor. You can say the key factor over here. For example, a critical resource might only be available for a short time. If that's the case, you'll need to adjust your project schedule accordingly. A critical resource, now say for example, you work in a company whose main goal is to promote the YouTube channel, right? And you lack the video editors over here. You have very few resources of video editors. And now you find one video editor who is available only for say 1 week. It could be some sort of freelancing, right? So now over here, 1 week, this is your time factor here, which is very crucial. Now you need to keep in mind whenever you come up with any sort of plan for your project or for any video that you roll out, you will need to keep in mind about this key factor over here, which is the time. So now in this case, you will have to adjust all your project schedules according to this particular resource, which is your video editor who is available only for 1 week, right? Or maybe there could be a situation where your resource is not available until later, which means you will have to extend the project timeline to according to the availability of that particular resource, right? So moving on to our next cost cutting factor, which is mentor and retrain your team. So it is important to avoid hiring last minute resources or last minute employees. Firstly, it is expensive, and secondly, you will have to make them accustomed to the business goals and the ideas of your organization, right? And that is again going to consume a lot of time. So instead, you should focus on mentoring and retraining the existing team. This is again more cost effective, and it also ensures the underqualified people aren't holding things up, right? Having senior team members guide the junior ones not only reduces costs but also boosts the overall team agility and motivation. So again, this is a very efficient step that you can implement whenever there is a situation like this, right? The third one is outsource on an as needed basis. So whenever it comes to non-core tasks, you look into outsourcing. By outsourcing specific tasks to say cheaper or specialized resources, you can control costs without compromising the quality of the project. Now this factor over here can have a huge advantage as well when it comes to cost cutting, but it also has a disadvantage when it comes to depending on an outsource. Whenever your organization is going to take up outsourcing method, there is going to be some sort of dependency on another organization. So say that business shuts down or raises the cost all of a sudden. So it is again going to create a problem for your organization. So you need to keep these factors in mind. And if you have some sort of plan for handling the disadvantages, then outsourcing can be a really good option when it comes to cost cutting. Then our fourth one is account for hidden and unexpected costs. So we know whenever we're working on some project, it never goes exactly as you planned it or exactly how you ideated it to be. You need to make sure that you reserve some sort of budget for the unexpected costs, Now, these unexpected costs could be the last minute expenses, or they could be the unexpected delays. And having a bit of a financial cushion, you can say, can keep the project running smoothly, especially if we come across a situation like this, right? So, moving on to the next technique, that is reducing the project scope. Now, if after all this, the project is still over budget, right? Now, say you implemented all the above factors and the project is still over budget. In this case, you need to revisit the scope. Are there any low priority tasks that can be postponed or eliminated altogether? You need to consider factors like this. Now, you need to make your project more efficient financially, right? You need to negotiate with stakeholders to find a way to reduce the scope while still delivering the core project goals. Now, what you're going to do over here is you're going to focus only on the main goal or the core task of the project, rather than, like previously we discussed, we had the basic needs, the performance needs, and the delighters, right? So you can say whenever we come across a situation like this, whenever we have to face a situation like this, we are going to focus on the basics. And if we still have budget further left, we're going to focus on the performance needs. We're going to skip the delighters until and unless we have more budget, right? So these two areas should be our main focus. Then our next technique is to seek process improvements. Now, can we standardize certain tasks to save time and money? Right? Is there any double handling of work that we can avoid? By constantly seeking smarter, faster ways to do things, you can make sure the project stays lean and efficient. So this is basically what the process improvement techniques are. Then the last one, what we have is analyzing variances between forecasted and actual spending. So throughout the project, it is crucial to keep a close eye on actual spending versus the forecasted cost. Forecasted costs are nothing but our predicted or estimated cost, right? So whenever you start a project, you will have some sort of amount in mind that you have to complete the project in this particular cost, right? So this is your forecasted spending, or you can say predicted or estimated cost, right? But what actual expenditures are happening while you are proceeding with your project, those are your actual spending. So you need to always keep an eye, you always need to monitor the variances between your forecasted and your actual spending. If you notice any deviations from the budget early, you can make adjustments on the go, right? Which will help you prevent major cost overruns. So if you keep analyzing this continuously, there is a very high probability that you do not come across a situation like this. You're going to have a detailed analysis of where you are spending more or where the major expenditure is happening, right? So these are some of the cost cutting techniques that you can implement when dealing with a budget cut. It's all about getting creative, keeping things efficient, and ensuring the most important parts of the project stay on track. So moving on to our next question. This is again a scenario based question, which says a key report you've developed has discrepancies in data. How would you investigate and resolve this issue? So basically, you are a business analyst now in a company and you have developed some kind of report, and that report has discrepancies in the data. And you get to know about it. Now, the main question is, how would you resolve this issue? So, your first step ideally should be to verify the source of data, right? You need to double check if the raw data itself is accurate and complete, and it will just make sure that there were no errors during data collection, right? So, you're going to start from the very scratch itself. The very first step that you had incorporated, you're going to verify if that particular step is correct or not. Then you move on to reviewing the data transformation process. This means that you need to look into how the data was processed, step by step, from raw state to the final report. It is possible that something went wrong during a formula application or maybe a data cleaning step. Right, there could be n number of possibilities. So you cannot just turn a blind eye to any one of the steps. You need to make sure that you go through to each and every step and you validate it, you review it, and you figure out if there was any sort of error through the process. Then the next step is to check for missing or duplicate entries. Whenever your data has some sort of missing or duplicate entries, it could skew the results, right? It's common for small errors like missing data points to cause big problems in the final report. So this needs to be checked thoroughly. Again, you can emphasize on how you would check for missing values, like you would use pandas, or maybe the particular query you would use for checking the missing value. You can elaborate on that if asked by the interviewer. So once you check for the missing values, now the next step you can do is check for the calculations or the formulas in the report. Are all the formulas correct? Have you applied them properly across all the data sets? A mistake here can easily cause discrepancies, so you need to rerun them just to be sure, right? You can just quickly run all your formulas again and make sure that they were all correct and they were producing the right results. Now, to further investigate, you can also compare this report with the previous data. That is, you have to cross check this with the historical data. You can check if anything looks unusually different, right? Sometimes spotting trends or inconsistencies can help pinpoint the problem. Then you have to consult with relevant stakeholders as well, like the team handling the data input or the system management. You need to understand if there have been any recent changes that might explain this discrepancy. After identifying and correcting the issue, you need to revalidate the report and you have to ensure everything now aligns properly, right? So once you have gone through all this, you need to make sure that you revalidate the report, and this time the report does not have any discrepancies. You have to make sure that you correct all of it. And then you can go ahead and document the entire process for further reference, and you can share these findings with your team so that it can be prevented from happening again. That's the entire point of documenting it, right? So this way the process becomes a lot smoother and the report stays reliable from moving forward, right? Moving on to our next question. This is also a sort of scenario based question, which basically asks you what methods do you use to measure the success of a business solution after its implementation, right? So basically, a business has already launched a product or a service or an application, whatever it may be, and now your task is to measure the success of that particular product, right? Is the product doing good? Is the product doing bad? How are the people liking it? You need to consider all that and come up with say a conclusion whether it is successful or not, right? So here are some of the key criterias, or you can say techniques, that can be used to measure the success of a business solution, right? So the first one is key performance indicators, or KPIs. So these establish measurable metrics such as revenue growth, cost reduction, or customer satisfaction to track the performance of the product or the service, right? So this is the main goal of KPIs. Then the next one is user feedback. So again, the term itself is very clear. You need to collect qualitative feedback from users to evaluate the solution's effectiveness and usability, right? Then you have your ROI, that is return on investment. You need to calculate the ROI by comparing the solution's benefits against the costs. Now, whatever money you have spent on the project during its implementation, you have to compare all that with the benefit this product is giving the organization, right? So once you compare that, you will get a return on investment. That is how much return you're getting on your investment. If it is a good number, then your product is definitely doing good. But if the return on your investment is not as good as the amount you invested on it, then maybe your product is not doing that well, right? Then you have your process efficiency. So process efficiency is basically analyzing the time, the savings, the resource optimization, or even the improvement in the operational efficiency, right? Then you have your quality assurance metrics. So these assess the defect rates, the error reductions, or the system downtime to ensure the solution meets quality standards. Then you have your customer satisfaction scores. So your customer satisfaction scores can be tracked using surveys or net promoter scores, also known as NPS. This is net promoter scores, or other metrics to understand the customer satisfaction with the particular solution, right? Moving on to our next question. Now here the question is, describe how you would approach developing a business model for a new product or service. So now this question is a little different than our previous one. See, we had a situation where our solution had already been implemented and we just had to track the success of it. Now over here, we have to develop a business model for a new product or service, right? So this is like the previous step of the previous question, right? So the first one is to understand the market. You need to research the industry trends, target audience, competition, and market needs, right? To develop a business model for a new product or service, you need to start by diving into the market research. This will give you a very clear picture what's trending, who are the competitors, and more importantly, who is the ideal customer, right? You need to figure out who is going to be most interested in buying your product or your service. Then you also need to figure out the unique problem your product or service is solving. Why should people care about it, right? Then you have to move on with defining the value proposition. What unique problem does the product or service solve? This is how you position your product in the market, right? Understanding the market is basically understanding your competitors or even your users, right? And defining your value proposition is basically what problem your product is solving. You need to map out how you're going to make money, right? Then the next step is to identify the revenue streams. Now, by revenue streams, I mean how is your product or your service going to generate income? So you need to map out how you're going to make money. There are several models out there, and you need to find the best fit for your organization. It could be a subscription model, it could be a one-time sale, or it could be a freemium setup with premium features, right? There are hundreds of models out there. You also need access to the cost structure. What's it going to take to build, market, and deliver this product? Having a clear understanding of the expenses is very crucial to ensure profitability, right? You can estimate an idea of your profit only and only if you have an idea of your expenses, right? Then the next one is to assess the cost structure. You need to identify the key expenses like production, marketing, operations, etc. You need to have a very clear understanding of where your expenses are going to be the most and where you can have some sort of cost cutting in your entire project plan, right? Then you have your customer segmentation. Now, customer segmentation is basically defining the specific groups who would benefit most from the product or the service. You need to define the different groups that would benefit the most from your solution. Are you targeting businesses? Are you targeting individual customers? Or maybe it could be a niche market. You need to figure out the best way to reach them. It could be through online platforms, it could be through retail stores, or it could even be a direct sale, right? So all these criteria should be very clear right from the very beginning. Then you have your channels and distributions, which is basically you need to figure out how you're going to deliver your product or your service to the customers or the end users, right? How is your product going to reach them? It could be through distributors, it could be through wholesalers, it could be directly. So there are again n number of factors that need to be very clear right from the beginning. Then you have your key partnerships. You need to identify the potential collaborators, the suppliers, or the partners needed for success. Partnership plays a huge role. You need to look at who could you collaborate with, right? And then you have your key partnerships. Again, partnerships also play a huge role. You need to look at who could collaborate with your product. Who could it be a supplier, could it be a distributor, or even a strategic partner, right? You need to find someone who can add value to it. And you also need to keep in mind the scalability factors. How can this grow in the future without compromising any sort of profitability, right? You can also test and validate your product using MVPs or MVPs are basically minimum viable products, or you can pilot the programs to validate the assumption. Then lastly, we have the refine and iterate. So you need to continuously improve based on your customer feedback and the market changes, right? You need to be very flexible with your approach. You need to constantly monitor what the users are liking. Are they happy with your product? Are they neutral, or are they having any sort of complaints with your product, right? According to that, you need to proceed and you need to keep implementing the changes. You need to keep making your product better. So moving on to our next question, which is again a scenario or situation based question. So it goes like, how do you ensure that a solution is scalable and sustainable for future business growth? So now what we're focusing here is basically our organization or our business has already launched a product or service, and now we want to ensure that that particular solution or that particular product is scalable and sustainable, and our business can have a future growth for that particular product, right? So the basic steps that we need to follow is, first one is a modular design. So we need to break that particular solution into manageable independent components for easy scaling. And by scaling here, we mean growth, right? So scalability basically means the ability to change size or the scale of a product, right? So when it comes to making sure that a product is both scalable and sustainable, you need to start by thinking in the long term from the very beginning. You need to look at the bigger picture. You need to ensure that the solution is modular in design, and you can do that by breaking the solution down into smaller independent pieces so that as the business grows, you can easily expand the system without having to rebuild everything from scratch. Next thing you need to focus on is automation. Now, automation is basically the process of automating the repetitive tasks so that the system can handle more work without requiring a lot of additional manual effort. So, one example of automation is the 24 into 7 customer support that is available on so many e commerce websites today. For example, consider Myntra or Flipkart. Whenever you want to raise a complaint and you need assistance for that, you do not have to wait for a person to guide you through it. You can just go to the chat option and it is done through the automation process, right? So it reduces the manual effort required. Next, we have cloud-based infrastructure. Now, as we discussed that we would like a solution that is both scalable and sustainable. So this becomes very easy with a cloud-based infrastructure. If a solution is cloud-based, we can easily scale up the resources or scale down the resources based on demand. And this can be done automatically also. So both our requirements are met over here, where the cloud-based infrastructure can automatically scale our resources up or down based on the demand, which helps in managing the workload efficiently. Next is choosing future-proof technologies. Now, future-proof technologies basically means that choosing the right technology which does not go out of demand or it does not get outdated very soon, right? You need to find the tools and platforms that are adaptable to new trends or innovation. You don't want to invest in something that will be outdated in a few years, right? Then the next step is to continuously test for performance. You need to regularly test to identify performance limit, right? So that's where the testing comes in the picture. Then you need to monitor and continuously optimize your solution. You need to implement real-time optimizations or improvements to your solution so that you can easily identify any potential issues before they become bigger problems, right? Continuous optimization is a key over here. It makes small improvements over time to keep things running smoothly. Then comes the planning or plan for growth stage. Develop a long-term strategy aligned with business growth plans. That's what needs to be your key over here while in the planning stage. Then comes your sustainability practices. You need to integrate energy efficient systems and resources saving processes for long-term viability. You need to think about sustainability from an environmental and resource perspective too. You need to use energy efficient infrastructure and processes that don't just support your growth but also do it in a responsible way, right? It also needs to be cost effective at the same time. So this is how you can ensure a solution that is ready for future growth and remains effective for years to come. Moving on to our next question. How do you perform a cost benefit analysis for a business decision? So, in order to perform a cost benefit analysis, or you can say a return on investment ROI, you need to follow these steps over here. First of all, you need to have a clearly defined goal or decision that you have to analyze. Once your objective is clear, you can proceed with identifying the costs and the benefits. So, your relevant costs could be the labor or the manforce required, the materials, and even the training that you will have to provide in order to get your work done, right? And now your benefits could be the revenue generated through the product or the service, the cost savings, wherever you could save some expenditure, or even your efficiency improvements. So these are the costs and benefits that you need to analyze. Then comes monetizing these costs and benefits. You need to assign a monetary value to both the costs and the benefits for an accurate comparison. Now, whatever factors we just discussed while we were identifying our costs and benefits, you need to give an estimate value to both these factors. So this will help you to further compare your cost and benefits for a better analysis. The next step is to set a time frame. You need to determine the period over which the costs and benefits will increase over time. So you need to have some sort of time frames criteria set. Right? Then comes a net present value or NPV. You need to calculate your NPV by discounting future cash flows. Don't worry, we'll look into it in detail. Then comes your break-even analysis. This identifies when the benefits will surpass the cost. That is your ROI is really good over here, right? You have a great return on investment. That is also known as break-even analysis. Then comes your sensitivity analysis. This tests the different scenarios and their impacts on the results. Then comes your decision recommendation. This uses the findings whether to proceed with the decision or not, right? So let's look at all these factors in a little more detail. So once you gather all the possible costs, you do not have to just consider the obvious ones like we talked about, like buying the equipments or hiring people. You need to consider the less obvious factors as well, like the training, potential downtime, or any risk factors involved, right? So this is also known as your hidden cost. You need to consider all this while you identify the cost. And for benefits, you need to answer the question, what are we gaining? This could be anything from increased sales to higher productivity. And just like the cost, you need to quantify these benefits in real numbers. Basically, you need to put a rupee value on each and every factor. So once you have all these gathered, you need to compare them. It's not just about looking at the present picture, but you need to think long term, or you need to look at the bigger picture over here. So the basic question you need to answer is, how will these costs and benefits play out over the next year or even 5 years, right? So this is the bigger picture we're looking at. 5 years, this value could go up to 10 years as well, right? You need to make sure you've covered everything. You need to imagine different scenarios, like what happens if the costs are higher than expected, or what if the benefits take longer to materialize. This comes under sensitivity analysis, right? And then finally, based on all this data, you make a solid recommendation. You need to recommend whether the benefits outweigh the cost and if this decision is truly worth pursuing. This is where you give a conclusion or your final statement or understanding from all the cost benefit analysis that you've performed. So this is even how you make sure whether you're on track for smart and strategic business moves, right? So this was all about your cost and benefit analysis. Moving on to the next question. What role does data analysis play in your approach to problem solving as a business analyst? So now the main question over here is, how do you integrate data analysis in your day-to-day job as a business analyst, right? Or how does data analysis help you in the problem solving approach as a business analyst? That's what the question means over here, right? So you need to follow these few pointers to answer this question in a detailed manner. So the first one is data-driven insight. So data analysis, basically we're talking about how data analysis helps us as a business analyst, right? So you need to mention that data analysis provides objective insights or informed decision making, which would otherwise not be as easy or as possible, right? The next step is to identify the root cause of the problem. So you need to analyze the patterns and the trends to identify the underlying causes of the issues. Next comes forecasting. So forecasting is basically predicting the future outcomes based on the historical data. This helps us to prepare for the challenges, right? Then we have performance measurements like the KPIs and the other factors that we discussed previously in our previous question. So we need to keep track of all these performance measurements to monitor the impact of our implemented solution. Then whatever solution we've implemented, we also need to keep optimizing it, right? We need to refine and optimize solutions by evaluating data for continuous improvement. So we need to keep a close eye, or we need to keep monitoring our data so that we can optimize our solutions more efficiently. Then comes risk mitigation. This helps us to assess the data to uncover potential risks and helps us in creating mitigation strategies, right? Then we have our stakeholder communication, which basically helps in clear communication with the stakeholders. So when you provide a clear data-backed insight and when you present it to anybody, even your stakeholders, the communication becomes more effective, right? So that's basically the goal over here. So you can say that data analysis plays a huge role in how problem solving can be approached as a business analyst. You can think of it as a roadmap, and without it, you wouldn't have a proper navigation, right? That's how data science helps business analysts. So you can even consider, or you can even give an example of a drop in sales scenario. So rather than guessing, you can look at the numbers to find the root cause. So instead of making blind guesses like it could be the marketing or it could be the product, you can actually look at the real numbers. You can actually find the root cause over there. It could be a pricing issue, or it could be a seasonal trend, or it could be n number of things, right? So data will help you see all these patterns and uncover what's really going on. And the truth is, it does not stop at just identifying the problem, right? So data analysis does not just stop at identifying the problem. It also helps in predicting what might happen next. So this is done by using the historical data as we just discussed. It can analyze the past trends and it can predict the future outcomes. It could help in preparing for an increase in demand or avoiding potential pitfalls, right? So it works both ways. So we can say predicting, and the fact that you can also rely on data to measure how well a solution is working, right? When you continuously monitor the data, you can also measure the performance metrics like the KPIs and understand whether your implemented solution is working or not. If it is not, you can tweak your strategy, you can implement some change, you can optimize your solution for better results. So data not only helps in approaching problems methodically, but it also gives the fact needed to make decisions, optimize solutions, and communicate effectively with the stakeholders. So this should be a basic approach to answering these kind of questions, right? Moving on to the next question, how would you use SWOT analysis to assess a new business initiative? So SWOT basically stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? So how would you use this strategy to identify or to analyze a new business initiative? So strengths basically identifies the internal advantages of the new initiative, like the unique capabilities or the resources. The weaknesses analyze the internal limitations that may hinder success, like lack of experience or resource gap. Then we have our opportunities, which explore the external factors that can be leveraged. It could be market trends or untapped customer segments or untapped market opportunities. Then we have a threat. These assess the external factors that can negatively impact the initiative. It could be the competition or the regulatory changes. Then finally, we come up with an action plan. So this is done with the help of all the insights that we gather from our SWOT analysis, which guides us with the help of strategic decisions. It capitalizes on the strengths and opportunities while it also addresses the weaknesses and right. So whenever you're assessing a new business initiative, you need to look at the strengths. That is, you need to identify the internal advantages. So you know your strong points or where you guys do not need to put in extra effort, right? What internal advantages that you have can give this initiative a competitive edge, right? So whenever a product has some sort of advantage, it automatically stands out from the rest of the products, giving it a competitive edge. So once you have figured that out, it becomes easier in the marketing strategy as well, right? The right marketing can really give a good awareness about your product and also a competitive edge, like we discussed, and make your product stand out. Or maybe your internal advantage is not about the product, but maybe your team. You could have a great team with really good expertise and key resources that your competitors do not have, right? So these internal advantages need to be clearly identified and worked upon. Then you have your internal limitations, that is the weaknesses. So this is all about being honest, right? You need to be honest about where you lack and what are your shortcomings. There could be gaps in the capabilities that could hold you back, right? So maybe you're stepping into a new market where you don't have much experience or you lack the technology needed to scale quickly. It could be a number of things, right? So you need to have an honest introspection about your team, your product, and everything that revolves around your product. Next comes the factors that can be leveraged, which are the opportunities. So this is where you look at the outside world. What trends are working in your favor, or what are the current trends that people are preferring? Maybe there's an emerging market that you can tap into, or perhaps there could be a customer preference towards which, or maybe there's a customer preference shifting towards exactly what your initiative offers. So you need to have a clear idea of all that is going around in the market regarding your product. Then finally comes the risk that could negatively impact the initiative, that is the threats. So these are the external risks, things like competitors launching similar products or changes in regulations that will make it harder for you to operate. So once you have a clear understanding of all these factors, you can then use the insights to create an actionable plan. Then that is where your action plan comes in the bit. So the goal is basically to leverage all your strengths and opportunities while actively working on minimizing your weaknesses and protecting yourself from the threat. So it's all about seeing the full landscape and making sure you're prepared for whatever comes in your way. So that is what SWOT analysis helps you in accomplishing. Moving on to our 16th question, what steps do you take to ensure data accuracy and consistency in your analysis? So this is a typical data science question. So this is technically a data analysis related question. So you need to mention all the technical terms that are considered in data analysis and give the answer in technical term, right? So the first step is data validation is basically when you check your data during the entry or the import itself, and it ensures data follows the correct format and the rules. So this is the first step. When you're loading the data, you need to have it validated. Then you have your data cleansing. So you need to identify and fix or remove inaccuracies, duplicates, or missing values. So this is the basic step of data cleaning. You need to take care of the missing values, duplicates, or maybe the wrong formats, right? You need to have your formats right, like the date. Like you need to check formats like dates, floats, integers. All these formats should be in the proper method. Then you have your standardization. So you need to ensure that all your formats for dates, units, names, etc. across the data set are at the same scale, right? That's what standardization means. Then you have your cross verification. You need to compare data with source documents or cross check with other data sets for consistency. Then comes your version control. You need to maintain the records of data updates to avoid conflicts and track changes. Then comes your automation. You need to use automated tools or scripts to ensure consistent data handling, and this also reduces human error. The human error could arise in simple places like maybe a wrong formula or wrong addition or a wrong data entry. But when it is done through automation, all these errors are nullified or taken out of the picture. Then lastly, you have your audit trails. So these keep logs to track who accessed or modified the data, and it improves the traceability. If you have a proper detail to who accessed the data at which point, it becomes very easy to track any sort of errors or mistakes that arise in the data. So whenever you're working with data analysis, you need to make sure that your data is accurate and consistent. It is basically the foundation of any meaningful insights, right? If you work on the entire data set, you get a result, and after that you realize that your data had some sort of error or some sort of discrepancy, your entire result becomes wrong, right? So it would again not give any sort of insight to the business or not help in predicting any sort of value, right? So you need to start with data validation. You need to make sure right from the very moment the data comes in that it follows the right rules. It needs to be in the correct format. It needs to have values within an expected range. Then comes data cleansing. This is where you go through and handle any issues like duplicates, missing values, or obvious mistakes that are clearly visible, and you can correct them there and there itself. Then comes your standardization is basically applied in cases where, say, you have, for example, a data containing 0, 1, 0, and you have some sort of currency over here. Maybe it could be 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, and so on, right? And now when you go and perform any sort of operation on this data set, you will have a lot of skewed results. The reason being, the range over here is 0 to 1 and the range over here is 30,000 to 50,000. It is a huge gap. So this is where you need standardization, right? This will help you get all your data set on the same scale. It could be between 0 and 1, or it could be between -1 to +1, right? So this is how standardization helps in getting your data on the same scale. Then you have cross verification. So this is again an important step because this step double checks the data against other sources or documentation, and it makes sure that everything lines up and makes sense. So it is like a way to catch inconsistencies that might have slipped through. Then you have your version control. So this is used to stay on top of any changes made, right? So if any updates or modifications happen, you can easily track them and you can know exactly what was changed by who and when, right? So version control is again also used in Google Doc. As you might have seen that you can see the previous version of your document, and in that version you can see the timestamp and you can see who changed it, right? The person. So this again becomes a very important factor when you need to keep track of. It's very helpful. Then you have your automation. Automated checks, like we discussed, they reduce the human error and keep things very consistent. And for accountability, you need to maintain audit trails. So audit trails are basically a sequential record that details the history and events related to a specific transition, or you can say an entry, right? This helps you know who touched the data, and it sort of adds an extra layer of security to your data. So that is all about ensuring accuracy and consistency in your analysis when you're performing data analysis techniques. Moving on to the next question, how would you handle large data sets when conducting a business analysis? So obviously, when you're a business analyst and you have to handle data sets, obviously they will not be just 100 rows or 5 columns, right? They're going to be huge data sets having large amounts of data stored in them. So when you're working with massive data sets, things can get really complicated, right? But you need to follow smart approaches, like you can say data sampling. So we'll start with data sampling. It is again a very simple but very efficient method. So what basically happens is, instead of taking the entire data set, instead of considering all these 1,000 rows, you're going to take samples of maybe say 100 rows or 200 rows at one point, right? You're going to take a smaller but a representative sample. So this will help you test hypothesis quickly without being affected by size. So this is again a very efficient technique, and I personally prefer using data sampling. Then you have your ETL processes. So ETL basically stands for extract, transform, and load. So this is a cleaning and organizing technique. So before you dive into any analysis, you need to work with what you really need, right? So this is done by ETL. You can extract, you can transform, and then you load only what is needed, right? So moving on to the next step. So when your data is really huge and you need to break it down into simpler or smaller chunks, you will also have to aggregate your data later on. That's where data aggregation comes in the picture. So you need to summarize or group your data to identify the trends and patterns, and this will reduce the amount of data you have to sift through. Sift as in like you have to go through, right? Then you need efficient tools. So of course, having the right tools can be a real game changer. You need to rely on high performance analytics tools like SQL, Python, Hadoop, right? So these are the efficient tools that you can use in the process of data analysis. These tools will make it easier to process the large amounts of data without slowing down the process. Now, if you're dealing with large data sets on a daily basis, another efficient technique would be to use cloud solutions. As we already discussed, cloud solutions or the cloud infrastructure is very helpful when you automatically want to scale the resources up or down, right? These solutions will give you scalable storage and processing power, which means you can handle even bigger volumes without having to worry any hardware limitation, right? Then lastly comes your data visualization. So once you have your data cleaned and processed, you can visualize the data using tools like Tableau, Power BI. There are even some libraries in Python like Matplotlib and Seaborn, which you can use for visualizing your data. So these tools will help you make sense of the data, giving you clear visuals that are easy to analyze and share. So by using these methods, even the large data sets can be tackled very effectively and still give you the clear insights that you need to derive for the business decisions. Moving on to the next question, what is the Moscow method, right? So the M over here stands for must have, the S over here stands for should have, C over here stands for could have, and W over here will stand for will not have, right? So this is the Moscow method basically. So now that we've broken down, let's look at each abbreviation in detail. So must have are the non-negotiables, the absolute essentials. So these are the most important tasks that you cannot live without, right? Without these, the project simply cannot go live. You can think of them as the foundation, right? So the must have is like the foundation. Then you have your should have. So these tasks are important, but they're not essential, right? They're not critical. If you can't fit them in right now, it won't break the project, right? But it could cause some pain points or workarounds in the future. So, right, if you do not implement these, there could be some pain points or you can say some sort of trouble. But again, they're not critical or it won't severely affect your project, but there could be some sort of repercussion. Then you have your could haves. So these are nice to have items, right? If you have the time or the budget left over, they are totally worth adding. But leaving them out won't cause much impact, right? So not much impact, but they are nice to have, right? Lastly, you have the will not have. So these tasks do not provide any value, right? So these are the things you agree to put on hold for now. Maybe they'll make sense in the future, but in the current timeline or in the current situation, they are not necessary. Now we're talking all these in product or service term, right? So the Moscow method is clear, I hope. And moving on to the next question, what is COTS in terms of business metrics? So COTS basically stands for commercial off the shelf products, right? So these are the products, it could be hardware or software, that have already been developed and are ready for you to use, right? They are ready for, you can say ready-made or available for purchase and use. So your business does not need to spend time or money in building something from scratch or in customizing it, right? It reduces the cost, time and effort required to build custom stuff. So it is designed to meet the general needs of many organizations. Commercial off-the-shelf products are basically designed to meet the general needs of the general audience. It could be large organizations or even the general public. It's basically like buying a pre-built house instead of constructing one for yourself, right? So COTS solutions are designed to address general business needs that many companies share. Like for example, you can consider the payroll software. Let me just write it down. You can consider the payroll software or even the customer relationship management system or CRM. So these applications need not be modified or customized according to companies as such, right? They are going to fulfill the basic role that they're designed for. The payroll software is basically to manage the salaries of the employees or maybe even the paycheck, right? So it will not need a lot of customization. The only thing that's going to change is the data inside each software. So these are a perfect example of commercial off-the-shelf products. So having these products makes them very cost effective, and because you do not have to invest in custom development and they can be deployed much faster since they're already built and tested, right? So that is why they are much faster. So but like we discussed, but as we know, every coin has two sides, and same is the scenario with this COTS solution. There are trade-offs or you can say cons associated with it. So while these solutions save time and money, they often come with a limited flexibility, right? You may not be able to tweak or customize the product to exactly fit your company's requirements. Plus, there's the integration challenge. Now, what is this integration challenge? You need to get these off-the-shelf products to work with your existing systems. Now, this can be something tricky, right? You need to integrate everything according to your organization, and these products are completely general based. And in terms of maintenance, the good news is the vendor handles the updates, the bug fixes, and the upgrades, which takes a lot of pressure off your team. But on the other hand, you are dependent on the vendor now, which means if they stop supporting the product or go out of business, you're again in a tough spot. So in the business world, COTS solutions or COTS product can be a go-to for companies which are looking to save time and money. But again, it is very important to weigh the benefits against the limitations, right? So another question that could be framed around COTS could be maybe a scenario-based question, and the interviewer could ask you whether you would prefer a COTS solution in this case or not. So you need to analyze everything, you need to give all the metrics and then come up with a conclusion, right? Then comes our next question, explain the RACI matrix or RACI matrix. So RACI matrix is basically a tool that is used to clarify the roles and responsibilities in a project or a process. So RACI basically stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Now, responsible is basically the person who does the work to complete the task. Answering your question, who is responsible for executing the task? Accountable is basically someone who is accountable for the completion of the task, or the person who is ultimately answerable for the completion of the task. Then we have consulted, people whose input is sought before a decision or an action, right? You would need a senior or you would need somebody higher than you who needs to be consulted before every decision is made, right? And then you have informed. You need to keep somebody informed or updated about the progress or the decisions of the task. So these are the informed people. So this is what a RACI matrix looks like. You have your task and you have your person A, B, C, D, and all these persons are going to have some sort of criteria which could be responsible. So person A is responsible for task 1 over here, whereas person A is consulted for task 2, and you can see person D is informed on task 4, and similarly we have person B accountable for task 2, consulted for task 1, right? And we have person D responsible over here for task 2. Similarly, person A is responsible for task 1 and task 4, right? So this RACI matrix helps us to understand the various roles, and it avoids confusion, and it also makes the project more easy easy to manage, right? It ensures accountability in tasks and decision making, and it reduces the project delays due to unclear responsibility. So once you have everything clear that who is responsible for which role and which responsibility is to be completed by which person, there are lesser delays in the project, right? So it brings a sort of structure, you can say. The RACI matrix brings a sort of structure to a project, and it makes sure that roles don't overlap, right? So now we can see in this role clearly which person is supposed to do which task, and you can see person C has nothing to do with task 2, right? It is completely blank over here. So person C is not associated with task 2 in any manner, right? So there is no overlap of tasks and everything is super clear over here. Then we have our next question: what is RTM? So RTM basically stands for Requirement Traceability Matrix. It is like a project's roadmap to make sure that you're not missing any turns along the way, right? It tracks the fulfillment of requirements throughout the project lifecycle. It helps to ensure that no requirement is overlooked or forgotten. So ideally, every RTM or Requirement Traceability Matrix, every requirement gets a unique ID, right? So every requirement traceability matrix or RTM gets a requirement ID, which is a unique ID, kind of like a name tag, right? So next to that, you write a description of what the requirement is all about. You need to give the details in a very descriptive manner. Then you link it to a specific test case, so you can verify that it's been properly implemented, right? Lastly, there's a status column to show whether the requirement is done, completed, or not started yet, right? So these are the basic components of a requirement traceability matrix. Let's look at an example. So as you can see over here, here is the requirement ID or the unique ID, and here is the description. So it is a landing page, it's a login page, and it's an email unsubscribe button. Then you have your test case ID. Justification is optional over here. You can add these details in the description itself. And then you have your test case ID, and then you have your status, which is also called as test results. And again, these notes are optional, right? So the main components are clear. And so let's summarize our requirement traceability matrix quickly. So the RTM helps you to track all the requirements from the moment they're written down all the way through testing, ensuring that every single one is addressed, right? So that's the basic functionality of RTM or requirement traceability matrix. Then your next question is, what is stakeholder matrix? So stakeholder matrix is also known as stakeholder mapping or stakeholder analysis matrix. So it is basically a tool to categorize the stakeholders by the interest and influence in a project, right? So a stakeholder matrix basically helps you to position all the different stakeholders involved in a matrix so that all their roles and positions are clear, and so that you can communicate with your stakeholders based on your stakeholder matrix, right? So it will help you to categorize all these people based into 4 groups. So the stakeholder matrix will help you categorize all the people or all the stakeholders involved into 4 groups based on 2 main criteria, that is power and interest, right? So how much influence they have and how interested they are in what we're doing is how we categorize them. Influence is power, and their interest or how much interested they are is their interest level, right? So someone with a high influence and a high interest is somebody who's going to manage the team closely, right? They could be the key decision makers or the sponsors. They're going to be actively managing the team. So according to the matrix, if a stakeholder has high influence or high power and also has high interest, then they are someone who is going to manage you closely or your team closely. They're going to actively manage you and also be really close to every decision that is made, right? They could be your key decision makers or sponsors. Then you have somebody who has a high influence but a low interest, right? So you need to keep them satisfied. So a stakeholder who has high power but low interest is somebody that you need to keep satisfied, right? It could be your upper management or somebody who isn't involved in your day-to-day tasks, but you want to keep them satisfied, right? You will not overwhelm with a lot of details, but you will just have a good performance rate of yours according to them, right? Then you have somebody who has a low influence or low power but a very high interest, right? So you are going to keep them informed, right? It could be your team members or the users who need to be kept informed because they're eager to know what's happening, but again, they don't have the power to make big decisions, right? Then you finally have somebody who has a low power or low influence and low interest as well. So they are just going to monitor you with very minimal effort. So they do not need much attention, but you can't ignore them entirely, right? So this is what basically the stakeholder matrix is. So our 23rd question is explain the Agile Manifesto. So the Agile Manifesto is basically a set of principles that guides the software development towards flexibility, collaboration, and customer-focused delivery. So customer satisfaction through early and continuous delivery is the main motive of Agile Manifesto. The goal is to create efficient, adaptive, customer-centric development processes. So the Agile Manifesto basically has 4 core values that help shift our focus to what really matters, right? It puts people and interactions above just following the rigid processes or using fancy tools, right? At the end of the day, it's all about teamwork and communication. The next one is a working software rather than comprehensive documentation. So instead of spending tons of time on documentation that may never get used, the Agile Manifesto focuses on working software. The idea is to build something that works first, right? Then we have cooperation or collaboration with the customers rather than contract negotiation. So collaboration with customers is prioritized over sticking to contract. Instead of arguing over what's written down, you work together to solve problems as they come up. Then finally, it emphasizes on responding to change rather than following a plan. So there needs to be some sort of flexibility. If the situation changes, you adjust, because in reality, things rarely go as expected or as planned, right? So the manifesto has 12 guiding principles, and these help the teams to work in a way that keeps the customers happy. It encourages teamwork and also allows to quickly adapt to the changes, right? So these are the 4 core values, and you can look up the rest and maybe explain in the interview in more detailed manner, but this is the overview of what the Agile Manifesto basically means. So at the very core, Agile is all about delivering value faster, improving continuously, and making sure that we're building something that meets the customer's real needs, right? Moving on to our 24th question. What do you mean by velocity in Agile methodology? So velocity in Agile measures the amount of work a team completes during a sprint, typically calculated in story points or hours. Right. So velocity in Agile methodology basically provides a historical view of team performance, and it is like a speedometer for the team. It helps to track how much work it is usually measured in story points or hours, right? So you can think of it like a team's productivity score, which will give you an idea of the capacity over time, right? So basically how it works is at the end of a sprint, you look at the total story points that you have finished and add them up, right? So this will give you the velocity. It is basically the total story points, right? So say for example, if a team completes 30 story points, then 30 becomes the velocity score. So this is all what velocity means in Agile methodology. Now, why does this matter? Why do we need this metrics in the first place? So velocity will help you set more accurate goals for future sprints so that you're not overcommitting or underutilizing your time. It's like a tool for realistic planning, right? You can look at the previous sprints to predict how much you can take on the next one, and you can also make sure that you're delivering value without burning out the resources. So overall, velocity isn't just about competition or pushing harder. It's more about understanding your pace and adjusting plans to match what you can sustainably achieve. So with every sprint, you refine your velocity score and use it to get better at planning and delivering, right? Then we have our last question for this particular video, which is explain sprint burn down chart. Now, a sprint burn down chart basically visualizes the remaining work across a sprint, which helps the teams to monitor progress, right? It promotes transparency, accountability. It identifies the bottlenecks early. Bottlenecks are basically the pain points or the errors, the potential errors that can arise, right? And it also supports data-driven decision making. So a sprint burn down chart is basically like a visual roadmap of your sprint. It shows you how much work is left to complete and if you're on track to finish on time. So imagine a chart where the x-axis is the number of days in the sprint and the y-axis. So just let me use my pen. So over here, the x-axis is the number of days in sprint, and the y-axis over here, this is our x-axis, this is our y-axis. It is the amount of work left in story points or hours, right? So we're calculating our work in story points over here. So the chart has two main lines over here. The ideal line is the straight line. This is our ideal line, the yellow one, which is showing us where we would like to be at any given point if everything goes perfectly, right? So this is our ideal line, or how our work should flow in a project. Now the actual line is our red line. So this is showing our actual progress, how much work is actually being completed each day, right? So if we are on track, we are matching with our yellow line. If we are behind schedule, we go above the yellow line, and if we are ahead of schedule, we go below the yellow line, right? So this is basically how the sprint burn down chart is visualized. So every day you update the chart with the amount of work remaining. If the line dips below the ideal, it's a sign that you're ahead, and if it is above, it might mean that you're falling behind. So this way the chart makes it very easy to see whether you're on track or if you need to adjust. So now why does this chart matter? So basically it provides transparency, right? Now transparency is in turn going to help you keep track of your progress, and it is going to make the understanding of the responsibility of tasks easier for everyone on the team, right? It will also help you spot any issue early on, like if a task is taking longer than expected, right? It will also keep you accountable and aligned, helping you stay focused on your goals throughout the sprint. So this is all about sprint burn down chart, and this is all for this video. Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analytics, data visualization, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of business analytics.